Outside the window, the rain was pouring down. The grandfather clock ticked steadily. Two women sat modestly on the sofa in the living room, awaiting an audience. The young brunette was the first to break the silence. She asked if the meeting wasn't scheduled for 9 in the morning. After all, 40 minutes had already passed. The brunette in the hat put her finger to her lips, calling for silence. Then she quietly added that the girl was here for the first time, so there was no need to strain herself so much. When she arrived, that would be the time for the meeting. The brunette was indignant. So that's why the woman closed the store for the day. It turns out that they don't know when the meeting starts and when it ends. But there must be a reason why the best jeweler in the kingdom came here for the whole day. Next to the sofa stood a suitcase full of jewelry. There were rings, earrings, and even a necklace. Did they really come here just for this celebrity? The woman confirmed. Because if it weren't for Serena, the girl would be out of work. It's a great honor for the jeweler that she wears her jewelry. The brunette agreed. That's all right. It's just that she'll see a celebrity in person for the first time, so she's a little nervous. But it's still interesting what you can do in the morning to be so late. The brunette replied that everything was clear. The celebrity had been having fun with her lover all night. The girl was surprised that someone had spent the night at her place. The woman confirmed that Serena had a boyfriend, whom she carried around with her everywhere like a toy. And most likely they would come here together. At this time, in one of the bedrooms upstairs, spilled wine was dripping steadily from the table onto the floor. Not far away, a torn carnival mask lay mixed with removed clothes. On the large bed, lovers were sleeping peacefully. A loud thunder outside the window woke the girl up. She reluctantly tore herself away from the pillow. A thunderstorm was raging outside the window and her head was simply splitting. A man touched the brunette's hand. He suggested sleeping a little longer, listening to the sounds of rain. It was still dark outside. There was not a ray of light yet, because it had been raining since dawn. It would be better to rest a little more, since Serena's head was aching from the hangover. Frederick tried to pull her under the covers, but the girl objected that the jeweler was supposed to come today. Most likely she is already here. The guy was a little surprised by the guests. The brunette asked what day it was. In response, she received that it was the first day of the month, Wednesday. She clutched the sheets. The man, standing up, asked what kind of day it was today, because he had been in a bad mood since the morning. He hugged Serena from behind and offered to give her a massage, but she slapped him lightly and sent him to get dressed. The women in the living room were still waiting. The young woman was nervous and discontented. She reminded the boss again that they had been waiting for an hour and a half. But hearing movement behind the door, the jeweler ordered him to get up. The door opened and the mistress of the estate entered the room. She was a short, slender girl with curves. Her black hair successfully set off her porcelain skin. Her huge silver eyes gave her face a mysterious look. Serena entered the room, clicking her heels. The jeweler greeted her lady happily. The girl remarked that the guests must have been waiting for a long time. The woman denied it. She pointed out that Serenity had sent such a good carriage for them, that they had finally had their first rest in a long time on the road. The hostess sat down on the sofa opposite. The jeweler's assistant looked at the celebrity with interest. She was delighted that it was Serena herself. She had only heard about her, and now she couldn't believe that she was looking at her up close. She was beautiful. The older guest continued the conversation and said that she closed the shop every time she visited Serenity. The girl, putting on white gloves, replied that there was no need to close the shop. After all, the master now has many workers and they can handle it themselves. The young guest continued to study Serena. She was so bright, although small in stature and thin, but very charismatic. The jeweler replied that for her, the day when she can show her jewelry to a celebrity is a special day, set aside especially for her. That is why she decides not to accept other customers. The lady said she wanted to look at a necklace for the party tonight, so the woman brought something special for her. She grabbed her suitcase and opened it. At that moment, footsteps were heard and Frederick entered the room. A tall, attractive, brown-haired man in a white shirt on a powerful body. He greeted the guests with a bow of his head. The women nodded in response. The jeweler's assistant was quietly looking at the man. She assumed that this was the famous lover. The girl was struck by his beauty. He was like a statue made of baked red clay. Serena looked at the jewelry. She expected the craftsman to present something unusual. Holding a necklace of iridescent stones, she wondered if these were Ceylon diamonds. The woman said she knew. She didn't like diamonds, but these were really good ones. And the jewelry was very skillfully made, so she brought it. And of course, the stones here are the biggest. Serenity was disappointed. No matter what the stones, she had refused Ceylon diamonds many times, no matter how high quality and beautiful the jewelry was. She just didn't like Ceylon. The assistant girl looked at Frederick almost without blinking, and was glad that she was hired. The lady noticed this. She took off her gloves and told the jeweler that she had a hard day and needed to get back to her business. The woman perked up and asked him to wait. If the lady didn't like these, she had others. The mistress interrupted with a question about the assistant. Who was she, since usually another girl came? The assistant shuddered. The master answered that the former assistant was now learning the craft in the workshop. So now she's taking another girl with her. Serena rubbed her chin. So that's how it is. For someone who came to sell diamonds, she had surprisingly little interest in jewelry. There was a rumble of thunder and a flash of lightning outside the window. The hostess, propping up her chin, looked straight at her assistant. She asked, "Beautiful." The girl shuddered and asked what they meant. Serenity slowly swung her stiletto-heeled foot. She said she meant the man, because the assistant kept sneaking glances at him. Of course, everyone is free to look at whatever they want, and imagine all sorts of things in their heads. But the girl did not show even the slightest concentration on her work. Perhaps she came just to stare at people. The assistant blushed and began to apologize. Serena looked at her coldly. She understood everything because beauty attracts the eye. Even if you turn away, the eye will still return to it. The older guest joined the conversation. She tried to address the lady, but she stood up and went to Frederick. She grabbed him by the shirt on his shoulder. Since the girl's gaze was drawn to him, the hostess pushed the man to the guest's feet, telling her that she could look to her heart's content. Then she asked if she was satisfied. The maid was shocked. Her body trembled. Her fingers were nervously clenching and unclenching the fabric of her skirt. She was trying to apologize. The lady was holding Frederick on her lap. She looked at the girl intently and asked if she liked what Serena had. The assistant finally found her voice. She replied that she didn't mean to seem so impudent, she was just... The lady interrupted and said that no matter how handsome a man is, he has a mistress. And then she added angrily that one shouldn't look at something that belongs to someone else. The girl fell backwards in front of Serenity. She asked for forgiveness from both of them. The older guest hugged her charge and turned to the mistress. She explained that this girl had come for the first time today, and she still had a lot to learn, so she had made a mistake. The jeweler asked to forgive the assistant's rudeness and the fact that she herself had brought the wrong jewelry. The woman pushed the girl to get up to leave. The ladies got up, saying that they had caused the gentleman inconvenience and that they were forced to take their leave. The guests quickly left. After the door slammed shut, Serena turned sharply and her heels clicking walked out of the living room too. Frederick remained kneeling in the middle of the room. He was brought out of his stupor by Sui's words. She asked if he was okay. The maid assumed that he too had become a victim of his mistress's wrath. The man replied that Serena was almost never angry. It was just that diamonds were a sore subject for her. Although today she was more irritable than usual. The girl replied that it couldn't be any other way. Bloom wondered what was so special about today. Because as soon as Serenity woke up, she asked what day of the week it was and then spent the whole day worrying about something. Then it dawned on him. Frederick remembered that he was coming back today. Sui confirmed that they were supposed to have dinner together on Wednesdays. The weather outside was really bad. The rain only continued to get stronger. Serena walked down the hallway. The sound of her heels echoed off the walls. She noticed a carriage parked in one of the windows. She took a closer look. There was a butler leading two guests out under an umbrella. Another carriage pulled up at the same time. The women stopped and nodded. The carriage door clicked, an umbrella opened, and a young man stepped out onto the wet street. He was elegantly dressed and handsome. The maid continued to explain to Frederick that Wednesdays were the days that the mistress hated the most. When the wind raged outside, thunderstorms and lightning flashed, the master returned home. Serenity watched from the window as her husband, Iser Lane's Grayon, stepped out of the carriage and headed towards the house. The couple ate in tense silence, broken only by the clanking of cutlery. Serena barely touched her food. She sluggishly stabbed grapes and put them on her plate. The maid and secretary watched the couple through the stained glass. Sui praised the man and said that the journey had been long indeed. Then she asked if everything had gone well. Raoul confirmed it. He said that all the meetings and negotiations went well. They sorted out all the matters. And then he asked if everything was calm in the mansion. The girl answered positively. The guy took a deep breath. The two had been married for 4 years, but he still got incredibly nervous every time they had dinner together on Wednesdays and Sundays, even more so than during business meetings. The maid replied that things were not as bad as they had been at the beginning of their marriage. The secretary smiled. There had been many incidents at the beginning of their married life, especially the day the mistress had poured water on Azer. Sui nodded. I still can't believe it. That day, Raoul's heart was beating so fast that he couldn't sleep. They weren't in a friendly mood at all back then. The gentleman even said a few sweet words to Serena, although he is usually calm. And in the end, the lady splashed water from a glass on him. But the subordinate managed to stand in front of the boss and all the water fell on him. After that, the lady was immediately taken out of the room, and the owner did not even blink an eye. But the guy was proud that he had shielded him with his body. Sui noted that compared to those times, now it was quite calm. Serenity finished dinner again without eating anything. It was unclear why they continued to have dinner every week if they were so uncomfortable with each other. The maid commented that it was because they were both heads of the family. There was the family and the Serenity Hotel. They both protected it in their own way. And no matter how unpleasant each other's company may be, they must communicate to preserve the honor of the family. Each of them has their own reasons for protecting the clan, so they will gladly make time and endure each other's company. Because of Serenity. For Serenity, it's an unspoken rule between the two heads of the family. Azer broke the silence. He said that he was supposed to return from a business trip on Sunday, but there was one document that Serena had to sign in person, so she had to come to the office after dinner. The wife looked at her husband in surprise. It was strange that he needed her signature. Usually he just puts their family stamp or signs it himself. If Grayan needed her signature, it meant he was concluding a particularly important contract. The brunette wondered out loud if her signature mattered. The husband had always managed well on his own, so he would figure it out on his own this time too. Azer just stared at his wife for a second, then called Sui. The maid immediately appeared at the door. The man finished his dinner and put the cutlery on his plate. Then he turned to the maid. He said that her mistress had not understood what he had said at all. There was a matter that required her participation. So he asks the girl to make sure that in an hour Mrs. Serenity will be in his office. Then the gentleman rose from the table and left the dining room. The secretary followed him out. After the specified time, Serena crossed the threshold of the office. Her husband handed her the documents to sign. His wife took the papers. She thought about how Azer had the seal of their family, so if he asks her to sign something, it means he wants to make changes to the ancient family foundations and traditions. But it is not time for that yet. So the girl came to find out what he had planned this time. The document stated that the hotel was ending its support and special rights for the 8 honorary members of the board. This will happen from the moment the current year ends. The brunette wondered what it meant. Grayan pointed to the pen on the table. She took the pen, but her hand was shaking. Serena asked her husband if he was in his right mind. The 8 honorary board members were very helpful to her grandmother when she opened the hotel. Thanks to their contributions and advice, the hotel was able to achieve a good reputation and success. She added mentally that her mother and grandmother had fought for special rights, and he had decided for everyone. So, that's why they send them special gifts every year as a token of gratitude. It is a family tradition that the members of the board can have a pleasant time at the hotel at any time. Azer, leaning back in his chair and crossing his arms, replied that he knew all this. The wife was indignant. That is, despite the fact that he knows everything, he still gives her the papers to sign. Then the girl noted that her husband controls Serenity as he pleases and considers all this a joke, to which the man replied that the powers of the council members also pass to their heirs, just as his wife had once inherited this hotel, or more precisely, this power. He then asks her if she thinks their descendants will care about the hotel. Serena doesn't even think about how they can use the support and help she offers them. In addition, the board members did not even sign the contract that confirms their investment and shares in the business. And the family came up with this stupid tradition simply because they helped a little with the opening. Grayan asked her again how she thought the hotel would last much longer if it was run so carelessly. The girl remained firm. They must not forget their contribution. Expressing gratitude on behalf of Serenity is her duty. and how the heirs will dispose of it is their business. Thanks to this tradition, friendly relations with 8 noble families have been built. The man crossed his legs and rolled the chair closer. Glancing slightly from under his forehead at his wife, he asked her if she thought so too. The brunette looked intently at her husband, that look of his again. She bit her lip and threw the papers down sharply. She thought, who is he to try to destroy the ties of these families with some piece of paper? Serena grabbed the edge of the table with her hands and stared at her husband. Her expression clearly said that she would not sign this. Azer did not give up his position either. They continued to look at each other. Raoul and the maid were waiting outside the office door. The secretary was visibly nervous. Why was it taking so long? After all, the lady just had to sign something. Sui agreed. The guy hoped that they weren't arguing there again. The couple forbade their subordinates from entering, which made them even more nervous. The maid tried to calm them down. Since they had recently dined absolutely calmly, it meant that everything was fine and the hostess would soon be out. The secretary asked her opinion again. Although they quarreled constantly, the gentlemen had not seen each other for a very long time. Suddenly they heard Miss Sui's name being called. The couple looked around. Raoul wondered if they were really fighting. In the office, Azer was the first to break the silent duel. He ordered his wife to pick up the papers, sign them, and get out. Serena flared up. This was her mother's office, and before that it belonged to her grandmother. And he's the one telling her to get out of here. The girl was terribly angry that he was now sitting in her mother's place, and even using her table. So he should get out of her house. The man rose from his chair, walked slowly around the table and approached his wife. He told her that she sometimes seemed to forget that he was too busy to respond to all her provocations. For what Grayan wanted to do, he needed his wife's signature. Just one signature. Azer came close, bowed his head slightly and calmly told her to just sign. Serena smirked, then wriggled out of her husband's clutches and headed for the papers. Taking the documents, she smiled and tore up the contract. At the same time, the girl noticed that this piece of paper was now useless, even if she signed it. And satisfied with the work done, she scattered the torn scraps. The torn pieces of documents fell at the man's feet. But then there was a knock at the door. The secretary apologized for interrupting the gentleman. Azer asked what had happened. The guy replied that he had a guest. Grayan got angry. He replied that he had no meeting scheduled today, so let the guest go home. The husband approached Serena and said that they had not finished their conversation yet, but Raoul did not calm down behind the door. He added excitedly that Mrs. Yansa Serenity had arrived. Serena's grandmother was a beautifully preserved older woman, her completely gray hair neatly styled in a coiffure. Emeralds cut into diamonds glittered in her ears. Strings of pearls adorned her neck, and her fingers were encircled with rings. She was as majestic as a queen. The woman said that the weather was simply merciless. Azer went out to greet the guest. The man agreed about the bad weather, and noted that the lady had arrived safely after all. Then he asked the purpose of her arrival. The lady replied that she wanted to know how everything had gone on the trip. Iansa knew that her relative must be tired since he had just returned, so she apologized for disturbing him. In any case, she enjoyed just looking at the children's faces, but this time the lady had something important to tell. Grayan told her not to worry, as he was glad she had arrived and offered to stay the night, as it was getting late. But the woman refused because if she stayed, she would have to return early the next morning. The man thought that the grandmother was in poor health, so she was probably very tired from the trip. It must be Serena. Yansa was gathering her courage. She was trying to convince herself to just say what she wanted and leave. Then Madame remembered her granddaughter and noticed that the impudent girl hadn't even come out to greet her again. Azer offered his hand to his relative to lead her inside. The relatives headed to the living room. Suddenly, the hostess's voice was heard. She asked the grandmother not to fall for her husband's sweet talk. The woman looked back and saw her granddaughter standing on the stairs. The girl continued that her husband had just handed her an absurd contract and was trying to force her to sign it. Grayan glanced sideways at his wife. Serena didn't stop, and she continued that he wanted to stop supporting the council members. After all, Grandma and Mom had worked so hard to establish these connections, and suddenly the husband decided to destroy all their traditions. The girl hinted that of all the things the husband could do, he decided to encroach on their relations with the honorary advisors. This is a big mistake. She said out loud that Azer was worried about the ongoing costs of maintaining connections and had completely lost his foresight. Serena hoped that her grandmother would not allow her husband to do this. Even though she had stepped back from family matters, now her relative would see that leaving the management of Serenity to this man was not the right decision. The woman looked at her son-in-law and asked if it was true. He confirmed. The lady chuckled. Then she said thoughtfully that these 8 honorary advisors always gave her a headache, but she didn't know how to get rid of them. Looking closely at the man, Ianza clarified that this meant he was getting ready to say goodbye to them. Then she praised him and said that sooner or later someone had to deal with this problem. The grandmother suggested that her son-in-law continue the conversation inside. The girl couldn't believe her ears. What's more, she even praised him. This simply couldn't be. Serena remembered how, as a little girl, she came to her grandmother. The woman was happy to see her granddaughter. She called her a princess covered in bows and asked about ballet lessons. The girl replied that they had already run out. Seeing many written pages on her relative's desk, she assumed that her grandmother was also studying. The woman smiled and gave her granddaughter a book to read about what she was doing. Serena started reading. It was about a hotel, an anniversary celebration, a list of guests. Ianza praised it and asked if the little girl knew what day it was. When Grandma, Mom, Dad, and older brother are having fun with guests. The girl answered that she knew. There would be a lot of friends there that day. Grandma confirmed and said that she was also going to invite friends. It's a very important day, so the preparation has to be top-notch. That's what she's doing now. The girl gripped the stair railing. So that's what the relative wanted. That's why she forced Serena to marry and gave the mansion and hotel to manage. It seems that Granny has gone crazy. The brunette turned around and headed to her chambers. Opening the door, she called Frederick. The guy was sitting by the window with a glass of wine and watching the storm. Seeing the upset woman, he approached her. Serenity threw herself into his arms. The man hugged her and asked what had happened. Serena was shaking all over. He began to calm her down with strokes, asking if something had happened in the office. The girl, burying her face in her lover's chest, said that it would be better if he died. Her husband, their house, their hotel, even their grandmother, let everything turn upside down. Ianza became a complete stranger. Serena held tightly to the man, still shaking, asking why everything had been taken from her. It shouldn't be like this. She was a Serenity, too. Everything had been taken from her. Only her last name remained. Tears were falling from her eyes. She thought about how she wouldn't be able to look into Azer's eyes now, because she felt empty, especially when he looked at her with his cold gaze. This is the end for her. The girl feels like a pathetic loser, a stupid child. It is clear from his eyes that her husband does not expect anything from her. She cannot stand this look. The brunette didn't push Frederick away too much. She wished it was a dream. She wished it would all go away. Serena grabbed her heart. It was pounding so hard. She felt so scared. The girl asked what she should do. The lady staggered a little. Her heart was pounding so hard that it seemed she was going to die. At this rate, the girl would really leave this world. She wanted to say something else, but Bloom simply kissed her. Having redirected Serena's attention with a kiss and saved her from a panic attack, Frederick pulled away and asked if everything was okay. In a gentle and calm voice, he suggested that she calm down, because if she gets too nervous, she'll pass out again. The girl exhaled and clutched the man's shirt. She was confused. The lady couldn't let her husband get away with this, but everything was on his side. The guy tried to smooth things over. He told Serena not to worry about the gentleman. After all, if it weren't for his help, her family and the hotel would be in a difficult situation now. Serenity pulled away from his embrace and looked at his face indignantly. She almost screamed that she didn't need this kind of help. This was all her grandmother's idea. Having cooled down a bit, the girl added that she admits that Azer is smart and knows his business. That's why he does what she can't handle. After all, he is from an important family, but he is a dangerous man. That's why she can't trust him thoughtlessly. After all, he's from the Greyon clan. Right now it looks like he's helping our clan, but soon he'll show his true colors. The husband would make Serenity Greyon's property by any means necessary. And if Serena stood in his way, he would simply kill her. The brunette clutched her head. If they danced to his tune? If the Greyon family took over the hotel, it would be better to die than to see it. Serena sank to the floor, powerless, and clutched the fabric of her dress with all her might. Her beloved home, her serenity, would be gone. Iansa and her son-in-law settled in the living room. They chatted peacefully and drank wine and fruit. The woman was happy that Azer would sort out everything that concerned the 8 families. She tried to do it at one time, but he really had bad luck with the circumstances. There are more companies involved now than before, so it won't be easy to cut ties with everyone. Grayan replied that the lady should not worry. He had thought it all through. But the grandmother noticed that he had not managed to get Serena's signature after all. She hoped that there would be no problem with that. The man replied that it didn't matter. Her signature was only needed to validate the document. Iansa put the glass down on the table. Taking out her notebook, she smiled and said that of all the problems he probably had the hardest time dealing with was his wife. The son-in-law replied that it was not at all. He even likes that she resists and gets angry, instead of giving in and living as if she is not here. The lady retorted that her granddaughter is thus trying to protect Serenity in her own way. The man agreed and added that it was primarily from him. Iansa took out a cigar and invited her son-in-law to join in. Azer replied that he no longer smoked. The lady, cutting off the end of the cigar, praised him for his willpower. Lighting a Havana and blowing out the aromatic smoke, the woman said that she understood that she and Serena were not in this relationship of their own free will. So expecting them to act like a married couple is a big impudence on her part. But she still asks them to try not to hate her granddaughter too much. Holding a lit cigar in her hand, Iansa delved into her memories. Her first love had been very painful. The wound was so deep that she decided to leave the relationship in the past and threw herself into her work. Therefore, the woman got married when her youth had already passed. Then Balesha was born, Serena's mother. They lived happily together, the 3 of them with Bella and her husband. However, no happiness lasts forever. After some time, the war began and her husband died at the front. Iansa's world was destroyed and her heart was torn to pieces. She thought she would die of grief. She was no longer so young and not very healthy. So the woman began to worry about her little daughter, who would be left alone if her mother disappeared. She was afraid that she would lose the hotel in which she had invested everything she had. That's why she raised Bella strictly from an early age. The less patient the lady became, the more strictly she taught her. And then the daughter inherited Serenity and got married. Soon Harpers and Serena were born. Bella didn't want to teach her daughter how to run a business from an early age. So Serena, having the support of her young mother, naturally was just an ordinary child. She went to school like all children. And as expected at her age, she wanted to do only what her soul asked for and live freely. Bella decided that she would always have time to teach her how to run a business. They couldn't even imagine that they would say goodbye to her so soon. After her parents and brother died in an accident, Serena was left all alone. She was barely 17 years old. Sure, it's not exactly a young age, but she wasn't trained properly. And suddenly she was given an impossible task, to control the giant Serenity. Iansa was shocked by the loss of her children, but it was necessary to return to normal life as soon as possible. Despite the fact that the woman had retired, she had to return to the mansion and take on all the work herself. The lady tried to teach her granddaughter, but she was too young and didn't even know what a contract was. Iansa hired assistants, but since she left the sanatorium without completing the course of treatment, her health worsened, and all because of the exhausting work. The more she got sick, the worse the hotel's business went. All the hired workers left and they were left alone, the old manager and the young girl. The woman was desperate. She felt like they were helpless prey being chased by piranhas. It was hell. At that moment, Azer appeared. They decided to cooperate, each with their own goals. Even if this makes her only granddaughter hate her grandmother, she is still confident that entrusting the management of the hotel to Grayan was a wise decision. During the time that Iansa ruled Serenity, she made many decisions, and this is the best of them. This is what the woman wanted to say. Therefore, it would be good if the husband could understand at least a little of his wife's feelings. After all, they were using Serena without her consent. She even had to get married. The lady put out her cigar in the ashtray, noticing that she had gotten drunk at night and was feeling emotional. Azer replied that he understood what his grandmother was talking about. He suggested not to worry about anything, but rather to take care of her health. And then he reminded her that she wanted to convey something. Iansa caught herself, put her hand on the table and said that it would look good in the house. The man nodded in surprise. Early in the morning, the sun's rays shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow, illuminating the sleeping woman. Birds chirped cheerfully, greeting the new day. Frederick quietly read a book, afraid to move once more. The bedroom door creaked softly and Sui entered the room. The man whispered to the maid that the lady had fallen asleep only an hour ago. He suggested not to wake her up, let her sleep longer instead of having breakfast. The maid looked at Serena, who was peacefully snoring, and agreed that it would be better that way. She wanted to adjust the blanket, but Bloom asked her not to touch it, so as not to wake the girl since she was a light sleeper. Instead, he asked to close the curtains so that the light would not disturb him. He was afraid to move. Sui approached the window and began to draw the curtains. Along the way, she said that doctors would come later in the evening. They will conduct a routine examination of the gentleman's condition. The maid hesitated a little and wanted to continue, but Frederick understood her anyway. He said that while the doctors were busy, he would stay in the garden. The maid agreed that it was a good idea. The glass garden was just blooming with beautiful flowers. It was also a nice place to have a cup of coffee and take a walk. The landscape of the estate was truly beautiful. After the examination, Azer and the doctors drank a cup of coffee in the living room. The doctors confirmed that he was completely healthy. The man inquired about Mrs. Ianza's health. He saw her yesterday and it seemed to him that she had become weak. But this does not stop her from smoking and drinking. Dr. Lennon noted that she was not going to give up her bad habits, but they could significantly shorten her life, and that was cause for concern. Grayan asked the doctors to persuade his grandmother to do this at least less often. Then, after taking a sip of the hot drink, the man inquired about his wife's condition. Dr. Estance said that Serena had always had trouble sleeping, but lately she had been sleeping very poorly and had also lost weight. She needed to focus on resting and eating well. The doctor hesitated a bit and started fiddling with her fingers. It was not customary to discuss such things, but as her doctor, she felt obligated to tell. Azer put the cup on the saucer and suggested not to worry and continue. The woman replayed the examination of the lady in her head. She noticed that the weight had decreased and asked to promise not to lose weight anymore. Then she wanted to examine the wound after the fall. The girl opened her robe. It was noticeable that the wound had healed well and there wouldn't even be a scar. But there were marks all over her body. Estance had already approached Grayan and asked him to be careful that the lady did not become pregnant. Of course, they had been married for 4 years, so the thought of a child was natural. But as a doctor who has been monitoring Serena's health since she was a baby, she is very worried. Now is the worst time for her to be pregnant, from a health standpoint. The couple is young and full of energy, so they need to be patient. If the wife suddenly becomes pregnant in her current state, she will not be able to bear it, and the child may become a threat to life. So if they were planning to have a child, it would be better to wait until the girl's health was better. Azer replied with a stony face that he understood everything. The coffee was drunk, and the owner of the estate began to get ready. He rose from his chair, thanked the doctors for their efforts, and said that they would see each other at the next medical examination. But now he had other things to do. But the medics can stay and finish their tea. As soon as the door closed behind Grayan, the guests breathed a sigh of relief. Lennon noted that no matter how you look at it, this is a sensitive topic. The woman rubbed her temples. She couldn't help it. She told the mistress the same thing. They had to report each other's health to them. It was in the contract. She was just doing her job. The doctor agreed. Estance continued that although it concerned Serena and her lover, she, as a doctor, could not remain silent. Although it was strange, this couple was married by contract without love, but the gentleman was upset today. Lennon replied that it was natural. It turned out that strangers were asking a husband to make sure that his wife did not get pregnant from her lover. The man adjusted his glasses. It was hard to imagine himself in his place. Sui finished styling the lady's hair. She began to ask Serena not to eat only grapes anymore. The doctor said that she should not skip meals. The girl asked what was on the table. The maid looked around and saw a container with a silver lid. She went to the table and on the way said that Ianza had recently stopped by. The maid lifted the lid and on the tray there was a piece of opera cake. Sui said that Grandma baked it herself, so she could at least have a piece. The lady looked at the dessert reluctantly. Then she rose from her chair and slapped the table. She exclaimed that this old woman had brought some trash again. Then she ruffled the shock of hair on the back of her head and asked to give it to the servants or throw it away. Moving away from the dressing table, Serena asked where Frederick was hiding again. The maid's expression sank a little. She replied that it was better for him not to show himself to strangers. After all, it wouldn't do any good if rumors started about them. The girl objected that there were still people in the kingdom who didn't know about her and Bloom. Besides, the doctors had a contract to keep the secret. Everything they would see and hear in the mansion. So from now on, if someone came, let the lover be next to her. The maid replied that she understood and offered to call him, but the mistress decided to do it herself. Serena headed for the glass garden. On the way, she felt a headache. Massaging her forehead, she thought about how, with her husband back, she now had something to worry about. She was enjoying every minute outside the mansion, her heels clicking on the paved path. It would be great to relax in the fresh air with Frederick. When she entered the garden, she saw Bloom talking to someone. Coming closer, the girl saw that it was Azer. Walking through the greenhouse, Frederick caught the smell of coffee. Among the roses and lilies, he saw a table with a coffee pot and cookies. He remembered Sui's words, who suggested a pleasant walk in the garden. Having poured it into a cup, the man took a sip of the aromatic drink with pleasure. It was pleasant to be here in the rays of the sun, drinking delicious coffee and watching the butterflies flying. As he walked along the garden paths, Azer thought about how Mrs. Iansa was gradually becoming weaker. And as he watched Serena, he noticed that her condition was also getting worse day by day. There is no time. The appointed term is coming to an end. It is necessary to come up with a plan. Soon the path led to Bloom. Seeing the gentleman, Frederick greeted him with a nod. Grayon, coming closer to the guy, said that while he was on a business trip, he often heard talk about him. While trying to catch the butterfly, Azer noticed that the lover often visited places with Serena where rumors easily spread. The young man answered boldly that it was because the lady wanted him. Still playing with the butterfly, the gentleman replied that it was probably so. After all, that was what the boy was for. Frederick put the cup down on the saucer and asked what the gentleman meant. Grayon replied that everything in this house stayed there for a reason. From the furniture and the paintings hanging on the walls to the people who came to the mansion. The same applies to him, Bloom retorted haughtily. It seemed to him that Azer was mistaken about something. He was staying here at the request of the mistress of this house. He did not need permission from other people. The gentleman feigned embarrassment and replied that he didn't even know. And then he added that 2 years ago he had allowed Frederick to come in, and to this day he was keeping him here for one reason. Putting her to bed when Serena can't sleep because of insomnia, comforting her when she's sensitive to everything, and always protecting her wherever she goes. But the guy objected here too, pointing out that the insomnia, anxiety, sensitivity, and habit of acting impulsively were due to stress caused by her husband. Azer replied that this is why Bloom must fulfill his role properly. Remembering the doctor's words, the man added that he would now find himself in a difficult situation if Serena died. The guy was surprised by the gentleman's last words and even asked him again what he had said. But Graham, coming close to his wife's lover, added that he should be careful, use protection and not cross the line. Because if the plans fall through, it will also put Azer in a difficult position. At this point in the conversation, Serena saw the men. She looked closely and did not understand why her husband was talking to his lover. If he suddenly said something offensive to Frederick, she would not forgive him. Bloom clenched his fist. He was the only person in this house who could calm and control the lady. So if Azer didn't want to ruin his great plan, he shouldn't talk to him like that. The guy kept telling Grayon that he didn't know anything about him, so don't treat the guy like a thing. The gentleman grinned. He asked if his lover really thought he knew nothing about him. Azer would not have allowed him to cross the threshold of the house, much less enter his wife's bedroom, without finding out anything about the guy. Frederick is mistaken if he considers himself Serena's master simply because he has won her affections. The lover must remember that Grayon is the master here, not he. Otherwise, it is not known when the gentleman will reveal the secret that he so diligently hides. Azer looked closely at the boy and added that he hoped that Bloom now understood this fine line. He is here not because his wife wants him, but because his ability to deal with her is useful to her husband. Also, let them refrain from going to any kind of parties where rumors are easily spread. It is not very good for Serenity's reputation. At that moment, Serena flew out from behind the bushes, saying, "What are you doing to Frederick?" She grabbed her husband's shoulder. Azer waved his hand away out of inertia. The girl couldn't stand on her heels, stumbled and fell, hitting her hand on a flower pot. Bloom rushed to his lover with a scream, asking if she was okay. Serena's hand was throbbing and hurting. Frederick, noticing that the girl had suffered, gnashed his teeth in anger. With fury in his eyes, he asked Grayan what he was allowing himself to do. The man did not answer. Still holding his hand, the girl said that was enough. She was interested in what had happened and why the two were together. But her hand spasmed and she gasped. Looking at the palm that held the shoulder, Serena saw blood. Blood was also visible on the flower pot. She tried to get up, but she couldn't stand on her foot. It looked like the brunette had twisted her foot. Noticing this, Frederick picked up his mistress, turned around and headed for the exit. Azer never said a word. Having brought the girl to the bedroom, the man began to provide first aid. He bandaged the hand, and then began to apply a fixing bandage to the foot. Serena tried to find out what the lover was talking about with her husband. Bloom replied that they had simply met by chance and said hello. It seemed to him that the gentleman also did not know that he would be in the garden. What was more important was that if the girl had fallen and hurt her head, something irreparable would have happened. Frederick had already asked the lady several times not to wear high-heeled shoes. It was dangerous. She can't even wear them properly. Serena touched her bandaged ankle. She felt awkward, but she said she just liked the heels. The man let out a helpless sigh. The brunette thought about it. She remembered the expression on Azer's face. No matter how bad the relationship between them was, another person had suffered because of him. And his face remained unchanged. It was because he was from the Grayan family. The more she got to know him, the more the family gave her goosebumps. Serena was tormented by a ton of questions. Why was he always so rude to her? Why did he dare push her? Why did she fall and hurt herself? That last one was a disgrace. She curled up on the couch and pulled her legs up. Then she gently touched her bandaged shoulder. Azer had merely pushed her hand away, but it felt to her as if she had hit a stone. So the day might soon come when the girl would become useless. Then it would be very easy to kill one, as easy and simple as killing an insect. At such thoughts, Serena's heart stabbed again and she staggered. Frederick held her back. He asked if she was okay. The brunette replied that she wanted to lie down. The man picked her up and asked about Mr. Azer, what kind of person he was. The girl was surprised by the question. She replied that she had absolutely no idea what he had in mind. So much so that she wouldn't mind cutting open his skull to see. On the way to the bed, Frederick said that they lived in the same house. All this time he did not show much interest, but he needed to know at least the basic information. He remembered the master's words about him being the master and the threat to reveal his secret. Bloom understood that these were not empty words. The man carefully laid his mistress on the bed. The girl asked him what he knew about the Grayan family, the ones who were in the construction business. The guy replied that it was the largest construction company in the kingdom. Come to think of it, his full name was Azer Lanes Grayan. Frederick covered his mistress with a blanket. She confirmed that it was true. He was the second son in this family. But now, it seemed, he had cut off all ties with them. Bloom wondered why. Serena answered, taking off her earrings, that she didn't know the details. But if these were the Grayans, then it was pretty obvious. These people were dangerous. Money, fame, power. When it came to that, they were ready for anything. After giving the jewelry to the man, the girl continued to talk about how they are also connected to all sorts of criminal organizations, although they pretend that they have nothing to do with it. For the sake of business, the family members resort to violence, blackmail, extortion, and kill people without hesitation. Even Azer's mother was caught murdering a man, which is why she committed suicide. Frederick was very surprised. Serena continued. They say that she killed everyone who interfered with her business, and when the truth was revealed, she left this world, saying that she would pay for everything with her death. After this, the Grayan family did a lot of charity work as atonement. Ironically, this not only cleared the family's image, but also elevated them. The man died, and the family only became more famous. In fact, even this charity quietly subcontracted everything to compensate for the losses. But they don't talk about it. To sum it up, Serena said that the Grayan family is a nest of vipers. She doesn't want to maintain a relationship with him at all. So Azer probably lives, having cut off all ties with his relatives due to disagreements with his older brother and others. His hand began to burn. The girl touching his shoulder began to worry that there would be a scar. Then Brunette added that in this family the weak will be abandoned without any regrets. That's why she doesn't understand her grandmother even more. After all, she considers peace and harmony in the family the most important thing, and she brought Grayan. Azer was working in his office with his secretary. He was writing something down with a pen so hard that it was creaking loudly. Raoul glanced sideways at the gentleman. It seemed that he was thinking seriously about something. The pen couldn't withstand another push and broke. The guy mentally said goodbye to another expensive pen. The man stood up abruptly and headed out of the office. The secretary asked where he was going but received no answer. Frederick was working on the bandage on Serena's arm, sitting on the bed. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. The girl invited him in. The door opened and the husband entered. The lovers were very surprised by his arrival. Grayon had never personally come into his wife's room before. His wife thought it was one of the servants, so she allowed him in. If she had known it was him, she would not have even answered. She asked to leave her chambers immediately, but Azer approached the bed. It was difficult for him to personally contact Serena, but it was not the time to sit idly by as before, because there was no longer any hope that she would overcome everything on her own. The girl raised her voice, asking if he could hear. Then she pointed to the door again. The husband noted that for a person who, with gnashing of teeth, says that she will throw him out and become the sole owner of Serenity, Serena is not in a very good condition. She is thin, sickly, nervous, and sensitive to everything. He wondered what she could do on her own. The girl frowned. She thought she had gone crazy for a second, thinking that her husband had come to apologize. But it was still unclear why he had suddenly decided to pick on her, and his wife wondered out loud. He came at such a time just to say this. Azer bowed his head slightly. If nothing changes even after so much time, then the method needs to be changed. Looking at Serena intently and putting his hand in his pocket, the man replied that he had come to tell her that he was going to train her. The lady stared at her husband in complete bewilderment. She asked him what he was talking about. The man looked at Frederick and told the third wheel to step out for a bit. Bloom replied that it would be difficult, since he was currently bandaging Serena's injured arm. The girl mentally wondered what this man was up to again, and out loud she asked her lover to leave. The boy obediently stood up and headed for the door. When he reached Grayon, he glared at him. When the door closed behind him, Azer approached his wife. He carefully took her wounded hand to examine the damage. Serena asked indignantly what he was doing. Her husband did not answer, but simply silently took the bandage and began to bandage the wound. The wife tried to break free, but the man held her tightly. She angrily asked who had asked him to do this, and then added that he had better say what he wanted. But she did not finish, and cried out in pain. The husband warned her that if she continued to twitch, she would hurt herself again. So he asked her to sit still. Serena's eyes widened. She thought the bastard was going to break her arm while pretending to bandage the wound, but her husband calmly continued the procedure. Azer finally spoke again. He said that he thought it would be right to give her time, so he deliberately ignored her, but the girl did not let him finish. She pushed him gently with her hand. If he had already decided so, then he should have stuck to his plans until the very end. Then, turning to him, Serena asked why on earth he had decided to teach her. Since he was given control of Serenity, he thought he was important, and so Azer decided to have a hand in it. The man leaned his elbows on the bed next to her hand. He wondered why his wife hated him so much. Conditions or not, he had helped her and Iansa when they couldn't take responsibility for the hotel. His wife might have been wary of marrying a stranger, but as a representative his powers would have been limited, and Serenity was under constant threat. He understands that the girl thought she was protecting the hotel, but in reality, she was protecting her fantasies and sandcastles. At the beginning of their marriage, she didn't trust him at all, so he gave her a chance. As a result, Serena blindly signed the poison pill contract, went to the auction and was deceived. And even when she went around causing all sorts of problems, he just sorted it out. At the same time, he never criticized her. After all, she left herself, tired of her own incompetence. The man asked her back why she hated him so much. The brunette replied that he was from the Grayon family. They were a family of scum, and she didn't trust anyone from that family. She suspected that he wasn't satisfied with the deal with Granny, so she thinks that once he gets what he wants, he'll kill her and take Serenity. The girl clutched the blanket. She thought it all looked disgusting. Since he himself is not going to stop at anything, so why is he pretending to care about her? The husband jumped out of bed and asked with bewilderment that he would kill her. Then, running his fingers through her hair, he asked her what she had been thinking all along. He thought that if it was because he was from the Grayon family, they would not be able to reach a compromise. He lifted her face by the chin and asked what to do then. He wanted her to live until the very end, and realize what a pathetic and useless creature she was. How inferior and insignificant she is compared to a man from a family of scum. In the end, being used by Grayon, losing everything and being completely destroyed. Serena had to survive and feel it all, with her beautiful pair of eyes wide open. And then he asked, didn't she? The girl's chest hurt again. Tears welled up in her eyes. She pushed his hand away. Azer stared at his wife. He said there was a limit to how much he could tolerate her childish behavior. Then he asked how long she was going to live as she pleased, hating him and her grandmother. Instead of thinking carefully about the real way to defeat the enemy, instead of running him through your mind 1,000,000 times, he turned and headed towards the exit, saying in parting that even then it would not be too late to preserve pride. Serena clutched the covers tightly and repeated to herself several times that he was a bastard. She rose from the bed, limping slightly, and declared that she would do it. Taking another step, she added that she would study. The husband turned his face to her. The girl looked at him with eyes full of tears. She would pay him back for everything someday. That arrogant face would definitely be under her feet. Raoul was waiting for his master's friend and partner Robus Ravitz at the entrance to the mansion. When they met, the men greeted each other joyfully. The guest noted with a smile that they had been seeing each other often lately. The secretary took the man's bag. Robus thanked him and said that not much time had passed since they had returned from a business trip together. Then he asked humorously what was wrong with Azer, why he never got tired. On the way home, they met Serena walking with her lover arm in arm. The girl was limping a little. Ravitz greeted the lady, and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Extending his hand in greeting, the man asked how she was doing, and how she had injured her ankle. The brunette completely ignored him, as soon as Frederick nodded in greeting. Raoul quickly found himself and began shaking the guest's hand in greeting, offering to continue on their way. The man noticed that Serena was still the same, but her escort. He even turned his head back to get a better look at him. He seemed familiar to the guest. After moving away a bit, Bloom began to ask the lady why it was necessary to go out. He could have just rested in the room because his legs still hurt. Serena answered that it was just annoying to sit at home. While drinking coffee with a friend in the library, Robus told him that he had met his friend's wife on the street. He laughed and noted that he had seen her a year later, and she was still the same. Then he asked when he would be able to be friends with her. Azer, reading the document, suggested that he just give in, since his wife hates everything connected with him. Moreover, if he is his man, she is even more hostile. Ravitz laughed. He is the one who knows everyone in the kingdom, and there is no one with whom he cannot find a common language. In this case, the thirst for a challenge awakens in him. Although, if you think about it, she behaves friendly with Raoul. At least that's what it seemed to him last time. Grayon replied that his secretary was an exception. He was the only one she accepted. The guest wondered why. Was it just because he was cute? Azer replied that the guy looked like the deceased brother of Harps's wife. The interlocutor agreed that there was some resemblance. Both green-eyed blondes and glasses. In that case, he can understand. It even became a little sad. The owner of the house continued that she was the youngest in the house. And the secretary not only looks like a brother, but also behaves with her like a younger brother. Perhaps that is why the wife softened. In any case, Azer suggested ending the empty talk. He started saying something about a plot of land by the sea that they had seen on a business trip. Robus waved his hands and asked to slow down. He begged that he had only just sat down, and his friend immediately started talking about work. He asked for time to catch his breath. Grayon granted him a 5-minute reprieve. The guest jokingly called him a scoundrel. Putting his cup down on the table, he asked about the strong, handsome guy next to Serena. Ravitz clarified that this was the one that belonged to her. But the man ignored his question, continuing to sort through the papers. The guest feigned indignation that his friend didn't care that his wife went on a picnic arm in arm with another man, even though their marriage was arranged. By the way, they were sleeping with each other there. Doesn't he really care? Besides, the guy has a very dangerous beauty. Azer replied that he knew what he was doing, and asked him to sit quietly. But the friend didn't let up. He asked if there was a chance for things to improve. He just didn't think it should be like that. Grayan simply replied that he and his wife hadn't liked each other from the start. And at the moment everything is exactly the same, nothing more. Robus asked again what he meant from the very beginning, what he didn't like about Serena. Azer leaned back on the sofa. He answered that her gaze. There was fear in it, as if she was afraid that he could eat her at any moment. He did not like those eyes, filled with mistrust. On the contrary, he saw in those eyes that they were ready to eat him. And the man also didn't like that she never cried in front of him. Tears glistened in her eyes but didn't fall. It was terribly pressing on his nerves. Ravitz was surprised that it was only because she wasn't crying. There was nothing special about that. The owner of the house crossed his legs and began to swing them slowly. He really didn't know why such stupid things bothered him. When Grayan sees her, he gets irritated and his mood worsens. Her awkward appearance when she trembles with anger and excitement, but at the same time desperately holds on so as not to shed a tear, gets on his nerves. The friend remarked that it sounded like he wanted to see her cry. Azer replied that he didn't know what the point was in expecting that from a girl who was trying so hard to hold back. Then he turned his thoughts to his wife. She had better pay attention before he became even more curious about what her face would look like when the last vestiges of pride had finally disappeared. Serena and her lover settled down in a flower-strewn meadow under a spreading oak tree. The girl laid her head on Frederick's lap on an unfolded blanket. A basket of provisions stood nearby. The man asked if she really wanted to learn leadership from her husband. The brunette agreed and asked again what was so special about it. Bloom replied that it was a bit unexpected. It would just increase the amount of time she would spend with her husband. He was worried if everything would be okay. Serena said probably. She too was initially suspicious of the idea and was against it. Perhaps the proposal was primarily beneficial to him, not to her. But now everything is different. After all, he said that he would teach her how to run a business. She didn't have a chance to learn from her mother or grandmother because of her young age. And whatever her husband plans, it won't harm her in any way. Besides, if Serena could do everything on her own, she would have the opportunity to throw him out. She would like him to dig his own grave. Frederick stroked his mistress's hair. If that's what she wants, then he'll be so bored during the day. The girl smiled and replied that she'll have more fun with him at night. The weather was wonderful. A light breeze rustled the leaves. The sun shone through the tree crown, creating a rainbow halo around the man's head. Serena admired her lover. She turned to him and said that his hair had grown a lot. It looked beautiful. The guy bowed his head a little. He said that the last time she called him beautiful was in front of the jeweler. In fact, Frederick doesn't particularly like this word. It's a feminine word for external data. So he warned her that if the girl calls him that again, the brunette asked defiantly what would happen. The man lightly pinched her cheek and jokingly said that he would grow a beard. The girl jumped up and indignantly asked how he dared. Bloom replied that there was no place on her body that he had not touched. So it turns out that the cheek is not to be touched. Serena touched her face and asked why he was acting so childish. She thought about it. Was he that uncomfortable with the word, or was he just being naughty because he was going to be alone during the day? The guy interrupted her thoughts by asking what childish meant. Then, lifting her by the waist, he sat her on his hips. Frederick noticed that he was older than his mistress. They looked into each other's eyes. The girl wondered how childish behavior was related to age. And then, moving closer to his lips, she said that if he grew a beard, she wouldn't be able to do that. Serena kissed the guy lightly, and then finished, because she would be injecting herself. And looking into his eyes, she asked who would lose then. Bloom asked to kiss him. The mistress slowly approached his lips and stopped. She whispered that she didn't want to. Let him do it. Azer asked his friend in the library where his wife was going. The guest was surprised by the question, but replied that she was going on a picnic apparently, since a maid with a basket was following them. The gentleman thought that his wife was carefreely enjoying her vacation, which meant that she had not yet come to her senses. He called Raoul and ordered him to go and bring Serena right away. Serena was kissing her lover at a picnic under a tree. Suddenly, a small rustle nearby caught her attention. She opened her eyes. Raoul was standing behind the tree, muttering something, covering his eyes with his hands. The girl called out to him. The guy started apologizing and then said that the gentleman had asked to accompany her to him. The brunette clarified right now. The secretary, still closing his eyes, answered that yes. Azer needed to talk to his wife. She thought irritably that since he had decided to train her, she should come running at the first call. Serena replied that she did not want to go anywhere right now. Raoul, hesitating, asked to go anyway. Otherwise, there would be problems. First of all, his. The guy began to get nervous and think about what to do if the spouses quarreled again. Then the atmosphere in the house would be terrible. The girl smiled and replied that the secretary shouldn't worry. There wouldn't be any problems. And anyway, why did he decide that? Serena beckoned the guy to come closer. Raoul approached hesitantly. The brunette asked him to bend over a little. She began to whisper that it was a secret. The thing was that his master would soon be finished. The secretary instantly blushed and said not to joke like that anymore. The girl took a deep breath. For the first time in a long time, she went out to get some fresh air, but everything was ruined. Serena threw the guy a bag of cookies. He was surprised by such a gift. The mistress ordered to eat everything to the last crumb. This would be his punishment for spoiling the mood. She stood up and turned around ready to go. The girl would let her husband get away with this trick, but only this once. Let him say thank you to Raoul. Out loud, she asked the secretary to tell his master that she would be late. She needed to change. Then, calling Frederick, Serena headed toward the house. The men were working on paperwork when there was a knock at the door, and the secretary announced that the lady had arrived. Azer asked to be invited in. The girl entered, her heels clicking. Robus perked up. He was glad to see him again. The guest noticed the change of clothes and complimented his appearance. He was upset that they had not managed to talk earlier and was about to leave, but he would be glad to have a cup of coffee in her company. The husband muttered for her to sit down, as she had something to read. Limping slightly through the pain, with her head held high, Serena walked across the office to the desk and sat down in the chair. She asked what she wanted to read. Then, crossing her arms over her chest, the girl confidently ordered it to be brought. Ravitz was delighted, but her husband gave her a cold look. He jumped up from the sofa and asked his wife what she was doing. The guest decided to retreat under the noise. Already at the door, he said that it was time for him to go and quickly slammed the door. Graham went up to his wife and told her to get up from his desk. Her place is next to him at another table. But Serena objected. She replied that her husband knew perfectly well that her grandmother and mother had occupied this table, so she would work here, and not at the secretary's table. The man got angry. He didn't have time to argue with her about this. She had to get up, but his wife wasn't going to give in. She suggested dotting the I's. She wants Azer to understand that even if he teaches her, she will not be his subordinate. Therefore, he will sit at the other table. Graham looked at his wife strangely. Then he reached out, grabbed the armrests of the chair and lifted it up with the girl. Serena was indignant and screamed at him to put her back in her place, but the man continued to carry her to the secretary's desk, and kicking over an unnecessary chair, he placed his wife in a chair near the desk. Without leaving his wife's side, he suggested that this annoying missus listen to him attentively. If she wanted to become the mistress of this place, then first she had to get the appropriate qualifications. Azer squeezed the armrests and continued to say that she couldn't do anything on her own, but decided to sit down in the place for which her ancestors had shed sweat and blood. This is an absolute lack of conscience with such blatant self-confidence. Then he asked her if she was at all ashamed. His wife was snoring loudly. She is Serena's serenity. She has her grandmother's and mother's blood in her veins. She has every right to sit here even if she does nothing. No one else can take this place. Her husband, hovering over her, began to ask questions about whether this was true, and whether she was worthy of occupying it. In her opinion, it was enough to simply have the same blood to occupy this table. He thought his wife respected her relatives, and did not expect that this respect was not supported by anything. As soon as the place became empty, she immediately settled in there. Serena bristled. She ordered Azer to shut his mouth. Then she asked him what he knew. Her husband offered to prove it. If she truly valued her family, she shouldn't be so frivolous about such things. The girl didn't understand. Graham offered to prove that she had the right to sit in this place. Not to him, not to anyone else, but to herself. Let her throw the hotel's anniversary celebration a proper one, from the guest list to the celebration itself, the formal dinner and the after-party. Then he'll let her sit here. Serena was surprised, so her husband would trust her with the leadership. The feast is the one day when all the hotel rooms are empty, and the most important day of the year for Serenity's line. In the middle of summer, the hotel hosts a private party for the cream of society. Of course, sometimes ordinary people are invited there. However, usually the guest list includes members of the royal family and the most highly respected citizens. Therefore, the invitation is like a symbol of power and honor. And every year, the hottest topic is speculation about who will take part in the celebration this time. Just one invitation can give or take away power. So whether it's an unspoken promise or a threat, it needs to be sent carefully and thoughtfully. It also needs to be versatile and harmonious, like a dish from a chef, which is made from ingredients that create a fantastic taste. Perfect, without a single flaw. Personal relationships, information and satisfaction, everything must be calculated to the smallest detail. And since even compiling a guest list is a complicated business, the ladies of Serenity were already deep in work months before the anniversary. A couple of years ago, Granny once told Serena, "They must become those who follow the guests like a shadow, but at the same time blind with their light." After all, even if there are many different stories on the pages, the title of the book is Serenity. A granddaughter shouldn't forget about it. The holiday is so important and it should be so perfect. Serena asked her husband if he even understood that there was only a month left. Aza replied that this was precisely why she had to try, starting from today. The girl was confused. She asked what he was suggesting she do. After all, she didn't even know where to start. The husband pointed to a stack of books on the table. He said that these books contained all the information about the anniversary celebrations. Raoul had to work hard to organize it all, so she needs to read everything carefully and figure out what to do. And also learn everything. There shouldn't be any big changes in this year's guest list. So he would return to the conversation when his wife had read it all. Serena turned in her chair and headed for the exit. Azer noted with a little malicious glee that she had given up. The lady turned her head slightly in his direction and replied that he himself had said that everything needed to be read. To concentrate, she needed water, a blanket, a robe, and comfortable shoes. After all, reading will take a lot of time. That's why she doesn't want to be here with him. So she will read in a place comfortable for herself. The servants will bring all the documents to her chambers. And they will meet in a week because there is quite a lot to read. Serena asked her husband at the end if he was satisfied, and without waiting for an answer, limped to the door. Grayon smiled, scratched his forehead and said, "What a princess." Taking hold of the door handle, the girl froze, hearing her husband's last phrase. The man quickly approached the door and slammed the door with his foot. The lady started and asked what he was doing. Azer, holding the pen with his hand, turned to his wife, calling her princess again. It seemed she had misunderstood. He meant that she needed to read everything today. Serena asked him indignantly if he had gone mad. Then she asked how she could read and learn all of that in one day. There were 4 volumes. It seemed he was planning to torture her instead of teaching her. The man, continuing to hold the door, reminded her that she herself had said that there was only a month left until the anniversary, and that she needed to prepare a lot of things. But she wanted to read for a whole week. If she wanted to embarrass herself in front of everyone, she could read it leisurely, enjoying herself like a princess. Then, bowing his head slightly, Grayon remarked that he was sorry to disappoint her. But it wasn't 4 volumes. The lady turned her head and noticed about 10 books. Serena was shocked by what she saw. Later that evening, Iser and his partner were seeing Mr. Jackerson off at a business meeting at the hotel. Robus shook his hand and wished him a safe journey. The man thanked him and noted that no matter how many times he came here, this hotel always delighted him to the depths of his soul. It was a beautiful and noble hotel, worthy of being called the main asset of the kingdom. The owner of the car company was very hopeful about the cooperation, as Azer mentioned that he was favorable to his proposal. It was an honor for him to meet and talk with them after a long time. Grayon countered that it was a great honor for them to meet him in person. After all, they had contacted him so unexpectedly. Surely his wife would be pleased too when she heard today's news. Iser promised to contact the guest after he, his wife, and the hotel managers discussed his proposal. Jackerson remembered Miss Serena. He had met her several times at the celebration. She was still a schoolgirl then. She must have become a real lady now. He hadn't seen her for quite a while, so he had managed to forget about her a little. The man extended his hand. He hoped Grayon would speak well of him to Miss Serena, since they would be making the decision together. Ravitz asked how much the partnership would benefit the hotel. The owner of Curson replied that in 5 to 7 years, there would be far more cars on the streets than carriages. As long as cars were becoming popular, their company would flourish. The man then continued that Serena probably didn't know much about cars or running a hotel, so he was asking. But Azer interrupted him, asking why he thought so. Jackerson was taken aback. Graham continued that he was not the only one running this hotel, so he hoped that the guest would no longer think that his wife did not know how to run a hotel, simply because she does not show up for meetings. All matters and contracts that require signatures are decided jointly by them. Therefore, Serena is quite knowledgeable about business matters, and the address Miss is no longer appropriate. The owner of the car company hesitated and tried to explain that he had misspoke and hadn't meant that. Robus smiled charmingly and approached the man. Of course they understood everything. He offered to show the guest the way. Ravitz began to admire the car in which the guest had arrived. Azer wished him a good journey and promised to contact him. Then, turning around, he ordered Raoul to prepare to leave for the mansion. The car, passing horse-drawn carriages, drove through the night city. The gentleman drove silently. The secretary noticed that the boss's mood was getting worse. If he hadn't quit smoking, he would have probably smoked a few cigars by now. Raoul's thoughts were interrupted by Azer's address. The guy shuddered in surprise. Graham continued to speak, looking out the window about how his wife had not been able to receive proper education as a child. She was a minor when the tragedy struck the family, so Iansa took over the management. The girl could do almost nothing on her own, and on the day she came of age, she was married, and the leading role that was intended for her was given to her husband. Serena didn't even think about collaborating with him from the very beginning. She believed that her husband would take everything from her and then kill her. The girl really tried to kick Azer out by any means possible, but in reality, she didn't have a single chance. After they got married and he became the manager, no one even spoke to her. People instinctively understand who has the power. Therefore, if the spouse is not around, no one listens to Serena and does not even try to talk about business. They simply inquire about their grandmother's well-being over a cup of tea, or start a conversation about dresses and jewelry. They don't care at all about what she says. Raoul listened attentively to the gentleman and understood that he was speaking correctly. Everyone really only greeted Azer, even if Lady Serena was nearby. They tried to strike up a conversation with him in any way. The man went on to say that in fact everyone knew that even though they were married, Iansa had entrusted the management of the hotel to a stranger. This only proved that his wife did not have enough skills yet. Because of this, the girl who had hoped to become the head of Serenity became forgotten and unimportant in an instant. A very small, incompetent girl, especially in the eyes of people like Jackerson, who knew her as a child. Naturally, it wasn't his wife's authority that mattered to Azer back then, but the resurrection of the hotel. So he let her be treated like that. Several years passed and she gave up, realizing the futility of her efforts. Her husband decided not to interfere and resigned himself to her behavior. The secretary remembered that Frederick had just arrived at that time. Now that the hotel had returned to its grandeur, the situation had changed. The gentleman turned to Raoul and said that it was necessary to make sure that no one dared to neglect Serena. Her authority is equal to the authority of business. Even if she is like an abandoned kitten now, it is unknown what kind of predator she will become if she is raised correctly. Therefore, the master does not take responsibility for other people, but they must always listen and understand her. Serena is also a mistress for Raoul. He must not forget about it. The guy agreed. The men were met in the mansion by Sui. Azer immediately asked where his wife was and what she was doing. The maid replied that she was in the outbuilding. While the masters were away, the girl spent the entire time there. She even asked to bring lunch there. The husband was surprised. Probably she collected all the books and went to a place comfortable for her. The secretary noticed that the archives were missing, so he assumed that the lady had taken them. Then he noticed a broken leg on his office chair. He was very curious about what had happened. Raoul turned to Azer. It turns out that he made the lady learn this pile of archives. This is too much. Even the guy had to study all this material for a long time, and he has an excellent memory. The gentleman agreed that no matter how smart a person is, it is physically very difficult to remember so much information in a few hours. The man straightened the stack of documents. The secretary was trying to fix a broken chair leg. He thought it was cruel to assign such a task to his wife when he knew it was impossible. But Grayon replied that Serena would cope. The guy didn't understand. Putting the stack on the table, the gentleman explained that when they appeared here, They had to spend a lot of time learning all the customs of this house. However, for the girl, everything written in these books are ordinary things that she has observed all her life. Maybe the wife does not realize it now, but she already knows the contents of those books very well. Having sorted out the documents, Azer left the office. The servants watched the gentleman walking along the corridors. Raoul was a little worried because he noticed that the boss was not going to the bedroom at all. It looked like he was heading for the outbuilding. Sui agreed that he was. She said that the lady would be terribly displeased. No one was allowed in there, not even Frederick. Grayon entered the outbuilding. The parquet creaked under his feet. He looked around. This building was the oldest in the estate. It was where the hotel's construction began, so to speak. This is where Serena spent a lot of time as a child. This building is a place of privacy for the family members. Apart from them, only a limited number of servants are allowed to enter. Now it is the lady's private corner. After the death of her family, she became the only one who goes there. Sui told all this earlier in the office. They also never go inside, only to clean. The missus does not accept even this, but the servants are worried that the dust will harm her health. However, Serena has become less frequent there since Mr. Bloom appeared. Azer looked at the rooms carefully. There was a living room with soft checkered furniture, a fireplace, a cozy spot with books by the window, high ceilings, balconies. It was the only place in the house that the man had not touched. There were 2 reasons for this. First, it was reserved for members of Serenity's family. And secondly, there are no expensive things here that could be used to cover debts. So this building was of no particular value to him. The first and last time Grayon came here was 4 years ago. But even then he couldn't really see anything. To his surprise, there was little space there and this place didn't fit with the image of Serenity at all. The gentleman was told that in the outbuilding the wife spent time only in her room. Azer headed in that direction, and seeing a strip of light under the door, knocked. There was no answer. He took hold of the handle and slowly opened the door. The room still had traces of the past. Gift boxes, a bunch of stuffed animals, dolls, and other trinkets. Her family was close-knit. Serena had been surrounded by warmth and love since she was little. In the back of the room, he saw a girl's silhouette. She was sitting on the windowsill, wrapped in a blanket, peacefully snoring. The husband came to check on his wife's progress, and it turned out that she was having a nap. He remembered Dr. Estance's words that because of his wife's sleep problems, she might experience a loss of energy during some activity. At times like these, it's best to let her rest, since she can't control it. Azer came closer. Serena fell asleep with the book open in her hands. The man stood over the girl for a while, wondering what to do with this capricious princess. Then he carefully picked her up in his arms along with the blanket and carried her to the bed. Having laid his wife on the pillows, Grayon couldn't help but admire her. It was the first time he had seen such an innocent expression on her face. Now, in her sleep, she looked her age, a young girl, but when she's around him, she looks like an old witch. The gentleman looked around and noticed that the food was practically untouched. She really does eat like a bird. Then he saw books. It was obvious that Serena had read half of what he had given her. Even though his wife had grown up in Serenity, the books described the events themselves as well as the setting of that time. If she didn't have the initial knowledge, it would be hard for her to master even one of these books. Azer went to the textbooks and took one of the ones he had read. He glanced at the pages and noticed that his wife had even managed to make notes. Not a bad result. He remembered that Serena had always topped the rankings of students at the royal school. Fortunately, it paid off. Having closed the publication, the man placed it on top of the pile. But the textbook did not stay on the pyramid of books, and dragging all the others along with it, landed noisily on the floor. The noise woke Serena. She blinked, restoring her vision, and wondered when she had fallen asleep. Seeing the blurry silhouette of a man, she decided it was Frederick. But realizing that he would not have come to the outbuilding, she saw and recognized her husband more clearly. Her eyes suddenly opened completely. She jumped out of bed with the thought of why he was here, and suddenly staggered. The lady remembered an overheard telephone conversation a few years ago. She heard Azer's voice from behind an open door. He was telling someone that he was watching her. She lives as if she were dead. For now, such quiet behavior is to their advantage. But if over time she becomes useless, they will have to get rid of her. The husband continued speaking. He suggested using it as long as possible, and when it gets in the way, they'll kill it. They'll feed the public this incident as an accident. People will quickly forget about it. After a short pause, he continued to say that they were nothing to each other. There was no affection. He didn't give a damn about her, alive or dead. So if they decide to get rid of her, he washes his hands of her. Then he added that he would look for a suitable chance and said to wait. Based on what she had heard, Serena thought that even if he were to teach her, he could not be trusted. So she quietly opened the drawer of her bedside table and took out the revolver. She had to be vigilant. The girl took the weapon with both hands and pointed it at her husband. She would not give him everything like her grandmother, and would not allow her to use it. His words were not to be trusted. The wife asked Azer what he was doing here. The man didn't show it, but he wondered if she kept the gun around because of him. Feelings of mistrust, hatred, and hostility had long since taken root in her heart. Grayon answered out loud that he had come to check on her on the assignment she was supposed to complete today. There were only 10 minutes left until midnight, and his wife was sleeping soundly. Azer began to slowly approach the girl. His last name somehow prompted her to grab the gun. Serena, still pointing the gun at her husband, shouted at him to stay back. But her husband managed to snatch the gun from her hands quickly and sharply. Then he aimed it at her head and said that she had to aim by pulling the trigger. It would be scarier that way. If you just point a gun at someone, people might doubt whether it's real or not. Then, quickly moving the sight to the vase behind the bed, the man fired. The ceramic shattered into pieces. Serena winced. Grayon cocked the gun again, the cylinder turning. He continued to say that the man would only understand when he heard the sound of the cylinder turning. That meant the enemy was ready to shoot now. The girl looked at the barrel aimed right between the eyes. She asked how he dared to aim at her. The husband in response asked how she dared to threaten him with a weapon in such a ridiculous way. After all, she can't even do the job she was given. Azer pressed the barrel of a revolver right to his wife's head. It turns out that his words mean nothing to her. With Serena at gunpoint, the man mentally addressed his dead friend. He apologized to Harper for not being as nice to his sister as he was, and he probably wouldn't be able to fulfill his request. He remembered a conversation many years ago, when they were still students. They were walking home from class, calmly strolling through the streets of the city. Harper was still alive then. He said he read in the newspaper that his family had bought the Celtes Bank. They had been working towards this for many years and had finally achieved what they wanted. The boy admired the Grayon lineage and said it was amazing. Then young Serenity added that if you think about it, a construction company and a bank are inseparable. 17-year-old Azer replied that he was not particularly interested in management. The older brother and father do most of this. The boy was surprised and said that they were similar in this. His management wasn't very appealing either. Grayon asked why, to which he received the answer that the hotel would be inherited by his sister. And he wanted to travel the world and own a small travel agency. The friend wanted to first of all go to places where no man had ever set foot. Harper was a very sincere and sympathetic friend. Usually when people hear news, they start to wash the bones of the Grayon family, accuse them of inhuman and vile actions. But Harper, unfortunately, always thought differently. He was the only one who talked to him during his studies as if nothing had happened. When everyone else treated Azer with prejudice, the friend dreamily continued that, naturally, he would study hard and become a good older brother, reliable, who would support him at any time. Serena would be proud of him. Then he humorously noted that because of Azer, he was always in second place in his studies. And his sister said that she wanted to go to Dalencourt as soon as possible because she found studying interesting. Serena says she'll definitely be the best student. The guy smiled, as if it was that easy. Then he turned to Grayon. He thought his friend wouldn't be able to not do management at all. Even if there is an older brother, he will still have to take on some of the work. After all, his family's business is huge. Azer sighed sadly and replied that it would probably be like that. Harper turned and looked straight at his interlocutor. He asked his friend if this really happened, then let him take care of his sister when she became the head of Serenity, and he extended his hand to seal the request with a handshake. The boy remarked that it must have been fate that they had become friends. It was his first and last request. Azer could not promise anything then, because he knew that their relationship could change over time. If his family wanted, Serena could easily become their enemy. But he believes that he keeps his word as long as he controls Serenity. He turned his attention to his wife, who was sitting in front of him. He was doing all this for her own good. The girl asked him if he thought she had magic, because he had given her a lot of information to learn in such a short time. He needed to read children's stories. There was plenty of that. The husband replied that she should not have slept. That was imprudent. Serena clutched the sheets. She tried her best to keep her eyes open, but she fell asleep. She even managed to walk to bed. How could she possibly appear like that in front of her husband? She was so fed up with this. His wife angrily said that if he was going to kill her, then let him do it here and now. Azer needed to stop pretending to give her a chance and then doing all this nonsense. The man chuckled. It turns out she can swear too. But he told her that he would use her to his heart's content. And when she became useless, then he would think about her offer. The girl flared up and called him a scoundrel. Now he even says it openly. Still holding the revolver near her head, the husband reminded her that she said she didn't trust him, that he would use her, betray her, kill her, take everything away. In that case, Grayan recommended using him too. His wife didn't understand. He explained that she needed to calculate the moment for betrayal, then kill him and take everything. Then the game will be fair. Azer proposed to put their lives on the line. Each of them will strive for their own goal, and having achieved it, they will point guns at each other. If she shot first, he would accept his death with honor. But if she couldn't handle it, he began removing the bullets from the revolver's cylinder. Before she could turn around, her husband would kill her. The bullets clanged at the girl's feet. Grayan asked if she understood. Then he held out the disarmed pistol. Serena glanced at it and grabbed the weapon abruptly. The man was about to leave when his wife asked a question. She squeezed the gun with all her might. She was interested in what deal his grandmother had made with him 4 years ago. What would he get for it? Azer paused at the door for a moment. He didn't answer her question, but he said that they would go to the hotel together tomorrow. She had to be ready. And he closed the door behind him. Early in the morning, a maid knocked on Serena's door. The mistress allowed her to enter. Opening the door, Sui saw that the girl had already gotten up. Yawning, she replied that her husband had said that they would go to the hotel today. The brunette was still sitting in bed next to Frederick, so the maid suggested starting the preparations with a bath. The mistress sleepily agreed. She really wanted to sleep. Bloom asked his mistress to put on comfortable shoes, as it was a long day ahead and her ankle was still bothering her. Serena smiled and said that everything was fine. Frederick was a little alarmed by her smile. He could not understand why she was in such a good mood. During the night, a shot was heard from the outbuilding and the lady was very excited when she returned. So he raised himself and hugged her from behind. Then he kissed her bare shoulder, wishing her a good journey. In the bathroom, while soaping Serena, Sui asked how the preparations for the anniversary party were going. After all, there wasn't much time left. The girl replied that it wouldn't be easy since it was her first time, but she thinks she can do it. The maid, continuing to soap with a washcloth, was in awe and admiration at the sight of her mistress's determination. She will do everything she can to help. Serena wondered out loud why Azer had decided to go to the hotel with her today. He knew how much work she had to do. In the past, if there were any questions about the hotel, they would discuss them over dinner. Or he was simply passing the documents through Raoul. Although, of course, it looked more like she was simply being informed of a decision already made. Sui suggested that perhaps her husband wanted his wife to participate in the management as well, so that the lady could think over decisions together with him, as a full-fledged owner of the hotel. Serena looked away thoughtfully. Grayan had pissed her off so much that she hadn't fallen asleep until dawn. She had dipped herself completely into the water. Her husband did whatever came into his head. She was going to finish reading her textbooks, and now she had to go to the hotel. The girl was irritated by everything. She began to grumble that she hadn't been there for a long time and didn't know what clothes to wear, what jewelry. The maid smiled. She knew that her mistress was only pretending not to like it, but in reality she was looking forward to it. After leading the dressed Serena to the car, Sui wished her a safe journey and slammed the door. The couple sat in the back seat in complete silence. The girl glanced sideways at her husband. He advised to wait for the moment to betray. You just have to wait and she will definitely shoot first. The car started moving and drove out of the estate gates. Early in the morning, while in her bed, Mrs. Iansa answered an important phone call. It was Sui, her granddaughter's maid, calling to inform her that Serena had gone to the hotel with her husband that day. She is also responsible for the preparations for the hotel's anniversary. The lady said that she and Azer made this decision together. The old woman listened attentively. And then she asked the maid to stay close to her granddaughter and help her with everything, since there was not much time left. The girl replied that she would do everything possible. Eunsa hung up and smiled. The car pulled up to the entrance of the hotel. The couple got out of the car and started walking up the steps. Azer said that today she could enter through the main entrance, since she had not been here for a long time. However, in the future it is necessary to use the back door for the staff because there are guests in the lobby. The staff greeted them at the entrance. General Manager Logan was the first to personally greet Miss Serena. The lady thanked him and called the man Uncle Logan, but then corrected herself and addressed him more formally. The director smiled and told her to continue calling him Uncle when they were alone. It was more familiar and comfortable for him. The girls smiled back and they all headed to the conference room. Having settled down at the table, Logan offered the lady to look through some documents. At the moment, he brought only those that she needed to read first. On the table was a whole pile of papers sorted into folders. Serena picked up the first one that came to hand. The director explained that on the left were the reports on the hotel's organizational system, and on the right were the quarterly calculations, so she could look at them by category. The manager misinterpreted the lady's reaction. He tried to correct himself by pointing out the large number of papers, and suggested not to sign these documents right now. You can read them without rushing. Azer thought that it wasn't because there were so many documents. It seemed that his wife was even happy about it. Probably because for the first time she received the reports directly in her hands. Serena had a strange feeling at this time. These documents were not just handed to her, but for the first time they were entrusted to her personally. Her husband watched the girl's reaction. Reviving the Serenity line and the hotel was all he had to do. It wasn't his job to train his wife. He only gave her small tasks sometimes when she was too intrusive. Gran didn't think it was any different with Eunsa. When too much was asked of her, there must have been barely enough time for her granddaughter. And she was ill. The lady had no time, and he had no reason. Serena had no one to listen to her. He wondered how his wife had survived all this, with her pride. After all, she reacted like that to a simple report, even if it was the first. Logan suggested a break, but the lady ordered them to continue. The man handed over documents, explaining that they were a budget plan for expanding the terrace of the suite and a contract with a construction company. The contract is preliminary. If Serena approves it after reading it, they can immediately contact a lawyer. The girls saw similarities with the contract that was drawn up 12 years ago. At that time, the ceiling in the lobby was being renovated. Her grandmother had given her those documents to look at, and the terms were familiar. Azer often uses them during telephone conversations, so she understood their meaning. The lady smiled contentedly. It was all somehow unusual. It felt like I had learned a question by heart during an exam. The director continued, pointing to the safety manual. It was expanded and rewritten. And below is the plan for the Christmas project. Serena took a glass of water with lemon. She tried to curb her excitement. Taking small sips, she tried to concentrate. The report continued. The number of VIP clients has increased recently, therefore more concierges are needed. It would be nice to hire 2 more. And so on. After 2 hours, Serena's head was completely filled with all sorts of information. She had had enough. The excitement had evaporated. The ardor had waned. The break was only 15 minutes, and Logan kept saying that both the banquet hall and the guest rooms were fully booked until the end of the year. But of course, on the anniversary of the hotel's opening, they would be vacated. Then he asked what to do with Michelin. They would pay higher rent or provide staff support, and in return we would have to adjust the renovation to suit them. Grayan replied that they refused, because if they agreed for money, then from now on they would be sitting on their necks. Besides, there would be problems if rumors started to spread. In the long run, the losses would outweigh the benefits. Then the gentleman began to inquire about the lot that had been started for the opening of the Selters Hotel by the Grayon family. The director replied that the bidding was invalid. They say that recently there have been more cases of buying land for building hotels. It is unclear whether they want to take the place of Serenity or not. Azer asked to closely monitor that site. Then the gentleman suggested that he turn to Mr. Relton for help regarding the auction. He asked Raoul to contact him and set up a phone call for 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The guy wrote it down. To Serena, all this talk was just noise. She glanced at her husband. He seemed different to her when she saw him working. He was really busy, and when he gets home, he'll have to deal with the estate's affairs. hotel affairs, house affairs. He really has a lot of work to do. Then there were discussions about the company Curson Machines. The director looked at the terms of the contract, and it seemed that they tried to give them more favorable conditions. After all, their company needs rich clients of their hotel. Azer noted that it would be more convenient for them to use cars for transportation than horse-drawn carriages. He believed that this would be a mutually beneficial cooperation. However, some points need to be verified. Pushing the papers aside, he added that they would make a final decision after another meeting. Graham would invite their director to the hotel in the coming days. Therefore, everything needs to be prepared for his arrival. Just don't overdo it. Otherwise, it will seem as if they are serving them, not holding a meeting. Everything should be in moderation. Last time the conversation was too long because of the long meal. Logan said that he understood everything. Raoul was writing down all the instructions of the master. Serena wondered how long it would take to become as skilled at steering. If she tried, she should be able to do it. As she assessed her husband, she wondered what was really behind his imperturbable mask. On the one hand, he was saying that he was waiting for a chance to kill her. On the other hand, his promise to train her sounded sincere. Everything was too complicated and the girl didn't like it. Anyway, now she could only act according to his plan, and it was annoying. She needed to develop her own plan. To take her mind off things, Serena decided to look through the documents. She picked up a folder and began flipping through the papers. One report caught her eye. Azer noticed the pause and asked if there were any complications. The lady replied that it was not the matter. Logan joined the conversation and said that she was keeping the budget for the expansion of the terrace. Serena noticed that the estimate had suddenly increased. The processing costs had remained the same, but the price of raw materials had suddenly doubled. Her husband took the tablet with the papers to double-check. It turns out that the reports that Raoul gave to his wife, she studied them all from beginning to end. And he thought that his wife did not read them at all, or only skimmed them superficially. She even remembered the amount. Graham confirmed that the amount had doubled compared to the last report he had received. Logan replied that they had agreed with the company on the patio floor tiles, but it turned out that the material for these tiles, stone, was no longer mined, so they had to negotiate directly with the stone supplier, which made the price even higher. Azer asked about Plan B. The director replied that he would have to use other tiles. He made inquiries, but the other materials were much worse, and the budget for custom production would be much higher. And what's even more problematic is that the renovations will take a long time. Graham wondered what would happen if they didn't finish on time. An empty suite would be a big blow to business. Therefore, the most reasonable decision at the moment is to agree with the price of the family that owns the quarry and finish the construction as quickly as possible. Serena crossed her arms. She asked if Dorothea's family owned the small stone mine. Logan confirmed it and wondered how she had guessed. Then the girl asked if she could try to negotiate with them about reducing the price. Azer looked at his wife in surprise, and the director asked if she wanted to do it personally. The girl replied that as far as she knew, the price tag for this stone could not be that high, even though this stone is no longer mined. More importantly, the Dorothea family was trying to get rid of the mineral as quickly as possible, selling it for next to nothing. So Serena thinks the family is just testing them out. The lady decided to explain. Her mother advised her to sometimes attend masquerade parties or other similar evenings. In such places, people easily get drunk, because everyone remains incognito. So there is a great opportunity to listen to stories from people with clouded minds and alcohol-induced vigilance. Stories they won't remember tomorrow. It was on one of those evenings that Serena overheard Dorothea's conversation with her friend. At first, she complained that she was going crazy from her old man's daily sighs. The debts are only piling up, and he wants to resume work in the mine where everything has long since ended. Extraction and storage of stones is very expensive. Everything was fine when the jewels first appeared, and now it's just unbearable and irritating. After all, factories now produce cheap substitutes. It's easier to buy factory goods. Her friend advised her to remarry, but it's not that important anymore. The Dorothea family noticed that Serenity was in a hurry, and so they apparently decided to make money at their expense. The director was surprised. He did not know what a reasonable price was, since he was told it was a precious stone. The girl began to complain that at first they sold for pennies, and then suddenly raised the price. It was so low. She decided that this family would not receive invitations in the future, no matter how sophisticated they were. Logan said it was good that he had said so. If it hadn't been for the lady, they would have suffered considerable losses. Azer said that the price was certainly alarming, but they couldn't refuse. But they can negotiate, referring to the previous price, which was much lower. Serena was a little embarrassed and began to tug at a lock of hair. She found out the necessary information completely by accident, and was able to use it in time. And this gives her a little pride. The husband continued that it would be difficult to agree to renegotiate for this reason alone. The wife turned to him with distrust. She asked why. It was unprofitable for them to store the stones. The debts were increasing every day. It would be reasonable to get rid of the stones even at a low price. Grayon replied that even if that were the case, it would be difficult to reduce the price sharply when it had already been inflated to the sky. Besides, they were in no position to give in when they were heavily in debt. Deals made by pressing on the other party's weaknesses usually have disappointing consequences, and should be avoided if possible. Serena admitted that if they agreed to negotiate, they would admit that they had overcharged. It would be a bad deal for them, too. The question then became, what was the best course of action? After all, they can't buy the stones at twice the inflated price. Azer replied that they should make Dorothea want to lower the price themselves. The wife was very surprised how. This family is drowning in debt, so they really need money. It's not for nothing that the stone was labeled precious. The husband asked if the mine was really abandoned and had run out of minerals. The girl replied that the family was trying to get rid of the mine because it was not producing anything. Azer thought for a moment, then asked Raoul to instruct Robus to find out what Dorothea's financial situation was, and also the actual state of their mines, so that they could verify the information. The director noticed that the gentleman had already thought of something. The man replied that there was a man he had met on a business trip. He was looking for land where he could build a power plant. Grayon guessed that the Dorothea mine was probably founded 43 years ago on the northern edge of the Nakla Mountains. He wanted to help them out and introduce them to each other. The land and conditions that the man was looking for were just right. Raoul remembered the gentleman and admired the fact that the boss remembered everything. Even though it was only mentioned in passing, the deal could actually be a good one. Nowadays, abandoned mines are being converted into industrial facilities, such as factories and power plants. This mine is on the outskirts and it is already empty, so the conditions should be suitable in many ways. The girl understood the whole scheme, according to which everyone would benefit. The director would get the plot, Dorothea would sell the stones in the mine, and Serenity would buy the stones at a better price, and it would be easier than bargaining directly. And most importantly, they would get what they wanted without risking their reputation. Now she understood why her grandmother had said that connections were important, and even casual words should not be ignored. Iser banged his tablet and said that this needed to be thought through in detail, so they would postpone the deal for a bit. Logan agreed. If the deal worked out, they would keep most of the budget. Then he added that the couple worked well together. The husband exhaled loudly. Serena winced and asked again what the director had said. The manager hesitated and asked what was wrong. Grayon stood up, pushing back his chair, and suggested that they end the meeting there. The lady agreed that they should end the meeting. They had been sitting for so long that her leg was swollen and starting to hurt, but she clenched her teeth to hide the pain. Iser mustn't see her limp. Logan offered to stay for lunch, but Grayon said he had other plans. Serena said she was busy preparing for the anniversary party too, so she had to go. Although she really wanted to go home because of the pain in her ankle. Logan suggested that she visit the master suite, because he heard that the lady was busy organizing the party this year. So they prepared a small gift for her in the private room. The girl replied that she would certainly drop by, and she left, clicking her heels, overcoming the pain. Azer looked after her warily. The director, seeing the hostess off to her car, wished her a good journey, but asked her to stay for lunch next time, since the new summer menu was wonderful. The lady smiled and promised to do so. She also thanked him for the gift and asked him to leave it there so that she could enjoy it every time she came. The car was about to leave when one of the hotel maids ran up and handed Serena a package. She said that Mr. Iser had asked her to give it to him. The girl was surprised and opened the package. What she saw angered her, but the workers were touched by the low-heeled shoes that she had given them. The maid remarked that who would have thought that the master could be so caring. He was worried that his wife's feet would hurt. The director was interested in how the maid knew her foot size. The worker replied that she had bought more than 100 pairs of shoes for clients, so she could tell the size by sight. Logan started to talk about what was right, because an important event was coming up and the lady didn't need to get hurt. But Serena reacted differently to the gift. She grabbed the package and crumpled it. The girl thought that her husband had made a fool out of her. Without saying a word, he had become a gentleman and made her look like an idiot. She angrily threw the gift out of the car, and she had tried so hard to hide the pain, and no one else noticed. The hotel workers were very surprised by the lady's reaction. Serena continued to think about why nothing was working, even if she tried to be strong in front of her husband. He is the complete opposite of Frederick. Whatever Serena does, he easily calculates her actions in advance, as if he sees right through her. She ordered the driver to go home quickly. The girl clutched the fabric of her skirt tightly. She hated this feeling. She yelled at the driver again to go faster. Azer watched his wife leave. When she threw away the package, he chuckled and noted ironically that she really liked his gift. Serena was driving in the car angry and couldn't calm down. Her leg hurt and her head started spinning from anger. She had to see Frederick soon. But the girl suddenly realized that from now on she had to use her time wisely. Sui was meeting the lady. She began to wonder if the lady would change first, have lunch or meet Bloom. But Serenity refused and said that she would spend the whole day in the outbuilding. Let them bring more water there. She also ordered that the empty room next to the bedroom be converted into an office. And a new phone with a different number needs to be installed in the office, because she will have a lot of work from now on. It was strange that after 4 years, Azer suddenly changed tactics and decided to train her. Serena didn't know his exact plan, but since he brought Serenity back to life, he must be preparing to take the hotel back. She pulled open the drawer in her bedside table and pulled out a revolver. In this case, you need to get ahead of your husband. She must learn everything and get comfortable at work to be ready to manage alone. And then the spouse will dissolve the marriage. And this will be the moment of her betrayal. Serena walked over to the stack of textbooks and picked one up. After the divorce, Azer would lose all authority as head of the family. He would no longer be able to rule Serenity as he pleased. The Grayon family is said to be cunning, quick-witted, and good at communicating with people. Their intelligence also makes them good at business. She must have seemed too impatient and inept in his eyes all this time. But now the situation was different. There was a knock at the door. It was Sui who had brought water, lunch, and things on a cart. She asked why the lady needed so much water. The lady replied that if she started to fall asleep, she would need to wake up in any way, for example, by pouring water over herself. She would not allow what happened in the morning. The maid noticed that Serena had become even more determined after her trip to the hotel. For example, dousing herself with water was very unlike her. Sui said that they would prepare the office and the new phone as soon as possible as she requested. Then she took out and handed over the lady's favorite cashmere blanket, slippers, and comfortable clothes. And the maid thought that the mistress was hungry, so she brought light dishes. She definitely needed to eat. Serena agreed. Then the maid offered to call her if she needed anything. After Sui left, the girl began to change her clothes. She thought that the first thing she had to do was successfully hold the anniversary of the hotel's opening. And to do this, she needed to master the theory of these records. The brunette was determined to cope with everything perfectly, and not give in to either her grandmother or her mother. Dressed up, wrapped in a cozy blanket with her favorite soft toy, she began to read. Returning home through the night city, Azer asked the secretary what was up with the list. Raoul asked what list exactly the gentleman had in mind. If it was the one who shouldn't be invited, it was ready yesterday, and the boy would bring it as soon as they arrived at the estate. Grayon replied that the assistant could be free as soon as he handed over the papers. Upon arriving home, the man looked through the lists he had brought in his office. He understood that this list might be confusing now, but the result had to be perfect. The door to the office opened. Azer looked around at the sound and saw his wife in slippers. She loudly put one of the textbooks on the table. The man thought that judging by the fact that she brought the last volume, Serena answered for him that she had read everything. She repeated again that she had read all those damn books. Her husband chuckled and noted that it had taken her 2 days and it looked like she hadn't dozed off today. The girl started to get mad. If you counted, it didn't take even 24 hours. It's amazing that she managed to handle such a volume in that time. Anyone couldn't handle that. Grayon, unfastening the bracelet of his watch, answered her cheekily that she had tried very hard and could now go. Serena gritted her teeth. She certainly wasn't expecting praise or any kind of reaction, but she still thought she could see at least the slightest surprise on his face. The husband added that he believed the wife knew that understanding the content was more important than reading speed. The girl replied that it was natural. In any case, the form of the event was the same: how to organize and manage an anniversary depending on the situation, who to involve, how to contact, and finally figure out what benefit Serenity will get from it. That's the gist of it. Azer put the removed watch on the table. He accepted that Serena understood the main goal perfectly. It seemed that she had read it thoughtfully. His wife interpreted his silence as him not believing her. Then she continued. Once she understood the main idea, it became much easier to read. Besides, she already knew most of the content. She asked if the homework was done. The man replied that if she had grasped the theory, then now she needed to prepare everything properly. The husband looked her over from head to toe and said that it seemed she had rushed, coming straight after reading the last volume. It seemed to him that his wife herself did not realize what she was wearing. Serena looked at the nightdress and slippers she was wearing and was horrified. She quickly turned away, frightened. She thought she was crazy to have walked all the way to the office dressed like that. Grayon had almost never seen Serena in her house clothes before, except for his unexpected visits. She wasn't trying to look good. She just didn't want to appear relaxed or vulnerable in front of someone she didn't feel comfortable with. Just today, the wife pretended that everything was fine and went ahead recklessly, just to avoid showing him her pain. So her current appearance speaks louder than any words. She is sincere now. As soon as the girl reached her goal, she immediately ran here, completely forgetting about her appearance. Azer thought that his wife's training would only irritate and tire him, but she is diligent and patient. She also does everything she is asked to do, although she is still too brazen. In addition, there is something to tease her about. This is very unexpected. Serena stood there, upset by her appearance, nervously biting her nail. She had come into the office fully confident that she had done everything perfectly, but now she felt like she had failed again. Thinking that all this was irritating her, she turned around with the intention of leaving. But her husband called out to her and told her to take the bag of papers with her. She turned around. Grayon said it was a list of all the people she couldn't invite. She could invite families of her choosing, but not the people listed on those papers. Serena grabbed the bag and walked out, slamming the door. She walked down the hallway feeling very tired. She felt like she was going crazy. The girl didn't get enough sleep, spent the first day in the hotel, and when she arrived, she immediately sat down with the documents and read everything. Most of all, she wanted to lie down and rest, but she definitely won't fall asleep because of the overwhelming rage. The lady suddenly opened her bedroom door and called Frederick. The man had just finished training and was half naked and sweaty. Serena stared at him and said that she couldn't do it anymore. Late in the evening, Serena was sitting at the bar of a restaurant drinking a cocktail. She was wearing a black evening dress with ruffles, her hair pulled back into a ponytail, and diamond earrings. Bloom, who was sitting next to her, reminded the lady that the doctor had advised her to abstain from alcohol while she was taking the tonic. A stance would be displeased if she found out about it. The girl put down her glass and replied that there was nothing to be done. She couldn't hold back today. She needed a drink. Frederick asked her to stop at this cocktail. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow. Serena was already cheerful from the alcohol and was smiling from ear to ear. She was surprised that she had already drunk so much. The drinks were too sweet. You couldn't tell that they were very strong. The lover realized from her broad smile that the mistress was already starting to get drunk. She loves alcohol, even though she easily gets drunk on what a child could drink. The lady was relaxed and enjoying the beautiful music. Bloom propped his head on his hand and admired Serena. He noticed that when she got drunk, she laughed like a child and gesticulated funny, and then soon he falls into a deep sleep, detached from worldly worries. He would very much like no one but him to see her like this. The girl heard echoes of someone's conversations through the music. A male voice said that someone had been very angry lately, because they would not receive an invitation from Serenity this year. Serena turned her head towards the sound of voices. She saw two men in the far corner of the restaurant. The brunette kept saying that Serenity had been turning a blind eye to a lot of things all this time. In fact, that family was fleecing the hotel owners, being their honorary commissioners or whatever. They were unscrupulous, and he would have done the same in Serenity's place. The blonde noted that their grandfather was one of the founders of this hotel. At least that's what they claimed. He asked his interlocutor if he didn't think Serenity was even more shameless. Since they decided to take all the rights away from the founders when they rose up, the brunette asked what the unknown person was going to do if he didn't get an invitation. The men then moved closer to each other and began whispering. Serena could only hear "gather 8 families" and "curious." The lady remembered the document she had torn up recently. It spoke of the annulment of the rights of all 8 families. Even though she had not signed the papers until the very end, Azer had apparently decided everything himself. If these people were true, the hotel was in trouble. Serena jumped up. She knew they were upset, but this was too much. She was so angry that she sobered up. She rose to her feet and, staggering a little, took a step to the side. But Frederick managed to grab her hand. He asked what she was going to do. The lady abruptly pulled her hand away and ordered her not to interfere and wait here. She had to find out what these people were talking about. If she could find out their plans in advance, she might be able to stop the 8 families. The girl headed towards the seated men. Besides, if she found out about everything before her husband and took action, he would definitely be surprised. A great chance to be one step ahead. Serena, with a smile on her face and a glass in her hand, walked up to the men and said hello. The gentlemen said hello. They were clearly interested in who she was. The lady said coquettishly that the gentlemen were laughing so loudly that she wondered what funny thing they were talking about. She is very curious by nature. The blonde asked if she was interested in business talks and offered to sit down with them. He asked if she was really involved in business in this area, so she was not a stranger. Serena replied that, of course. Otherwise, she would not have understood their dialogue. The girl said that although she was not one of those 8 families, her business was deeply connected with the hotel. She mentally urged them to break up quickly. She wanted to know their supposedly amazing plan, otherwise she was starting to get drunk. The blonde man was wondering if she had a big business. Then he was interested in her earrings. He noticed that they were of an unusual style. The man assumed that the lady was curious to learn a lot from him. The gentleman thought he was lucky today. A girl with a face and figure that was completely to his taste and also rich came up to him herself. He grabbed her hand and suggested that they continue the conversation elsewhere, because these were pretty serious things. The blonde added that they businessmen would have a lot of common topics. Frederick listened attentively to the conversation. He squeezed his glass tightly from tension. Serena was slow to get up. She asked if this plan was some kind of top secret. Then she added that when a man is trying to push his value, it's no fun. The blonde, not letting go of her hand, insisted that if she was curious, she should come with him, since it was too crowded and noisy here, and he knew a good place where they could talk in private. The girl began to struggle and ask him to take his hands off her. The gentleman did not have time to answer, as Bloom grabbed him by the chest and threw him aside. The man landed on his back and began to curse. The restaurant patrons were getting excited in anticipation of a fight, so Serena took Frederick's hand and suggested that they leave, because if the police came, they would not be able to avoid unnecessary fuss. Outside the establishment, the mistress began to scold her lover. After all, she had told him not to interfere. She really needed to listen to their conversation. She was a little shaky from drinking. Bloom replied that the man had never intended to tell her anything from the start. It was obvious what he wanted. He wondered if she should have been allowed to be led away to who knows where. The girl was silent. Frederick took her by the shoulders and said that she had behaved too recklessly. She must understand that it was too dangerous, even if we assume that she had hoped to hear something important. But she can't stand up straight because of the alcohol. Then he asked her if she wasn't scared at all. Serena replied that she did it because she believed in her lover. After all, he always protects her. She was going to signal him if she needed help. After all, Bloom had never drunk alcohol since he came to her house. At a lot of parties and even on days when she wanted to have a drink together like today. It's all about him wanting to stay sane, so faithfully keeping their promise. That's why Serena trusted him and did her job. Now Frederick looked really angry, just like that day at the masquerade. The girl took his face in her hands and looked into his eyes. She asked why. Was it because of the rumors that he was her concubine and lover? Or maybe he had forgotten what kind of relationship they really had. Serena remembered what happened 2 years ago. After she heard Azer talking to someone on the phone about how they would kill him if he got in the way, she immediately started looking for Sui. The maid was frightened and decided that the mistress was not feeling well. But the mistress said that a person had to be brought into the house. The maid was surprised. The girl explained that she needed a man who would be with her 24/7, no matter what else. She needed to find someone who had already killed. Serena reasoned that it didn't matter whether she was mentioned in that conversation or not. What mattered was that her husband had a plan and an accomplice. That could be a threat to her. If she really was their victim, she would be dead soon. But even if not, the girl could always be next. It's like a dog's death. Even if she doesn't like it to confront the Greyons, she needs someone who can kill. A dog can't fight a tiger. The lady was clearly nervous, so Sui hugged her a little to calm her down. Serena thought that when she was truly in danger, she needed someone who would kill the enemy without hesitation. A person without experience will doubt, even for a moment. Someone is needed who will always be on her side and will accompany the mistress everywhere, even if it is her bed. She needs a man who can protect her. And so the tall and stately Frederick Bloom appeared. There, outside the restaurant, Serena reminded the man that his job was to always be on her side and protect her from everyone, starting with Iser. He showed up at her house pretending to be her husband, and Frederick pretending to be her lover. The girl pulled Bloom's face almost close and said that walking openly with him as a bodyguard was like revealing all her cards. Whatever others may think of them, no matter how much they throw mud at her, the option of pretending to be lovers is the most plausible. Therefore, the relationship that binds her, both with Greyon and with him, is contractual. Serenity has no more sincerity after that tragedy. Everything is in the past. Therefore, between them there is a fictitious relationship, concluded only for personal interests. Of course now, unlike in the beginning, the lady values the man and trusts him completely. He really is like her lover. He listened to her silently, did everything for her without any discontent, and was the only one on her side when the girl lived like in hell. Even if it's not right, there are times when she feels terribly anxious without Frederick, and his arms seem like the only warm place in the world. Serena admits that their relationship has changed somewhat, but nothing more. She didn't expect to have feelings for him, and the guy probably thought the same. However, these feelings should not become deeper. Bloom had not been hurt by insults towards her before, and now he's starting to get annoyed. A man looks like he's on the verge of crossing the line when he's angry at people who don't deserve attention at all. They can't be the ones who start love fights. Frederick clenched his fist tightly. He would do as the lady wished, but he needed permission to enter the outbuilding. The girl was surprised. Bloom explained that this was the only place where he could not protect her. Moreover, Mr. Azer had gone in there and shots had been heard. She could have died then. If he had been an enemy, he would have looked first at the outbuilding as a place of attack. Serena replied that she kept her weapons there. Besides, there were guards in the outbuilding who kept an eye on everything. They did nothing because her husband was there. However, the girl will say not to let anyone in from now on. The lady is in charge of the celebration now, so he won't be able to do anything to her in the near future. For the same reason the husband came to the wing then. But Frederick did not understand why the lady so stubbornly did not want to let him into this building. Because no matter how strong she tried to appear, a girl who grew up as a princess does not know how to properly protect herself. Serena answered no, and that was it. And turning around, she said that she wanted to go home to sleep. Bloom knew that it was not that her methods were bad, but that the lady simply did not understand something. She protected herself in the world of common sense, but did not know how deep and dangerous the unprincipled world was beyond. The man watched the brunette stagger. That world cannot be wide, so its depths are dangerous and dark. For the same reason, for the people of that world, her protection means no more than a pebble under their feet. He caught up with the lady in 2 steps, picked her up in his arms and pressed her to his chest. Some changes mean. Indeed, for him these are also some changes. Arriving home, Frederick put the girl to bed. As he covered her while she slept, he realized that her feeble struggles, so obvious to him, were just a minor awkwardness. But he didn't know why they were making him worry and driving him crazy. After making sure Serena was fast asleep, the man quietly left the bedroom. In the corridor, he bumped into Sui. The maid noticed that they had returned late. Since the mistress had fallen asleep in his arms, it meant that she had drunk a lot. But Bloom said that she had drunk little. Most likely it was just fatigue mixed with alcohol intoxication. And she fell asleep not in a bar, but in a car. The maid asked where the man was going. If she needed anything, she could bring it. Frederick replied that everything was fine. He just wanted to borrow a book for the night. Entering the library, Bloom stopped in front of the rows of publications. Then he reached into the cabinet under the shelves. But suddenly the floor creaked slightly behind him, and a man's voice asked what he was looking for so diligently in the dead of night. Like a hungry rat. The guy looked back and saw Azer, who was casually leaning against the corner. During the entire time that the guy has been in the mansion, he has searched almost every corner. Only the master's office and bedroom remain. And also the outbuilding, which he can't get permission to enter. While checking the library shelves, Frederick realized that there was a high chance of finding it in the first building, not the main building. His search was interrupted by Azer, who called him a hungry rat. The gentleman noticed that the boy had been in this house for about 2 years. And since his actions showed impatience, he must be in a hurry. Before this, the lover always guarded Serena's sleep. But now apparently, he decided to act alone. Frederick asked how much Grayon knew about him. The gentleman replied that it was hard to say, but enough to be interested in who was behind him. The guy was quite infamous under that name. So much so that Azer had heard of him in the past, too. So he is curious as to why he came to this house and played a completely inappropriate role. There must have been someone who sent him to Serena, taking advantage of the moment when she was looking for a bodyguard. The man added, tapping his heel, that he had no particular interest in their relationship, but was simply curious to know who was behind him. Frederick realized that Grayon knew that his wife had hired the guy as security under the guise of a lover. Surely that was true. The husband was just using his powers as the head of Serenity. At the same time, it seems that Azer does not plan to kill the girl. He felt it, but Serena always lived in fear of what her husband could do to her in Serenity. This fear and hatred clouded her eyes. Of course the gentleman is acting like this now, but there is a risk that one day he will become a threat. Bloom clenched his fist. After all, when someone becomes useless, it is easier to kill them. Grayon asked to convey a message to the person standing behind the boy. He hopes that with the help of the puppet in Bloom's person, this person will find what he wants as soon as possible. The man chuckled and mentally added, until he found someone first. Then he said out loud that Frederick could go. He couldn't turn a blind eye to him stealing in front of the owner of the house. Finally, he added that Serena should continue to think that they are not the master of the house and the thief, but still a husband and lover, for the sake of their princess, who is weak in soul and body. A few days later, the lady's office was ready. The girl came to evaluate and accept the work. She looked around, noticing the smallest details. Sui asked if she liked it. They had specially selected and decorated everything according to her taste. Serena replied that everything was fine. The main office had a heavy and serious atmosphere, but here it was nicer and lighter. The maid said that if anything else was needed, just say so. The lady carefully examined the color palette, the gramophone, and the desk. On the far shelves, she noticed shelves with toys. She wondered why they brought toys. Sui answered so that the owner wouldn't be lonely. Serena was a little indignant that she was not a child anymore. The assistant was glad to see her mistress happy. Serena had been embarrassed by this appearance lately. Sui had brought toys because she wanted the girl to do her work in a good mood. She added that they also installed a telephone as the hostess had requested. The lady was delighted. Favorite scent, music, blanket, slippers, 3 types of water. Everything was there. It was just perfect. The lady ran her hand over the surface of the desk. Although she liked the way this room was decorated, she could successfully handle all her work here. But she wanted to confidently enter the main office. After all, her husband had said she could keep him busy if she could handle the celebration. Her eyes were shining with enthusiasm. Serena asked the maid if they had any business to take care of. Sui pointed to the documents. The lady asked to prepare everything that was written in them, and also to make a list of the people indicated in the paper, with information about them, so that you could contact her immediately if necessary. Then the girl decisively gave out orders. The maid noticed that the lady had become more confident, was not nervous, and it seemed it was not difficult for her at all. Serena pulled her assistant out of her thoughts by asking her to bring the manual from Raoul. The maid replied that she would then bring her something light to eat on the way. Walking along one of the corridors, the maid bumped into Frederick. She called out to him and said that she was just about to bring him coffee, while she went to get dessert for her mistress. The man turned to Sui. He thanked her but said it was unnecessary. The girl told him to call any time. She added that she had recently sent some delicious coffee beans. Sui's full name is Labman. She entered this mansion as a girl, coming from the most remote rural area of Murachevia. She climbed to her current place thanks to her tenacity and hard work. She cares for Serena and supports her even when no one is looking. And she seems to be quite sincere. She is also devoted to Serenity. If something happens in the mansion, she immediately informs Eonsa. Frederick smiled and said that he liked the coffee she brought to the garden last time. He was always grateful to Mrs. Sui. The maid blushed and said that it was nothing special. And she thought that for the first time he smiled at her, looking into her eyes. She asked what he was doing in this corridor. After all, it leads to the outbuilding. The guy replied that he was still bothered by the sound of a shot that had been fired in that place a few days ago. He was nervous and worried when the lady was there alone. The maid calmly replied that she and Mr. Iser had had a little argument, and the gun had gone off by accident. As she said this, she realized that it hadn't sounded so strange in her head. In any case, the mistress was with her husband and there was no danger, so there was no need to worry. Frederick understood from her words that Sui did not know why Serena hired him. But the man insisted that he could not close his eyes to this. After all, it concerned the life and health of the mistress. He thought that even if the mistress was wary and hated her husband, he was hired not only for this. Bloom turned to the maid. After all, she knows that the main reason he is here is Serena's safety, and it was the maid who introduced him to the mistress. The man reasoned that since the girl was filled with love for her mistress and loyalty to her, then in that case, she should definitely be sensitive to issues concerning Serena's safety. Sui agreed. When the lady ordered to find a man who had already killed, she was completely at a loss. For her own safety, keeping a murderer nearby was too contradictory and unreliable. However, at that time she was experiencing a lot of anxiety and stress, so her intention to hire security was so strong that she had to compromise and meet with a certain person. He understood what they wanted from him and proposed a candidate. Handing over the dossier, he said that given their conditions, there would be nothing to worry about. Then Sui wanted to meet this applicant, so they met Frederick in a secluded place, trying not to advertise. The maid remarked that he knew that no one could enter the outbuilding without Mrs. Serena's permission. The man replied that there were people who came there from time to clean. After all, the maid herself had ordered it. But he should at least know the location of the bedroom where she stays, so that he could quickly come if needed. The maid knew he was right. The outbuilding was quite large, though smaller than the main one. A person entering it for the first time would not be able to find the bedroom right away. Frederick continued to insist that if she was worried about him being there alone, they could go together. If they went in there together for a short time, it should be acceptable. Sui thought about it. The man had hoped that, given the issue of Serena's safety, the maid might give permission. Besides, since he had offered to go together, she would not be so wary. Sui's thoughts were elsewhere. She was happy to be alone with Frederick, even if only for a moment. She clenched her fingers nervously, but she couldn't go into the outbuilding. It wasn't a question of trust. Bloom nodded slightly and replied that he understood. But if her decision changed, she could let him know at any time. Apparently, there was another problem besides the security issue. The maid thought that even though her heart had briefly fluttered from this togetherness, but if it's impossible, it's impossible. The man noticed that the girl had blushed and assumed that his words had put her in a difficult position. The maid replied, embarrassed, that this was not the case at all. She tried to pull herself together. She can't show emotions at all. Frederick said that it was fine and went the other way. Sui looked sadly after him. Even if he and Serena started out as employer and employee, they are now in love. She is the one who created this bond. So there is no way she can let anyone know about her feelings. After some time, the maid knocked on the mistress's office. She announced that they had received a manual from the hotel. The girl looked up from her writing and praised her assistant, calling her closer. When Serena saw how big the book was, she started to get angry. When she heard that there was only one volume, she relaxed. But who would have thought it was that big? The girl did not understand when she should have time to read all this. She remembered the textbooks she had read earlier, and realized that she would soon start to have neurosis. Sui said that she would stay nearby and take care of her orders. The telephone rang unexpectedly. The ladies jumped in surprise. The maid offered to answer the call, but Serena said she would. The lady went to the phone and picked it up, saying that Serena was on the line. A male voice called her by name and introduced himself as Logan. He found out that she had a phone installed and tried to contact her. The girl was glad to hear from the director. The man continued that he had called to report about the Dorothea mine. As she had said, they were indeed having problems managing the mine. Their debts continued to grow due to difficulties in paying workers, as the deposits of not only those stones were running out. When the family was introduced to Azer's man, the purchase and sale agreement for the land was signed. The atmosphere seemed positive. Serena was happy to hear this. The director continued that there was more good news. The Dorothea family said that as a token of their gratitude, they wanted to give them the stone they needed. If they started processing it right after they got it, they would be able to start construction on schedule. Logan asked if that was what they should do. The lady confirmed and added that the hotel should take care of the delivery issue. She had heard that they had accidents during transportation, so, just in case, it was better not to let down one's guard until the very end. Serena asked to take care of it and praised the work done. The director asked if the lady could come to the hotel soon with her husband when they prepared the final contract. The girl agreed. Logan said that thanks to the couple, Serenity had achieved excellent results, and yet a little more and they would have suffered losses. But the lady did not listen to the end, said goodbye and hung up. Because all this time no one cared what she did, or maybe they just thought she was pathetic. But now it was a pretty good feeling. This was the kind of thing she wanted to do. Of course, she hadn't figured out this issue alone, and it wasn't that she had done anything great, but it was important. She was glad that for the first time she had been useful, even if it was in such a small way. The maid thought Serena's soul had become a scorched desert, but it seemed that as soon as she got water, sprouts began to sprout in it. It was simply a relief. A few hours later, the girl hung her head wearily. The maid asked what was wrong with her. The mistress, exhaling heavily, said that she was curious about something, but only her husband could answer that question. Sui replied that she could just ask him, but Serena had a dilemma. To satisfy her curiosity, she had to go to Azer, but she didn't want to see him. But everything would be resolved if they discussed it. She thought helplessly further. This all affected the work process. It was unacceptable for problems to suddenly arise while she was trying to solve everything herself. So she had to go. The girl asked the maid for advice. Serena was about to leave but noticed in time that she was wearing slippers, so she asked to bring her shoes. The men were looking through the documents over a cup of tea. Hearing the sound of heels, Azer warned his friend that the door was about to open and that he shouldn't get excited. The door swung open with a bang. Grayon exhaled heavily. His wife never knocked when she came to see him. Robus coughed, mock clearing his throat. He was not one to be easily frightened. The guest waved and greeted the hostess, saying that they had met again, and he wondered what was wrong with this married couple. He gave up his chair, offering to sit there, but Serena ignored his offer and sat down on the sofa opposite her husband. Without preamble, she immediately asked for 8 families. Even though she hadn't signed those documents, he eventually notified the families of the revocation anyway. She asked if that was true. The husband replied that if she had come to talk about it, she should leave. He poured himself some whiskey and said that it was a settled matter and he had nothing to discuss with. His wife interrupted him, saying that she agreed with him. Azer asked again in surprise. The girl repeated that she agreed that 8 families needed to be cut off. Since she had overheard that conversation in the bar, the lady had been investigating the movements of the family's descendants for several days. She wondered why her husband wanted to cut them off, why her grandmother said the problem was a tightly wound bundle of headaches. She felt like she didn't know too much. And really, they are some real scumbags. That's why Serena came to discuss a related matter. There are 2 banks that are not connected to these families. She wondered which of them would be better to invite, the manager of the Divino Bank or the manager of the Harry's Bank. The wife handed over an envelope with documents about each of them. Azer took the documents and began to look through them. The girl, crossing her arms, thought at this time that she would bring the families to the very bottom if they tried to touch Serenity. She hated herself for defending them without knowing anything. Seeing a decanter of alcohol on the table, Serena poured herself a glass of whiskey. Her husband asked if she was going to drink it. The lady asked, a little irritated, that she couldn't even drink alcohol in her own house. Grayon calmly said that he meant the strength of the drink. She wouldn't be able to drink that. So he offered to put it back. Ravitz was looking forward to another quarrel. The girl added more to her glass out of spite. She asked why she couldn't drink what her husband drank. Robus tried to stop her, saying that it was really strong, Thinking that even if it was strong, it was still just alcohol, she took a big sip. Her throat burned with hellish fire. Tears came to her eyes. She tried such a strong drink for the first time. The lady did not understand how they drank it. Her body was shaking, and the alcohol asked to go back. Azer started to say that it wasn't meant for... But at that moment, Serena couldn't help herself and coughed up the entire contents on her husband. He was practically covered in liquid along with the documents. The girl was immediately shown the door, called strange. She was a little taken aback and did not consider herself strange. Strange are those who drink it and call it alcohol. But the more she remembered, the funnier it became. Although Serena felt a little guilty, what a look this pompous, neat freak husband had. A smile spread across her entire face. Raoul was standing guard outside the office as usual. He saw the lady and didn't understand why she was standing there laughing. The guy asked if everything was okay. Seeing the secretary, the lady asked him about their families. Serenity was originally a high-ranking noble family that ruled over parts of the kingdom's territories. But as the class system was gradually abolished, the nobles remained in the palace. They became civil servants or gave up their status and chose the path of becoming businessmen. Thanks to her grandmother's decision, Serenity chose the second option and founded the family business. 8 families. Businessmen who became close to Iansa, who changed direction and focused on developing her company. It was a kind of business community, where people helped others and received support themselves. Thus, Serenity stood by their side, ushering in a new era for the kingdom. However, as time passed and generations changed, they were unable to develop their business. In the end, only Iansa was left to own the huge company. The cornered descendants gradually replaced each other, inflating and exaggerating the past, as if Serenity's success was due to them. Using the name of the community and Serena's family, they tempted people to do business with them and got into debt. Thus, the responsibility for the problems caused by the business community fell on Serenity's shoulders. But even so, Iansa and her daughter sent them flowers and invitations to the hotel's founding party every year. The problems with them had not started yesterday, so the lady was interested in the question of why she had not been informed of this before. Raoul felt awkward, but he replied that he had been told that if she were informed, the lady might take the initiative and do something bad. Serena was indignant, and the guy continued to explain that if she had found out in advance, she would have definitely made a fuss, saying that you would immediately break all ties and would show them. The 8 families and Serenity's business are intertwined at their roots, so instead of abruptly breaking off relations, each knot must be gradually untied. It seems that for the same reason, Mrs. Iansa and Balashia tried to systematically weaken the connection. For example, the ships and overseas branches needed to import important luxury products for the hotel are owned by relatives of the Edmund family, so it took time to find new companies that could fill the vacant space, sign contracts, and accept everything. And on the other side of the door, Robus was laughing while his friend was shaking off the whiskey. Azer asked him what he was happy about. Ravitz replied that he couldn't help but laugh when it was rare to see his friend so agitated and helpless. Grayan said that he didn't find it funny at all and needed to go wash up. The guest wondered why Harpers and his sister were so different. The brother looked like an innocent puppy, and Serena was a real cat. When it came to families, her eyes were just like those of a ferocious beast. So it seems that her pride and thirst for victory are not a joke. Azer, undressing and drying his hair with a towel, replied that his wife was not so aggressive and cruel before. It was just that her heart had been locked for a long time. She lived in a room filled to the brim with years of depression and anxiety, which could sink at any moment and drag her down with it. She has a strong character, dignity, and stubbornness. And if you add in the desire to compete, then her character would have played its role appropriately if Serena had become the owner of this place from the very beginning. But she couldn't realize her character, so now she has become bossy and takes everything with hostility, trying to protect herself in this way. And that's why she has developed sensitivity, anxiety, and irritation. Ravitz recalled Harper's saying his sister had a bright personality and laughed a lot. He also seemed to say she was very charming, but he probably just misremembered it. The guest noticed that his friend had already fully studied his wife, had become an expert. Grayan agreed, but it would have been better if he had not known and seen all these things. And he also did not agree to fulfill her brother's request. Then he could remain just a stranger to her. After finishing drying himself, Azer said that in any case, gradually doing her job, Serena would return to her previous appearance. After all, she must occupy this place from the very beginning, and only in this way will she be able to live normally. A few days later, the lady was returning from the outbuilding to the main house. Frederick was there to meet her. Serena complained that she was so tired that she really thought she would die. She was carrying another book with her. She had so much to read, it felt like her neck would soon go numb. The man offered to take the heavy volume. The girl continued to complain that all the muscles in her neck were numb. She couldn't even imagine this when she was doing ballet. Bloom asked her why she left ballet. Standing in front of the mirror and running her fingers through her hair, the lady replied that she had grown up and lost interest. Then she added that she would be staying up later tonight. Frederick assumed it was because of the book. Serena said it was the hotel manual. She had been busy all the time and hadn't been able to read it properly. I would like to finish everything today. The man said that once she started working, she was busy until the night. The lady replied that at least she was done with boring invitations. And the rest is not so difficult, even though the schedule is full to the brim. Bloom began to unlace the ribbons of the corset. He asked if she was going to read and learn the whole book. As the dress fell to her feet, the man turned away. As Serena put on her robe, she said she was confident in cramming. After all, she had been the best student when she was at Dallencourt. Frederick, still not turning around, supposed that she must have been a clever and beautiful girl. Putting the robe on her shoulders, the lady became a little sad. She answered that she had been happy then. Then she turned and took the man's arm. Looking into his eyes, she asked him to go with her in the next few days, at least for a little fun and some fresh air. Lately, she has been working too much and feels stressed, and happily cuddle, she suggested taking more grapes and cherries. The lover noticed that the girl began to smile more often. It was probably because of work. Switching to conversation, he asked what more meant. She would eat a couple of grapes at most because she ate like a bird. Serena replied that it was just for mood. He also noticed that she began to sleep better than before, and also became less nervous and vigilant. The lady turned to face the man and hugged him around the waist. Looking into his eyes, she asked if he would go. Frederick, holding her tightly to him, replied that of course he would always be there for her if she only wanted him to be. And he began kissing her shoulder, then moved up to her lips and down to her neck again. They started kissing more passionately when there was a knock at the door. It was Sui, and she was asking if the mistress was inside. Serena answered between kisses that yes, and she was just changing into her pajamas. Bloom did not stop kissing. The girl asked him to stop. She asked the maid what was the matter. She answered that there was a call from the hotel. Watching her relatives and husband at work, the lady immediately realized that a call outside of working hours was a very bad sign, especially if it came late at night. The lady quickly got to the phone and answered. The hotel manager was on the other end of the line. There are several possible emergencies in the hotel business: escape, theft, illegal transactions, robbery, murder, and many more. And among them, the most scandalous and troublesome is suicide. Logan replied that in the suite an employee found a man who had committed suicide. The girl said to call the police without making any noise and to act according to the manual. She will come now. The director asked if Mr. Azer would come with her. Serena answered firmly that no. Only she would come to the hotel and would put everything in order herself. When the lady arrived at the hotel, she first checked the registration book. The deceased turned out to be Natya Dali. He was a poet and a very famous one at that. Logan confirmed and added that he rented a suite and stayed there for 28 days. But for the next week, he did not go outside and refused to clean or eat. He said he wanted to concentrate on writing a poem. So the workers tried not to disturb him. But the poet did not answer his calls during those few days. So the officer opened the door to check security and found a dead body. He had hanged himself with his tie, and there was a suicide note and the deceased's belongings lying nearby. Serena asked to see the note. The director said that it was not a common case, but there were people who decided to commit suicide in the hotel. The girl read the note. Homesickness and loneliness. Torment over the poem. That was the overall content of the suicide note. Something like the depression of a creative person. Logan said that it was a pity, of course, for a person to pass away. But on the other hand, it was rather selfish because it could cause great damage to the hotel. And you also have to consider the moral trauma of the employee who found the deceased. They will try their best to prevent this. But if rumors start to spread, The hotel's image will be damaged. Also, the hotel couldn't collect the payment for the room. Natty left them all the money he had, but it would only cover about 30%. Although he was famous throughout the kingdom, he was not particularly concerned about finances. Serena ordered to contact his relatives first. After all, it is possible to determine the city where he lived. The poet often wrote about his homeland, so perhaps he was not a citizen of the kingdom. It is necessary to check just in case. The director promised to find out. Then the lady added that the room needed to be properly tidied up, and the depressed employees who had seen the body should be sent on leave. Also, tell the police to finish quickly and leave the hotel. This is not a murder, so there is no need to conduct a long investigation. The other guests are nervous, so don't drag it out too long. Like Logan said, sometimes clients decide to commit suicide in a hotel room. This was the first time Serena had encountered this. She gave him the note and asked him to keep it. Step by step, you can greet everything in order. But the problem is that this person is a famous person. Therefore, it may not be possible to deal with the damage so easily. The director said that they would do everything possible to avoid the spread of gossip, and they would try to resolve everything calmly, without unnecessary problems. The lady asked to be informed how she could contact her relatives. Then they would discuss the next steps again. A few days later, Raoul brought the morning edition of the most famous newspaper in the Kingdom of Macon into the gentleman's office. He reported that he had just finished talking to Logan. He said that the atmosphere in the hotel is not very good now, and people keep canceling their reservations. The losses are too big. Maybe it is not right to observe from the outside. Azer began to look through the newspaper. He replied that Serena should be allowed to sort things out on her own. They should gradually leave the management of the affairs to her and get on with their own tasks. The secretary added that the chairman had finally called. He had to wait a whole month. He should call back in 30 minutes. Grayon was already waiting by the phone when the chairman called back. He thanked him for being such a busy man, for not forgetting about him and for calling. Then the conversation turned to the official dinner. The man agreed and suggested discussing everything there. Of course, it would be better to invite the chairman to the hotel and let him see everything with his own eyes. But because of the incident with the poet, the atmosphere there is too disorderly, and the newspapers have made a fuss. And what is more important, it is difficult for him to move. The official wanted to invite Serena to dinner too. Azer replied that he would definitely tell her and they would arrive together. Even if they took a car, the journey to the chairman would take more than a day. It was unknown whether his wife would agree to go together. The official wanted to invite Serena personally. Grayon, looking at his watch, replied that she would be very happy about that, but she was not at home now, but at work at the hotel. The lady was looking over the documents with Logan in serenity. She heard that Azer was at the hotel yesterday and confirmed the final details of the contract. The girl asked if it would be enough if she signed too. The director confirmed and added that then they would start working with the tiles. Then he started talking about the poet. As she had expected, Mr. Natia was not a native of the kingdom. He was from the Republic of Butterberg, but he had immigrated to them a few years ago. Since the situation there was always unstable, the poet moved for a better life and became famous thanks to his poems. But apparently the longing for his homeland was too great, as well as loneliness, since he had no loved ones here. Serena replied that she had heard that the people of that republic often immigrated to the kingdom. Logan added that Butterberg was a closed country. Therefore, it would not be easy to contact the poet's relatives. It would take some time. The lady, turning, said that she understood. The police took the body and belongings. They wanted to talk to the relatives about the suicide note. But if they can't find them, there's nothing they can do. The girl took the morning newspaper. The front page was full of news that the poet's soul had fallen asleep in the Serenity Hotel. The famous poet had said goodbye to life in a luxury hotel room and so on. Serena angrily tore up the publication. She had suggested advertising the hotel as a tomb. These damn lunatics had completely destroyed the image of the hotel. No respect for the dead. The director said apologetically that they had tried to stop the information from spreading, but it had ended up becoming a hot topic. He apologized. After all, it is a suicide of a famous person. It is not surprising that people are interested. Moreover, the article itself is written too aggressively, as if they have something against the hotel. People started canceling their reservations, afraid they'd get the wrong room. Or they thought the atmosphere there wasn't very good and canceled their appointments. Not surprising, since Mackin is under the influence of the Todd family, one of the families. Serena noted that they were probably upset about not being invited to the upcoming event, so they were thrilled when they typed the article. In this situation, it is clearly felt that the 8 families have power in every area of the kingdom. Cooperation turns into hostility, and it is tiring. The girl propped up her aching head. Logan said some of the guests who stayed at the hotel that day wanted to check out. They said their mood was dampened by the removal of the body. The suite is empty, as are the other 4. Some reporters are still hanging around in front of the hotel, causing inconvenience to customers. Guests complain about crowds of onlookers in front of the building and ask for an investigation. The director asked what to do, since the consequences were more serious than they expected. The lady thought about it. It seemed to her that turning points were needed. Since they took over the business, everything has been going smoothly for the hotel. Sure, peace is nice, but they need a change. This is the first time she has encountered something like this, and she doesn't know what the ideal solution would be. But there is no 100% correct answer. So you need to try to act according to the plan she is thinking about. It is better than sitting on your hands. Logan noticed that the current atmosphere in the hotel was too depressing. Reservations were being canceled one after another, causing great losses. An idea was needed that could solve the problem. Serena considered. The man was a celebrity. That's why they were in this situation. So they had to use his fame to their advantage. After some thought, the lady made a decision. Since it had already happened, there was no point in whispering in the corners. An open statement was needed. The poet had left something at the hotel. An unpublished poem, Nostalgia, in which he expressed regret that he couldn't pay for his stay. It needs to be published. Serena doesn't really want to do it, but it needs to be published. Logan didn't quite understand the point. Then the owner explained to him that the poem had a line, "In this beautiful hotel." That phrase alone was enough. They should hang the poem in the hotel gallery, so that anyone, not just a guest, could come in and read it. Then the lady gave the order to send an official invitation to journalists, and Mackin and any others, everyone who can. It doesn't matter what they write, but they can't be allowed to quote a single line of poetry. Also, you need to talk to the perfumers and temporarily change the scent in the hall and gallery. Instead of a clean, fresh, and lively floral scent like now, let it be the smell of morning fog or forest, something calm. The director said he would do it, and then asked what to do with the suite. Serena replied that she would try to invite a lady friend to solve the problem. But before that, she needed some small toys. She asked if there was a way to contact the factory. The manager asked if the lady meant a toy factory. The girl confirmed. She wanted to produce a limited series of special welcome toys for the suites. Staying at their hotel is always trendy and is a source of pride for socialites. It will be great if this lady likes our hotel. Lots of connections and a penchant for fashion make many people look up to her. If word gets out about the dolls, there will definitely be people who want them. They will have no shortage of people wanting them, since the welcome toys are only available to guests. A short time after Serena's orders were put in place, the hotel's business began to improve. When the manager called, the lady replied that she had seen the newspapers. There were so many visitors every day. So she is thinking of introducing restrictions on entry. Logan apologized that she learned all the information from the newspapers. He should have reported in person. Even foreigners come to see the poet's latest work. Thanks to the newspapers, the news spread widely. And also thanks to that lady, the toys became incredibly popular. Now everything is booked until next year, and requests are still coming in. They also prepared small versions of the toys for regular numbers, and they also immediately began to be taken apart. People ask for any number to get a toy, and even ask to simply sell them separately. Even the employees asked for one for themselves, and the manager gave them one. He happily reported that everyone likes these toys so much. They say that they really give strength. The director said that it was due to Serena that the atmosphere had improved inside and out. The situation had completely changed, and the hotel had become very successful. At this point, Logan said goodbye. In a telephone conversation, Azer reported to the hotel founder about the current situation. He understood that the news had reached her. As she knew, an unpleasant incident had occurred, but Serena managed to fix everything brilliantly. The hotel's gloomy image naturally changed for the better, turning into a place of remembrance for a beloved poet. People began to arrive in an endless stream. To compensate for the losses and eliminate the negative image of the luxury, a limited collection of toys was created. Attracting reporters and creating rumors gave the opportunity to advertise the hotel even more. As a result, Grayon said that he planned to gradually hand over the hotel to his wife in the future. He believed that they would face big changes. Eunsa agreed with his decision. Then she added that she had heard from Sui that her granddaughter had been eating well and sleeping enough lately. Apparently, she was quickly adapting to business work. And she even likes it. In addition, she changes some things for the better. For example, she replaced the towels with softer ones. Even such a small thing improves the quality and influences the choice of guests. Next, she suggested changing toiletries. More and more women and young people are visiting hotels now. According to tests, people use these products most often. Serena also suggested buying more champagne, since this rather light and pleasant drink has been in fashion lately. The girl also changed the scents in the room. Because with a strong smell, the guest will not be able to sleep soundly and will wake up tired. As a result, this will lead to a drop in satisfaction with the hotel. It is curious that the hotel always resembles its owner. Times are changing fast and a new owner is needed to keep up with them. Eunsa concluded by saying that she created this hotel but she can no longer be its owner. She was looking forward to her granddaughter's further successes. However, the grandmother understood that Serena would still face problems from which she could learn. And she, in turn, would watch her from afar. Then the woman asked if things were going well with the 8 families. Azer replied that they were going slowly but surely. The lady commented that every time she thought about this matter, she felt uneasy. She had wanted to solve this problem for a long time. But at that time, it was only possible to hold out in this way. At that time, the kingdom entered a new era, and the society and economy were unstable. They united then because it was necessary, but now it was time to separate. Azer said he would take care of everything. Eunsa replied that it was fine, and she thought that he even spoke exactly the same way. The woman said goodbye and hung up. Taking out a cigar, she lit it right in bed. A few days later, in the evening, a maid knocked on Serena's office door. She asked permission to enter. The mistress invited her in and said that she had arrived just in time. The excited girl laid out the pictures with sketches in front of Sui. She suggested that she look at them and evaluate them. In honor of the anniversary, the lady plans to release a new special toy in a limited edition. Serena is more inclined to the bunny in a dress option. She was interested in the maid's opinion. The design was still in the process of development, but it was noticeable that the owner's motivation was high, but she had no strength left. She also thinks to make a mini version of the bear separately and sell it on a regular basis, since there are a lot of requests from guests. Showing the sketch, the lady asked if she could make the eyes bigger. The maid thought Serena needed to sleep, but replied that everything looked nice. The lady said that she even tried to come up with names for each toy and asked for help in choosing. But Sui asked permission to deliver a message from her husband first. The girl froze at the mention of her husband. The maid asked if the lady knew President Harold. The lady had heard of him, a grandfather who was engaged in entrepreneurship in the metallurgy industry. She asked what was wrong with him. The maid replied that President Harold had invited the couple to his mansion. He also specified that he wanted to see only the 2 of them. Sui explained that from what she had heard from Raoul, Azer had been waiting and preparing for this meeting for quite a long time. It had something to do with business. In fact, the gentleman wanted to go alone, but the president insisted that Serena join him. The maid hesitated a little and said that the preparations for the celebration were almost complete. So she thinks there will be no problem if the lady goes there. The girl propped her head up and scribbled something on paper, asking why it was so difficult for the maid to tell, since there was nothing like that. She just needed to go to the president's mansion, have dinner with him and talk a little about work. She wouldn't refuse just because she had to have dinner with Azer. They already ate together twice a week. Sui began to nervously wring her fingers. She said that the president's house was far away, so it would not be possible to finish in one day. If she did go, she would most likely have to spend the night with her husband. Serena clutched her temple. She never slept anywhere else, except when she stayed at her grandmother's house or in the main hotel room. Moreover, the lady did not dress or do her own hair. The maid was worried about whether the mistress would be able to cope, being alone with her husband. She warned that the girl would have to sleep alone, without the maid and Frederick. So Sui asked what the lady would do, whether she could go. Serena looked thoughtfully at her assistant. She and her husband would be spending the night alone outside the estate. The maid came to Azer's office. He asked if his wife would go with him. The girl confirmed. The gentleman asked again that she had agreed even after learning that they would not be able to do it in one day. Sui replied that the lady said that if there was an important business conversation, she would go too. Grayan was surprised. He thought she would refuse. The wife does not want to go anywhere with him but will go for a business conversation. This is so unlike Serena. Then the maid showed the letter that came for the master. Azer looked coldly at the sender. He did say not to take or give him letters from this man. The maid hesitated a little. She was told that this letter was the last one and was asked to deliver it without fail. The man ordered to leave and go. Sui thought as she left the office. Sender D. For many years he sent letters to the gentleman every month or two, but he never responded. Although he didn't even read them, it was possible to trace that they were sent from abroad, but the exact place of sending is unknown. Judging by the handwriting, it was a woman. It was interesting why he always reacted so coldly to these letters. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, Azer lit a letter with a candle and watched as the paper on the tray crackled and burned out. The mansion's maid knocked on the lady's office. She said that Mr. Robus had come to see her and was asking for a meeting. Serena turned her head. She was surprised by this visit at such a late hour. The girl asked to tell him that she was busy. But the door opened and the man looked into the room. He said that he had come to pick up his scarf. It turned out that he was already at the entrance. The lady didn't understand at first what kind of scarf they were talking about. Then she remembered the incident with the strong alcohol. She had to use this accessory, and she promised to wash it and return it. Ravitz understood that he could give her tens and hundreds of scarves, but this was such a wonderful opportunity to talk to Serena. When he went inside, he, of course, asked permission for the sake of decency. The man sat down in a chair opposite Serena's desk. All sorts of desserts, coffee, and a cocktail were displayed in front of him. Robus thought that it was a cool evening. Only baked croissants and dessert. The aroma of fresh coffee and that look of the girl on him. The lady, arms folded, looked angrily at the uninvited guest. Raising his cup of hot drink, Ravitz said that the coffee at the mansion is always the best. As expected, if the beans are good, the drink is incredible. The coffee is another reason why people love her hotel. The mistress's eyes were already blazing with rage. The man came to his senses. He had forgotten that these grains were supplied by one of the 8 families. He really wanted to be friends with Serena. After all, now that she had taken over management, there would be many things they would have to do together. To smooth over the awkwardness, Robus began to talk about her brother. He said that the last time they saw each other, he noticed that the girl had a completely different character than Harp's. If he hadn't been told, he wouldn't have even thought that they were siblings. The guest was quite close to her brother, and could even remember one incident he told her about. The girl thought that even talking about Harper's wouldn't work. She wouldn't even blink. And Robus continued to talk about how at the age of 12, Serena confessed her feelings to a friend named Colin, but she was rejected. The lady jumped up from her chair and angrily said that she was not rejected. This damn brother told me about this. In fact, she tried to give the boy chocolate, in which she put her feelings. But Colin said that he needed to focus on physics and research. That's why he can't accept her feelings. The girl was very worried then. Ravitz smiled and said that he was even interested to know what kind of person this Colin was who had conquered the heart of little Serena. The lady grabbed her head and the man asked her how much she hated him. Then he added that he knew why she couldn't trust Azer, why she felt uncomfortable. And it's uncomfortable with him because it seems like he's doing the same thing. The man asked if that was true. The girl just silently squeezed the tabletop. At first, he was a little upset, but when he thought about it from her point of view, he realized that he could understand. Serena looked at Robus and realized that it wasn't that she hated him. She would even say that it is not so. She just feels uncomfortable. The most famous jewelry company in the kingdom is Ceylon. She remembers the kindness and smiles they gave to her grandmother, mother, and her, and how she actively tried to get close to them. For a while, there was nothing bad behind this kindness. When she was little, they were quite sincere and devoted to their family. One day, company representatives arrived to congratulate little Serena on her 13th birthday. They prepared pointy shoes specially made for her. They said that for them, there was no more perfect muse. They called Yansu, beauty with dignity, Balasha, beauty of maturity, and beloved Serena shone with incredible light, illuminating their jewelry. The owner said that she would always like to work with Serenity. However, the girl clearly remembers how painful it was when Ceylon turned away from them after years of cooperation. The owner believed that after the incident with the carriage, Serenity's situation was very serious. She was sure that the new items would sell well, and she spent a lot of money. The kingdom of Serenity seemed to be eternal, but it collapsed in an instant. Now they are deep in the bottom. They left behind a sick old woman and a small child. It will be impossible to rehabilitate. Another source of money must be found urgently. So Serena knows all too well what it's like to have the meaning of a smile directed at you change dramatically. That's why she has a hard time dealing with Rabis. Of course, she understands that Ravitz may be different from Ceylon, but he is essentially Azer's man. So if one day her husband betrays her and they separate, their relationship will also become uncomfortable, and this fact will not change. Then his kindness and smile will again become an unpleasant memory for her. It is clear that this relationship will not end well, so it's better for both of them to keep their distance from the start. Rabis continued to speak. He understands that he is Azer's friend and business partner, but he is also her partner too. Although if she doesn't like it, the lady can just think that he is a good friend of her brother. In fact, he was friends with Harper's even before her husband. The man smiled. For him, he was a dear friend. Ravitz asked if she was curious about something. Since he knew one of her secrets, he would tell her one of his in return. The girl thought for a moment and said that she had one question. The guest was delighted and said he would answer anything. Serena tried to choose her question carefully. She asked if he had any weaknesses. Rabis smiled. If the lady is talking about Azer, then he is also a human being, which means he has weaknesses. The lady clarified that she does not mean human weaknesses, but emotional ones. Something that could shake his stern eyes, the man thought. Emotional weakness. Since he promised, he must say. He mentally apologized to his friend. He thought the question would be about him personally. Ravitz replied that there was, but he couldn't say which one. Serena was happy with just the confirmation. A little later, the lady was looking for her husband. She had a question, but he was nowhere to be found. Even Raoul was not aware of it. In one of the rooms, the girl finally ran into him. This room was dimly lit, and there were many different bottles on the shelves. Azer was half lying on the sofa with his eyes closed. Serena wondered what he was doing in this dark room. Maybe he was drunk. There were a couple of small decanters with green liquid on the table. Some strange alcohol. There were no snacks, not even sugar or ice. The girl wondered if he was in his right mind, if he just drank it neat. She had never even heard of anyone drinking this vile liquor without anything. It was the strongest alcohol in the kingdom, a very rare and expensive collector's drink. It seemed to be the first time since she had met her husband that she had seen him so disorganized. The wife leaned over to take a closer look at the man. She wondered what had happened to him. It was scary when a man who had never done anything like that before suddenly. A strand of hair fell on the man's face, tickling him, and he opened his eyes. A blurry female image appeared before his eyes. He instinctively grabbed her hand and pulled her close, almost face to face. When her husband grabbed and pulled her hand, Serena jumped in surprise and froze for a few seconds. Then she abruptly pulled her hand away and angrily asked what he was doing. But Azer's head fell back limply onto the sofa and he closed his eyes. His wife looked at him in surprise. It seemed that he was really drunk. It was awkward, so she decided to ask later what she wanted. She felt it would be better to leave there as soon as possible. The lady turned around and headed for the exit. Her hand still felt the heat from her husband's touch. The place where he had touched her was burning. It must have been the alcohol that made his hand so hot. And Serena thought she heard him muttering a name. Early in the morning, as the couple was preparing to leave for the president, there was a call to the mansion. Sui answered the phone. She introduced herself as the head maid of the estate and said that any information could be passed on to her. On the other end of the line was the head chef of the Herald residence. He was calling to discuss the dinner menu and to check if the guests had any allergies to any ingredients. After discussing the appetizers and main courses for a while, the maid said that the lady liked salmon better than meat, and the gentleman preferred steak. As for the rest of the menu, everything was fine. The girl then added that Serena eats very little, so small portions will make her meal much more enjoyable. For dessert, the chef was going to serve seasonal fruits, cakes, coffee, and tea. Sue noted that it would be good if the hostess were given tea and Azer unsweetened coffee. It would also be a good idea to remove the peaches, if any, as the lady was allergic to them. Having finished the telephone conversation, the maid called the common servant and asked her to prepare everything as she had told her earlier and to show the gentleman in. And she needed to carry out some of Serena's errands. The maid told her not to worry. Sue noted that today was a rare moment when neither she nor the masters would be in the mansion. This should please the subordinate. The girl replied that the more the house emptied, the more she worried and wanted to look after it as best she could. The older one retorted that she smiled so happily at the same time. The car with passengers left the courtyard of the mansion. Serena sat in the back seat, tired and sleepy. She had only finished preparing for the anniversary by dawn, and she had to leave early. She held several documents in her hands that she needed to read before they arrived, and she wanted to close her eyes for a while. She glanced sideways at her husband, who was sitting next to her. The next day, he went to work as if nothing had happened and did what he had to do. After such strong alcohol, he was completely fine, and it was amazing how this was possible. Besides, the husband answered questions quite normally and everything seemed to be fine. However, he seemed more depressed and distant than usual. Well, it was none of her business. It was better to read the papers. The steady rocking of the car began to lull the girl to sleep. Her head fell more and more often until it found itself on Azer's shoulder. He gently moved his wife into her place. But by inertia, in the process of rocking, the limp body found itself back on his shoulder. The man glanced sideways at his sleeping wife. Surely he should teach her that before an important meeting she needs to tidy herself up. It's not clear what she was doing that she was nodding off, and the most interesting thing is that she would make a fuss if she found out that she was leaning on him. He continued to look at Serena, who was sleeping peacefully. He remembered Robus's words. He said that for someone who was so pointedly indifferent, he knew quite a lot about his spouse. Sometimes it even seemed to him that his friend teased her and then enjoyed her reaction. Azer was surprised then. Ravitz noticed that his friend could see right through others but couldn't figure himself out. But he could see it better from the outside. He also said that his friend had a unique talent for understanding people's psychology, as well as insight, but they would also tie his hands and feet. Grayan asked to explain. Robus replied that Serena had many more sides than she was used to showing, and it wasn't that hard for him to see them and understand her true nature. Even if he doesn't want to recognize her, he will inevitably understand. That's his character. Over time, everything will become more and more obvious. Azer asked how he knew about his wife's sides. Ravitz replied, "It is quite easy to understand. You need to look closely at the faces and attitudes of those close to her. Their emotions are sincere. The hotel staff, who have been interacting with Serena a lot lately, speak warmly of her, although they say she can be difficult." When Robus was alone with her for a while, he also realized that her real self and the one she shows in public were very different. It's quite interesting, and Azer is the one who is most interested in the difference between the external and real Serena. The man thought about it. If you think about it, after serenity was restored, he had some free time, and life became a bit boring. Yes, he was on his way to his next goal, but it was too easy for him and not as fun as he would have liked. So he started watching his wife a little, to avoid getting bored. Her thoughts are always original. Serena does not hesitate and boldly implements them. Even if the result is ultimately a failure, she is never afraid and does not give up. This always caused him discomfort and anxiety. It was extremely annoying in her, but at the same time it aroused his interest. Her rebellion, failures, problems that he simply could not pass by, in fact. Maybe he even liked it. At first it seems that this girl is incapable of anything, and then she suddenly takes it and copes. Unable to control her emotions, she seems to be on the edge day after day. But she holds back her tears, not wanting to look weak. At home, Serena is like a little child who only knows how to laze around. But outside the estate, she is quite fit for the role of Serenity's mistress. At first she looks at him with a sharp gaze of a beast, and then she sleeps with the expression of an innocent baby. Despite the fact that she is always on guard with him, now she leans so defenselessly against her husband's shoulder. Although the wife is still clumsy in her actions, she is quite stubborn in her desire to protect what she is responsible for, and also persistent. She only needs to be shown the way, and then she can find the answer herself. Instead of a calm, peaceful lake, she turns into a sea roaring loudly and majestically. Every time she shows herself, annoying, stressing, and disturbing, it's like Serena splashes him with it. So Iser just watches it with a little interest. This was his little diversion in his boring everyday life. The man looked out the window at the passing landscapes, and his wife was still peacefully snoring on his shoulder. At this time, in the president's kitchen, his second wife was praising the peaches. She said that her husband had picked them himself to give to the guests. She bit off one fruit and began to eat, saying how sweet they were. The woman then ordered the peaches to be laid out and served for dinner the next day, so that the lovely guests could enjoy the fruit. Late in the evening, in a deserted alley, Frederick met an unknown person who hid his face under a hood. The stranger indignantly asked what the guy still hadn't found. He understood that the task was not easy, but there were still no results. Bloom replied that he had searched the entire mansion except for one place. He could not enter there. The hooded man said that there was a good chance it was there then. We had to sneak in and search it. He had recently been ordered to hurry Frederick. The man would have to say something when he reported. The boy replied that it was not a place he could easily get into, even if they were in a hurry, without proper information in such a huge mansion. Since the instructions are unclear, the term is extended, or let them provide more data. The stranger hissed that Bloom's task was, among other things, to find out what it was. Frederick agreed, but said it was one of the strangest, even absurd orders he had ever been given, and he turned to leave. The mysterious man asked why the guy was acting especially harshly today, and in general he's been strange lately. His usual, "I do what I'm told, I don't ask questions" attitude was gone. But Bloom was already leaving. The man shouted that he was not finished yet. Frederick looked back and quietly replied that he could not stay outside for long. If he learned anything, he would contact. The stranger told him to try it when no one was in the house. Then he added that if he continued in the same spirit, he knew what would happen to him. The man reminded about that incident and who covered it up. The guy should understand what position he is in now. Frederick raised his hand sharply and struck. Of course he knew. He knew better than anyone. So the man had better go. A few drops of blood fell from his still unclenched fist. Bloom returned to the mansion. Entering the bedroom, he remembered the conversation with Serena a few days ago. He was half lying on the bed, the girl's head on his thigh. She slowly swung her leg back and forth. The lady asked him what had happened. She thought he had been depressed lately. The man replied that she had indeed imagined it. It seemed like nothing special. Serena chuckled. Something didn't seem right. She said she understood. It must have been about her request to draw the line, which she had voiced the other day at the bar. The girl noticed that he quickly turned his gaze to her. Perhaps she was right. She tried to justify herself. Then the lady said that their relationship would not develop into love. But she did not say that she did not like him. Frederick said nothing. The lady realized that this was the first time he had ever shown his bad mood so openly. She stood up and took his hand. If she thought of him as a servant, she would not have trusted him with her mind and body. She would have left him standing in the corner of the room, not allowing him to touch even a strand of hair. Serena opened her soul to him. She is not angry or scolding him. She just ordered him to follow her quietly and unnoticed like a shadow. Recalling their kisses, she asked if she could do such things to him if she did not have feelings. The man interpreted her words as "I cannot love, but I will be beloved to the end." She speaks such cruel words with her beautiful voice that they cut him to pieces. The end she speaks of is probably the moment when the lady divorces her husband. Then he will wait for her to reach it. Serena interpreted his silence in her own way. She gently ran her hand over his face and asked what she could do to make him feel better. Frederick caught her hand and squeezed it. He apologized for his expression and asked her to forget the mistake. He mentally asked her not to try to console him. He was the one who should console her. No matter how long it took for the end to come, he had to protect and calm her down. That was the reason she kept him close to her. He pressed her hand to his cheek. When this reason disappears, she will leave him. The girl looked at the man and understood that today he really was strange. She asked him what made his beautiful face sadder. Bloom said he told her he didn't like it when she called him handsome. The girl didn't understand. If he was handsome, then how could it be any other way? Frederick thought he had always hated those words, but he hated hearing them from her even more. As if Serena didn't see him as a man. He grabbed her abruptly and pulled her towards him, saying that there was something ugly. The girl sat on his hips and looked at him with a little surprise. She noticed that he had definitely become more active. Lately it felt like he was going to snap and break down. Frederick smiled. He couldn't stand it. There wasn't a man in the whole kingdom who was more patient than he. Every time he looks at her and touches her, he always endures with superhuman strength so as not to cut off the last reason why he has not yet reached the most secret and deepest part of her heart. The man looked at his mistress. That was right. He felt that something was wrong with him. He was worried about her. He was losing patience with her. The reason she keeps him close to her, and the reason he stays close to her, even those trivial reasons disappear. He just wants their hearts to always be together and beat in unison. That's why now he wants to become Serena's only support forever, the only one who knows her true nature, so that no one knows her hidden side, so that she is open only to him. Frederick was worried that anyone who knew the real her would fall in love with her. He wanted to hold her, but he was afraid that he would end up unable to get away. Pressing his head to the girl's chest, he felt that he had already become her doll. The man received care, attention, consolation. She takes him with her everywhere, holds his hand when she wants, plays with him as she wants. Her doll. And yet she is a mistress who cannot stand the deepest love. Bloom wondered when their relationship became like this. A mistress who built a wall between them and a stupid doll who wants love. Maybe from the moment they met. From the moment he was brought into her dark room. From the moment they lived for each other, locked side by side in a cage without bars. From that moment on, there was this strange feeling of satisfaction, growing every time Serena trusted him more and leaned on him more. From the moment Frederick didn't notice that his heart was no longer his. He walked down the corridor and understood that he shouldn't have known that the girl's soul was also wounded. Shouldn't have seen how much she could cry and be sad. Shouldn't have understood that behind the big and loud name there was a small person. A person who seemed to be able to live only in the light. But he was locked in such a huge and dense shadow. Opening the door to the bedroom in the outbuilding, he realized that he should not have known all this. Then this door would not have been so heavy. Late in the evening, the car stopped in front of a small hotel. Azer got out of the car and told his wife to get out. Serena looked out the car window with wide eyes at the building among the branches of dead trees. She wondered if she would stay there for the night. It was an old, run-down hotel. The girl thought that this place was definitely haunted. Graham told her not to be so picky, because there was no one here who would listen to her wishes and serve her. Getting out of the car, the lady replied that since Raoul had booked this accommodation, she was hoping to see a hotel that could be compared to Serenity. And she was not picky at all. She was just surprised. Azer turned his head and said that this is the outskirts, not the capital. How can you expect a luxurious place here? She needs to come down to earth. Serena was indignant because she hadn't said that. Of course, there was no hotel as high class as hers in the entire kingdom. She was just a little disappointed that it wasn't what she had imagined. The man started walking towards the hotel, agreeing with her words. He slightly touched her, and already such a reaction. The lady did not understand and decided that he was laughing at her, since he just retreated like that. Catching up with her husband, the girl asked him why he was laughing. She felt like he sometimes treated her like a child. Azer hissed at her a little to make her be quieter. Serena immediately interjected that naturally she was not going to share a room with him. Her husband countered that naturally he had booked 2 rooms. He knew she would say that. Then he added that she should be ready by 8 in the morning, and he thought that if she was even 5 minutes late, he would leave her here and go. The girl was not very happy with this news. She understood that they were absolutely not suited to each other in every way. Entering the room, she looked around. She would sleep here alone. Besides, she needed to wake up and get dressed herself. The room inside was neater than she thought. It was quite suitable for spending one night. It smelled a bit of musty wood, probably because the building was old. Serena walked over to the vanity and touched the back of the chair. She remembered what her husband had said before she entered the room. He said that she might be uncomfortable, but there were few places to stay overnight, so she would have to be patient for a while. At the same time, it would be good if she turned this experience to her advantage and got used to it a little. When you travel on business trips, the places change every time, and it is not always possible to stay where you like. So if you cannot adapt, it will be difficult. Grayon also said that they were the only guests today, so there would be no noise or footsteps from strangers at night. He also asked to remove all the clocks from her room, since she did not like the ticking of the hands. So instead of worrying, she needs to worry about waking up on time. Serena thought about it. She was scared to sleep alone in an unfamiliar place. She was scared that strangers would be walking near the door. And also it became creepy from unfamiliar sounds. The accommodation must have been booked by one of her husband's subordinates. So Raoul knew so much about her. Or maybe Azer showed concern. Serena stopped the flow of questions with an effort. Now she needed to get used to this place and get a good night's sleep. After all, everyone slept alone, washed and dressed. It was just the first time and she was nervous. After checking the bed, the lady realized that it was terribly uncomfortable and had been used by many people. But she hoped that they had been washing their clothes. She kept muttering soothing words to herself. In the next room, Azer heard all his wife's lamentations and smiled. He thought that even though she was a princess, she was trying. The girl calmed down and climbed into bed. She seemed to have aged a few years. Having taken out the files with information about President Harold, she decided to read them before going to bed. She gave them to Sui before leaving. Serena remembered seeing him a few times when she was little and following her grandmother around. He had a steel business at the time, but now he was a very rich man. As the kingdom entered a new era, construction and industry, especially automobiles and steam locomotives, experienced explosive growth. New stations and railways began to appear, so naturally the steel industry became the focus, and he made a huge fortune from it. Her hotel also began to expand and its value began to rise. What they had in common was that both businesses had grown with the changing times. She was very excited about the meeting tomorrow, and she was also very curious about why Azer had been waiting for her so long. He also started a gathering of entrepreneurs from different fields to create a friendly exchange. A good man. Now she understands why they call him president. So that's why Grandma and Mom spoke well of him. They were also interested in sponsorship, that's probably why they met. Yes, Grandma is a really great person. In those days, when there were many small hotels similar to each other, to pull such a business on your own and make it successful. Iansa dedicated her whole life to this hotel. Grayon's words were true that day. She was taking too lightly what her grandmother and mother had worked so hard to build. She felt like she just needed to sit at that table. Serena believed that if she personally went to meetings and participated in management, she would be closer to the goal. This place is the fruit of precious efforts of sweat and time. She began to feel like she was starting to look at her husband differently. He had lifted the hotel from the bottom and returned it to the very top, to the rank of the best. Of course, the girl still doesn't know what kind of deal he made with Iansa. And also, what was his goal? And she really hates that he is a member of the Grayon family. But one thing is clear, her grandmother is a wise person. As she fell asleep, the lady thought that it was unlikely that her grandmother would have entrusted everything to Azer just because he had excellent business qualities. Perhaps there was something else she didn't know. The next morning, the gentleman was already standing at Serena's door. He knocked on the door and said that it was time for them to go, and if she was ready, then she should come out. There was no sound from the room. The man looked at his watch. He hoped that she was still awake. The girl jerked when her husband called her. She thought that she was finished. Serena tried to get dressed, but she couldn't cope with the huge number of buttons on her dress. Azer was getting impatient at the door. He knocked again and said he was coming in. The wife shouted at him not to come in. The man was glad that she had already woken up, but hurried her and said that there was no time. The girl told him from behind the door to call the worker's girl. Grayon went down to the lobby and asked the receptionist if they had any working girls. The man replied that he and his brothers were the only ones running the hotel, and asked what had happened. He suggested calling his wife, but they lived far away, so it would take her some time to get there. Azer returned to his wife's room. He said that there were no female workers here, and there were no other guests, so there was no one to help her. Let her tell what happened, Serena thought frantically. She had put on her makeup as Sui had taught her, but getting dressed. The dress also had hooks so it wouldn't unzip itself, so she couldn't zip it up and then turn it over. Finally, she said she needed to get dressed, but she couldn't do it herself. The man told her to try it herself sometime. They didn't have time for her hysterics now. There was a loud noise behind the door. Azer grabbed his head, and exhaling loudly, he said that he was coming in. But the wife screamed to stay where she was and not to come in. There was a loud sound behind the door as if something had fallen. The husband said that if they were late for the meeting because of her, he would be very angry. He thought that it was worth going alone after all. Pressing the door handle, Azer entered the room. Serena stood with her back to him. All the buttons on her back were unbuttoned. She was embarrassed. Turning to him, she said that she wanted to handle it herself. But at the sight of her face, the man jerked and froze. He pointed to the bright makeup. The girl asked again what was wrong with her face. Azer, smiling, asked what was wrong with her appearance. "This woman will not let you get bored." Serena shuddered from his laughter. She asked why he was laughing and what was wrong. The lady turned to the mirror, trying to figure out why she looked so funny. Her husband said that clothes were not the main problem. First, she needed to get rid of this ridiculous makeup, and quickly. The girl was indignant. She had been doing it for an hour. But Graham resolutely ordered to wash. The man sat down on the bed while his wife washed herself. He noticed the papers that lay nearby. These were the documents she had been reading in the car. He had been wondering what she was studying so hard. He picked up the papers and saw that they were information about Harold. He had been planning to give her a brief introduction to him on the way. But after a quick look at the papers, Azer realized that this was no longer necessary. Serena stood behind the screen and thought about what to do next after washing. If you don't button the buttons, the back will be too open. And she didn't want to show her body to her husband. If she puts on yesterday's clothes, there's a lock on the back. She had a hard time with that too, when she undressed yesterday. The man was growing impatient, glancing at his watch. Graham said it had been 20 minutes and he couldn't wait any longer. Maybe he should go outside and grab a random girl and have her button these buttons. Or he could zip it up himself without looking at her. However, he wasn't sure he could do it with his eyes closed. Serena was angry that he was making fun of her. It was obvious that her husband was annoyed. But strangely enough, she seemed to be enjoying the situation. Azer interrupted her thoughts. He said that if she did not choose one of the two, then he would have no choice but to go alone. The girl was feverishly trying to figure out what to do. Graham stood up abruptly and said that it seemed he would have to tell the president that she was unable to come because she was feeling unwell. Then he began to stomp towards the door with exaggerated loudness. After the door creaked open, he wished her luck and added that there was hardly anyone here who could help her except him. Once again, the door creaked and he froze in the doorway. Serena grabbed him by the back of his jacket and asked him to button it. He glanced sideways at his wife and told her to ask properly. Azer enjoyed her hopeless situation. He wanted her to ask him to depend on him. Then he would have more fun. The girl, looking from under her forehead, said that she was asking him to button it. She was mentally indignant that he would really push until the very end. Her husband smiled and told her to turn around. The lady turned her back to him. When he lifted her hair, she shuddered. Flipping his hair forward, Azer began to button up his shirt. Serena clutched her hair. She wondered if the sound of buttoning up was always that loud. It seemed to her that she could hear nothing but them. The sound of buttons and the silence. It all just drove her crazy. She was so focused on her back that she couldn't even stand. The girl was rocking a little. At some point, she couldn't hold on and leaned against the wall. Her husband abruptly turned her to face the wall, practically pressing her. Serena was confused and asked what he was doing. Why was he suddenly pressing her against the wall? Azer ordered her to lean against the wall and stand straight without swaying. This infuriated the girl. She asked for it to be done faster. Graham replied that he would try to do it quickly and ordered her to stand still. The lady wondered why she was nervous. She was calmly changing her clothes in front of Frederick. He can touch her anywhere and she doesn't feel ashamed or uncomfortable. The difference is probably that she likes one and hates the other. Although when she first met Bloom, the lady was in a nightdress. But even then there were no such feelings. And now the back is only slightly exposed, but his intense gaze is very burdensome. She must be going crazy because she hates these random touches. Azer buttoned the last button and announced that he was done. Serena turned and looked at her husband, embarrassed. She felt mortally uncomfortable. She went to the vanity and picked up a lipstick. She just needed to do what she had to do quickly and get out. She started to put on lipstick. Graham asked her what she was doing. The girl said she wanted to put on lipstick. She couldn't go without any makeup. The man said no, otherwise she would ruin everything again. The wife objected. That's why she said only lipstick. It was an important meeting, and she was in a terrible mood. The husband said she didn't need anything. She had enough. And without finishing, he froze. Serena glanced at him sideways. She wondered what was enough. Was she really beautiful? But Azer, clutching his head, got out of it, saying that she looked fine as is. Serena found it all strange. Her husband was acting strange in this room. He had been acting suspicious before, and now the atmosphere was the same. continuing to apply lipstick. She thought that she should leave quickly, but Graham grabbed her hand abruptly. He said that his wife applied too much lipstick, so her makeup looked ridiculous. The man then took a handkerchief from his breast pocket and began to wipe the excess lipstick from her lips. After thoroughly removing it, he gently ran his thumb over her lower lip. For a moment they just looked at each other silently. Then he removed his finger and said that was all and told them to wait in the car. The staff would carry the luggage and he would finish here and come down too. Serena nodded and left the room. She walked down the stairs, touching her lips in confusion. Her husband in the room stared silently at his lipstick-stained finger. When the car pulled up to the karate mansion, it was pouring rain. The couple got out of the car and took shelter from the bad weather under large umbrellas. Serena glanced at her husband. They hadn't exchanged a word all day. That was fine with her, otherwise it was awkward. After looking around the building, she was a little surprised. She thought it would be a luxurious mansion, but it turned out to be surprisingly simple and ordinary. Unexpectedly, Iser said that details she didn't know about might be touched upon during dinner. The lady turned towards him. He continued that he would explain them later and advised to moderately participate in the conversation and listen attentively. Serena was indignant. He should have told them in advance. But a servant from the mansion had already approached the couple and suggested that they follow him. The lady's indignation knew no bounds. The husband had already seen that a servant was coming towards them and had deliberately spoken about it, choosing the right moment, especially so that she wouldn't have time to answer. The girl squeezed the umbrella handle tightly. Her husband is a real fox. At the house, they were met directly by the owner and his wife. The president turned out to be a pleasant elderly man with gray hair and a beard. His wife was a match for him, a pretty blonde. They greeted the guests. The man said that he had wanted to meet them for a long time, but recently his health had been poor. He introduced his wife Ava. The woman said she was honored to meet two of the most famous people in the kingdom. She noted that the weather was bad and the journey must have been difficult. Iser also said that it was an honor to meet her. Harold asked if Serena remembered him. They had met when she was little. The girl always held her grandmother's hand and went everywhere with her. The girl replied that of course she remembered, although it was all hazy. But she definitely remembered that the man was very kind to her. He had another wife then, a warm and kind woman, but she died a few years ago. The president added that the little lady always wore a ribbon in her hair back then. She even had a nickname, the Ribbon Princess. That's what Iansa called her. And the owner laughed. Ava assumed that the guests were probably hungry after such a long journey, so she suggested continuing the conversation at the table. She would step away for a moment to help with the preparations. Grayon asked if the lady would join the conversation. The woman smiled and replied that business talk was too incomprehensible for her. She wasn't even good at managing an estate, so she had better get busy preparing the food. Eva suggested ignoring her and continuing the conversation. She would lead them to the table. The dinner had already lasted for about an hour and a half. The conversation with the president was calm and measured. He told about how he met Iansa and about various incidents in their work. Had to listen to the story of their hotel, from the very beginning to the recent incident, and also take some advice and words of support. It was just unclear why Iser called this dinner a meeting. Serena thought that her husband was trying to get something out of the host. However, Harold carefully avoided this. At this time, the president's wife was talking to someone on the phone. She confirmed that the guests were already there and were having dinner with her husband. Twisting the phone cord around her finger, the woman said that dessert was about to be served. Then she asked for clarification and said that she would say that the chef had misheard. If she really has a serious allergy, she simply won't eat it. No one is going to force food into her mouth. Eva added that this time they will find out how severe Serena's allergy is. The conversation was interrupted by the cook who appeared. The woman was frightened by the sudden appearance and asked what had happened. The guy said that the guests were almost finished at the main table, and he was asking if he should serve peaches. Ava, without taking the phone away from her ear, happily confirmed and added that he should serve it faster. The president at the table was interested in what organization Serenity sponsored. Serena answered that there were 3 objects. It's a hospital, a school, and an art academy. The man asked her if she'd been there personally. She said no. She only checked official reports. Harold guessed she was probably busy, but he recommended visiting sponsored places sometimes. It helps him when he gets tired of business. When you visit in person, you can see things that touch your heart, but which you can't see in the report. The president believed that these places were places to go simply to hold hands, drink a cup of coffee, watch a play, walk in the park, have a date, and much more. He believed that such a young couple shouldn't waste their youth on work. They should enjoy everything in the process and have time to make memories. Serena shuddered at the phrase holding hands. But she smiled and said that the man was right and she would remember it. Then Harold regretted that such a brilliant couple was not a member of his charity. He would like to see 2 more such influential people join him. The president has long dreamed of gathering many young entrepreneurs to create the right culture in the kingdom. The owner was uncomfortable with the 8 families associated with them. The reason Serenity didn't join the president's foundation in the first place was because the families were against it. So they did their own charity work. But now that they've cut ties with those families, Azer was the one who wanted to talk to Harold about the foundation. The man smiled and said that he sensed a conversation about work, and he didn't really like to talk about it while eating. They could talk about it later. Serena thought the meal was over. Traditionally, to indicate the end of dinner, you put your fork or spoon on the red plate, so he didn't put anything there. Graham didn't understand. He thought the president had changed his mind, since he had invited them himself. Perhaps it was just a polite response to an old request for a meeting, or he was still thinking about it. The owner of the estate asked to understand him correctly. He is no longer so young and healthy, so he prefers light conversations over food. Because his body is not so young and he sometimes has indigestion, a servant entered and asked permission to serve dessert. Various delicacies and a dish of peaches were placed on the table. Harold said that according to Ava, the guest loved peaches, so he personally picked them from the field. Serena was confused. The hostess had been misinformed. A plate with slices of fruit had been placed in front of her. She didn't understand what it meant. The girl couldn't eat them. The lady specified that the president personally went to pick peaches, despite his sore legs, simply after hearing about her preference. The man, smiling, replied that it was not the expansion of the company that gave him pleasure. Maybe because he is already old, but he gets real pleasure from working in the field like this and serving the fruit to a dear guest. After the operation, the legs are hard, but you can suffer a little as long as the ribbon princess is happy. He wanted to show his hospitality, so he chose the ripest fruits and without flaws. The only thing he wanted was for Serena to eat them with pleasure. The girl noted that the weather had been quite hot lately, and it must be difficult for a man to pick them. The president replied that everyone said that peaches were very sweet and delicious, so they should try them quickly. The lady swallowed nervously. Fortunately, her allergy was not very severe. She thought she might be able to eat one piece somehow. She pricked a piece of the fruit, and with a smile on her face, Serena said she would be happy to try a peach grown and picked by the owner himself. Azer watched as his wife hesitating to put a peach slice in her mouth. After thinking for a few seconds, he slammed his fist down on the table so hard that the glass rang and broke. The wife froze and looked at her husband. Graham began to apologize and write it off as an accident. Harold said everything was fine and asked if the guest was hurt. Then he added that something like this often happened to people with long arms like his. The president reached for the bell to call a servant, but for some reason the bell was further away and the man could not reach it. At this time, Azer removed some of the peaches from his plate and swapped his dish with his wife's plate. Serena was confused. She didn't understand why he was switching their plates. Was it to make it look like she had eaten it? The owner finally reached the bell and rang it. The door opened immediately and a servant came in. The man asked to remove the broken glass and bring a new one. Here Harold noticed that there were fewer slices on the guest's plate. His eyes lit up and he immediately asked how the peaches tasted. Serena happily praised them, saying how delicious and sweet they were and that she could be proud of them. But she had eaten so much that she could only eat a piece. The man was surprised at how little she ate. But anyway, if she liked it, it was worth the effort. The girl smiled. Thanks to Azer, she was able to get out of this situation safely. But she wondered how he knew she was allergic to peaches. Graham glanced at his watch. He knew it was getting late and they would have to leave soon. The president didn't seem to want to talk to him now. After dinner, Harold showed off his collection. They stopped near a large statue of a woman angel. The owner said that this statue was given to him as a gift and he plans to give it to the monastery. He thinks it would be better if as many people as possible saw and loved her. The maid came and quietly said that the man was being called, but the president replied that the guests were still here. The girl added that Charles, the lawyer, called. He said it was urgent and wanted to talk to him right away. Azer noted that if they were calling so late, it must be something serious. So everything was fine and he could answer. Harold apologized and said he would try to come back as soon as possible. And he suggested that the spouses take a look around for now. And limping with a cane, the owner of the mansion disappeared behind the door. Serena immediately asked her husband how he knew she was allergic to peaches. The man replied that he didn't know. The girl accused him of lying. Why did he change the plates if he didn't know? Azer calmly replied that he was just guessing. When he saw the peach, he remembered the notes from an event. It said that her mother had not been invited to the dinner because of an allergy to peaches. She must have read it in the books he gave her too. Graham didn't know his wife was allergic, but he could tell by her puzzled expression. She accepted these irrefutable arguments. The husband then asked her what she was planning to do. She planned to eat a peach in response to the president's sincerity, so that she would feel ill later. There was a gala event at the hotel soon. What would she do then? Serena realized that he was not doing this for her sake, but only so that the event would not be ruined. She answered out loud that she and her mother were indeed allergic to peaches. But the girl's allergy was not as severe, so one piece would not have caused any harm. Even in response to such sincerity, she would not do anything to harm her. And the president could well accept the reason. And she simply did not want to be weak in front of a man who hated her. Azer asked again about hates. The lady clarified that it was the president's wife Eva, but the man doubted it. He said that the hostess greeted her as if they were seeing each other for the first time. Then he asked if his wife knew her before. Serena said she wasn't sure, but she definitely remembered her voice. Her voice was among the group of people who often hid behind masks and insulted her at parties. She remembers it very well. Once upon a time, these were the people who told everyone that Bella had an allergy. And those who owed the hotel money did something bad to her mother's dessert. The peaches were not served so openly, but mixed into the ingredients of the dish, so no one noticed. Then something irreparable almost happened. Only because Mom ate a little, she was able to pull through. But she was on the verge of suffocation due to her airways being swollen. Seeing this, Serena realized that one minor weakness could become life-threatening at any moment. So even if there is something insignificant, you need to hide it. Even if it hurts, you need to endure it. Pretend to be strong, even if you are too scared, no matter what means are used. Even if she sometimes overdoes it, Serena thinks that in this way at least she can prevent misfortunes, protect herself and her things. The girl wasn't sure that Eva really didn't know about the allergy. Maybe she did, but she decided to check it out herself this way. In this situation, she could hide her weakness, so she wanted to do it. Serena turned away and added that he had changed the plate so she wouldn't eat a bite. She thought about how much she had said that was too much of a secret without realizing it. The girl urged herself to pull herself together, because she also needed to be wary of her husband. Azer also thought about what his wife had said. At that moment, the door opened and Harold returned. He apologized again and asked if they had been waiting long. The guest replied that he hadn't, and that the president shouldn't worry. But it was late and they had to leave. The owner asked where they were going at such an hour. It was raining and windy outside. He said he wouldn't let the couple go on a trip in the rain at such a late hour. Serena started to worry. If he lets them go now, the president will also feel uneasy. What if there is an accident on the dark road, and just coming to have dinner and leaving is somehow not right? Then Harold smiled and added that they should also finish the conversation they had started at dinner tomorrow. Azer realized that the host had planned this from the very beginning when he said they had plenty of time. The guest was shocked. She asked again what he had prepared for them. The man answered that he had prepared a bedroom. Then he added that he was a little tired and would leave them first, suggesting that they talk over breakfast tomorrow. Having shown the guests to the bedroom, the servant informed them that the driver they had arrived with would soon bring their luggage. If they needed anything else, they should simply call him. After that, he left. The couple were left in one bedroom, completely bewildered. Azer, leaning against the doorframe and crossing his arms, said that this was definitely not in the plans. Serena thought with indignation about the night in the same room with her husband. Then she turned to him abruptly and asked why he had just agreed. After all, he was so busy, and so was she. She still had some things to finish preparing for the anniversary. The man replied that it was not that important. He had not finished talking to the president yet. The president had expressed his willingness to listen to him, So the husband intended to take advantage of this opportunity. Serena was furious that this was such an important conversation. She demanded to tell her what she didn't know. But Grayan apologized and said that he had something else to do now. The girl was puzzled. What other business was there in such a situation? The husband coldly informed that the broken glass needed to be replaced. The wife did not understand anything and asked where he was going. Azer opened the door and told her to wait quietly in the room. He would come back and unbutton her. The girl shuddered and the door closed behind her husband. She looked around the room. There was one large bed in the center. She wondered what to do. This single bed was like an execution block. Outside the window, the rain did not stop pouring, and in the kitchen of the Herald mansion, the cook was talking with Eva. He told her that the guest had eaten a peach. The woman was surprised, because she has allergies, so Serena couldn't do it. But the cook replied that this was exactly the information given over the phone. There was definitely one slice missing from her plate. The hostess thought about it. This means that the guest does not have such a serious intolerance. If so, then there is practically no news. Everything turned out completely wrong. In another room, Azer was talking on the phone with Sui. He asked if she had communicated with the local chef. The maid confirmed. She definitely warned him about her lady's allergies, and he even replied that he understood. The man squinted. He didn't like the conclusions. Returning to his room, Grayan met Eve in the corridor. The woman was a little surprised that the guest was not yet in his room. The man replied that staying there overnight was a spontaneous decision, so he had to borrow a phone to call home and check something. The hostess smiled and asked if he liked the dinner, because she asked the boss to give him special attention. After all, they are special guests. Iser responded that the menu was great, especially the dessert special. Eva said that the president must have been glad to hear that they liked him. She promised to convey his words of gratitude to the cook. He did a good job. He will be happy. The guest noted that then it would be possible to meet him in person. He would like to ask him something. So I asked to call the chef. The woman was surprised by such a request. Grayan explained that he knew that the chief had been warned about something, but something unpleasant had happened. The man rubbed his chin and said it was better to ask him in person. Eva asked to wait a little. She noticeably began to get nervous and was sure that it was definitely because of the peaches. The hostess began to calm herself down. Just in case, she told the cook to tell him that he had made a mistake. Besides, this man came here to ask her husband for something. Therefore, it is unlikely that there will be a scandal. After a while, the excited cook came up. He introduced himself as Phil and asked what was wrong with the dinner. Iser replied that the dinner was excellent, but dessert? He was aware that the boss had been warned about the allergen in advance, so he was wondering why it was on the table. The guy hesitated and began to apologize. It appears he misunderstood the directions during the call and made a mistake in choosing dessert. The guest coldly noted that something irreparable could happen. The cook shuddered. Grayan continued that the information may not have been conveyed properly. If this is the case, then he needs to double-check whether the instructions on his part were clear. And if the mistake was on Serenity's part, then he will severely punish the person responsible. The guy's eyes opened in horror, and Iser tilted his head a little and began to play with his fingers. He coldly remarked that this was a serious problem and he couldn't just ignore it. The cook bowed in fear and protested. It wasn't like that at all. He was clearly told about peaches, but he misunderstood, thinking that on the contrary he liked them. The boss strenuously asked for forgiveness and said that he was sorry. Eva covered her mouth with her hands and exclaimed how he could make such a mistake. After all, this is more serious than just misunderstanding. Eating something that someone is allergic to can cause big problems. The woman said she was very sorry and asked if Serena was okay. Grayan asked seriously what she was talking about. He meant the coffee served for dessert. They should have been told that he doesn't drink sweet coffee. And the one that was served was just like that. Eva was annoyed by the mistake. She mentally cursed and began to make excuses. Since he mentioned peaches, she thought he was talking about an allergy. She then asked why he said something irreparable might happen. The man sarcastically replied that when he eats sweets, he gets goosebumps all over. At the same time, he raised his hand demonstratively. The hostess drooped. It seemed to her that the guest was simply mocking her since he knew everything. Iser further said that he was listening. At what point did something go wrong here? The cook again began to bow, apologize and ask for forgiveness. But the guest coldly said that he was not asking Phil. He turned and stared at the hostess. Peaches he didn't talk about. Allergies and his wife's name. Grayan was interested in the reason for the mention of these 3 words. Continuing to glare at the woman with his chilling gaze, he demanded an explanation. After a long conversation, Azer finally returned to his room. The room was dark and the rain was rustling outside the window. At first, he thought that his wife had already fallen asleep, but the bed was empty. On the hanger hung the blouse that Serena was wearing today. So, she managed to unfasten it herself. It looked like she was dying for him to do it again. Then the man noticed his open suitcase under the wall. This fact interested him. Therefore, she did not go out anywhere. Having gotten used to the twilight a little, Grayan noticed a silhouette behind the canopy. He asked what she was doing there and why she climbed into his suitcase. The girl shuddered and looked out from behind the fabric. She began to apologize for getting into other people's things without permission. But she asked to listen to her. Izer's eyebrow twitched upward. He asked in a drawn-out voice whether she was wearing his shirt right now. The man began to approach his wife, mentally reassuring himself that this could not happen. Serena began to tremble, wrapped in the curtain and worry why her husband had suddenly rushed to her. She asked him to stop and listen to her. She had a good reason. Hiding in the canopy, the girl stepped on the edge of the fabric and pulling the material began to fall. The husband tried to catch her but also flew after her. They landed on the bed together and Izer hovered over her. For a moment they just stared at each other. The man noticed that his wife had just gotten out of the shower. The sweet scent of soap wafted from damp hair and skin. Pale skin and pink lips shone in the moonlight. He thought about the fact that at home she walked around with cat-like eyes and was looking for an opportunity to seize on his weakness. But now she looked at him like a rabbit and was afraid that he would eat her. Also wearing his shirt. This made everything more complicated. Serena was embarrassed, promised to explain everything, and asked to let her go first. Izer didn't understand what other explanations there were. He said that this would not work and added that she should take it off. The girl stared at her husband in amazement. She hesitated for a moment and then said loudly to listen first. An hour ago, when Grayan left the room, the lady panicked. She didn't want her husband to fiddle with her buttons again. So Serena found a maid whom she asked to help her, and also agreed on help in the morning. After the shower, she began choosing a nightgown, but her sleepwear was always loose and revealing. Usually in the summer, a girl prefers to wear light and comfortable clothes so as not to be hot. But now they did not suit the current situation. One was too thin, the other was transparent. She felt comfortable and at ease around Frederick, despite the fact that she usually worries about everything. Even changing clothes in front of him was commonplace. But now the lady is alone with her husband and cannot wear something like that. In any other place you could rent a neat nightdress from the lady of the estate. But here it is Eve. Serena didn't want to ask her for clothes, so she was confused. First, I needed to cover my body with something. The girl shook her head and her gaze fell on Izer's chest. The wife said she didn't know the situation would turn out this way, and she's sorry that she borrowed his clothes without asking. But it's still better for both of them than open and thin pajamas. Grayan thought that this made him even more uncomfortable. How naive she is. The girl asked him to get off her if he understood everything. But the husband replied that first she must understand why he asked to take it off. Izer asked if his wife thought he was only doing this for the shirt. Serena replied that whatever the reason, he didn't like her wearing his clothes. She really can't wear hers. So his wife asks him to just close his eyes to this today. The man realized that his wife really didn't understand. Grayan moved his leg between her thighs. The girl looked at him questioningly. The man, looking into her eyes, asked him to promise something then. She could keep her shirt on, but in exchange they would dine out this week. Serena didn't know if he was talking about the obligatory dinner together on Wednesday and Sunday every week. She wondered why he suddenly wanted to dine out this Sunday. She wondered what he was up to this time. Izer replied that she could think it over, and he would wait as long as he wanted. The wife said that she would think about it, but first, and she began to squirm under him to get out. The girl did not know what her husband was thinking about, but you need to try to avoid answering by pretending that she is considering his proposal. Grayan understood what she was up to and did not agree to it. He said that being in this position underneath him is a must, and he can wait as long as he wants. Serena realized that she had fallen into a trap. He deliberately placed his foot to block the ability to move. The lady still continued to twitch little by little. She wanted him to at least explain why. Then she noticed that the more she moved, the more her shirt rode up. But being in such a state, looking into each other's eyes was somehow strange. The wife could not do anything. And the more time drags on, the worse it will be for her. This is a losing game for Serena from the very beginning, because she cannot return the shirt, and she has no choice but to respond quickly. The husband asked if she needed more time to think. The girl got angry and frowned. She said she agreed and asked to leave. Azer stood up and his wife immediately pulled the blanket over herself. The bad weather outside the window did not subside. The next morning, Serena opened her eyes. She felt terribly tired and did not yet remember how she fell asleep. Last night, right after the conversation, my husband immediately went to wash his face. And for some time she just lay under the blanket and could not move. The lady was very nervous and very tired, so she quickly fell asleep. She slept poorly, woke up frequently and woke up exhausted. She really wanted to go home. She also had a headache. Suddenly, Azer's voice said that since she got up, she needed to get ready. Serena looked in his direction. The husband was already sitting immaculately dressed at the coffee table and pouring himself some tea. She didn't understand when he had time to get up, get ready and change clothes if he went to bed later than her. When the girl woke up at night, she saw that he was sleeping next to the bed on the floor. He must have been uncomfortable. She even felt a little sorry for him. Grayon warned that they were asked to come down in half an hour, so she needs to hurry up. Serena was in a panic because she had no time. She didn't know where to start. First, you need to pin your hair before washing. And she went to the dressing table. Azer, drinking tea, carefully watched his wife. When she began to tie the ponytail, the shirt rose up along with her arms, completely exposing her legs. It looked very attractive in the rays of the rising sun. The man froze with the cup. He loudly placed it on the saucer. Now he understood why Frederick had revolved around his wife for 2 years. He didn't stay with her just because he was interested in finding one thing. This man was nearby for 2 years, taking care of her. Must have enjoyed monopolizing the true self of this child that no one knows about. The husband thought that Bloom was satisfied with her emotions. Tears, joy, resentment. And only he could see her defenseless appearance. He had a lot of fun on his own. Azer stood up and approached his wife from behind. Because of all this, he also wanted to get to know her better. What in her could shake his firm convictions? By teaching Serena and giving her a job at the hotel, he opened her up in many new ways, especially in the last 2 days they spent together. When she is angry, irritated, upset, exhausted, the girl shows her real self, not at all like Grayon knows. He's only been around and watching her for a few weeks, but she's already interested him. If he has more time to get to know his wife, what other sides will she show? When Azer approached her from behind, Serena flinched and froze for a moment. She quietly asked what, but there was no answer. Then she asked louder what it was. Taking out a feather from her hair, the man asked in response if she planned to become a bird. The wife did not understand what he meant until she saw the feather. She assumed it must have come from the pillow. Having completed his mission, Grayon turned around and headed towards the exit. The lady grimaced. Her husband has been pissing her off since the morning. But noticing that he was walking towards the door, she asked where he was going. He said that they would go down together. The husband replied that they were already waiting for her outside the door, and he added that she should come down when she was ready. The wife did not understand who was waiting for her. But Azer opened the door and the maid was standing there. The maid greeted her and offered to help her get ready. Then Serena remembered that she had agreed with this girl yesterday. She invited her to come in. Grayon was waiting for his wife near the door to the dining room. As she approached, he wanted to ask her something before they entered. While she was finishing her preparations and going down, did Eva approach her? The girl looked at her husband in surprise and replied that no. Last night, Azer told the owner to personally apologize to his wife. This way, she will at least save her face. The woman got angry and thought, how dare he? These young spouses are very impudent, and the milk on their lips has not yet dried. If she allows a child to shame her, her pride will not stand it. Eve clenched her fist forcefully. Why should she go and apologize? The man continued that responsibility for her vile actions would depend on how sincerely she apologized to Serena, and also on how the wife will feel after her apology. The woman exploded. She started screaming that even if she was wrong, how could he be rude to her? She is the president's wife. Azer calmly replied that respect is a mutual phenomenon. As she is to him, so is he to her. The lady should be grateful for the decision to end everything on one broken glass, the price of which he is going to reimburse. The man came even closer. Eve shuddered from his onslaught. He continued that of course it would all end like this if she followed his advice. The lady swallowed nervously. If you think about it, this person is a member of the Grayon family. Previously, she only knew about this through rumors. But now, when I encountered him in person, I realized that I couldn't quarrel with him. Iser said he hoped she understood. After that, he turned around and walked away, while thinking that confronting someone so petty was a waste of time. He came here without even undoing the buttons on his wife's blouse. Without going far, the man stopped. Turning to Ava, he said that the president was a respected figure and a wonderful person. Therefore, Graham hopes that she will become worthy of him, although this is, of course, difficult. The woman looked at the guest angrily. The man added that even if cheap clothes are labeled as luxurious, the cheap item will still look cheap. Eve immediately turned red with anger and started screaming, but Azer had already left. Sitting in the dining room at breakfast and listening to Harold's casual conversation, the guest reflected on the fact that the hostess ultimately did not apologize to Serena. Judging by her expression, she didn't apologize, not because she didn't have time, but because she just didn't mean to. At this time, Eve, still angry, looked at the girl opposite. She's not crazy to apologize. A woman would never bow her head to a child like this. In a secular society, rumors can spread, which is quite shameful. Continuing to eat, the hostess thought that the couple would not dare to do anything. They came here because they had some business with her husband. If they put the president in an awkward position, they will regret it. She is his wife after all, and it is natural that he will take her side. Grayan understood that the woman's greatest fear was that her husband would find out about everything, but she did not heed his warning. Eva must think he's trying to please the president. Cutting the meat, Azer realized that the hostess did not want to save face. She herself missed her chance and will regret it. At this time, a lot was being played at the art auction house. The auctioneer accepted a bid of 400,000. Then he asked if there were any more bets. A mysterious woman in a hat watched the auction. The presenter said that the last bid was 400,000 furs. If there are no objections, the transaction will be completed. The countdown has begun. Then the stranger picked up the number, raising the bid to 500,000 furs. The auctioneer asked if there were anyone willing to raise up to 600,000 fair. If not, then after the last countdown, the lot will be sold. The countdown began. 500,000 times, 500,002, 500,003. The blow of the hammer announced that Beestrang's Morning Ocean Tapestry had sold for a final bid of 500,000 furs. The men in the auction house began to whisper about the mysterious woman. She won the bid again. A stranger buys all the works of the Dolaran Gallery as soon as they go up for auction. Everyone was interested in who this Sarah was. Just a few years ago, she was definitely a newbie. One man heard that she was even deceived several times at auctions. The woman was already heading towards the exit. But the gossip didn't stop there. The men continued to discuss that now this stranger always takes hers. One thing is clear. This is a private person with a lot of money. In the office of the auction house, papers had to be signed to complete the deal. The mysterious woman turned out to be Sui. The manager showed where to sign. The maid thought that this auction was also a success. Moreover, they managed to win for a much lower price than they expected, due to the fact that there were few competitors. Mistress Serena will be glad when she returns. The auctioneer turned to the woman. He noticed that she was interested in the work of the Dolaran Gallery. The man assumed that the woman was a collector, since she spends so much money. And basically only this gallery participates in auctions. Dolaran recently changed its director. An announcement about the appointment will be made in a few days. And the new director seems very interested in Miss Sarah. If the woman doesn't mind, then he would like to meet her. Sui didn't respond to this. She signed the documents and asked, as always, to accompany her secretly. At this time, a woman with long brown hair was watching the deal through a stained glass window. At the end of breakfast, Harold suggested that we eat dessert and then go to another room to talk about what we could not discuss yesterday. Iser agreed. The hostess rang the bell. The door opened and the cook brought sliced fruit and tea on a serving table. When the plates were placed in front of the breakfast diners, the president was surprised that they were served plums and not peaches. Eve thought that her husband always eats fruit at the end of his meal, so it was impossible not to serve it. The man shook his head and asked if the peaches were really gone. He picked a lot of peaches. Phil shuddered and hesitated. He muttered that it wasn't quite like that. The lady swallowed nervously. Peaches had already been served yesterday, so she hoped he would remain silent. She didn't know what to do. The woman assumed that now he would definitely ask to bring peaches, and she wanted to keep it a secret, since her husband would definitely not close his eyes to what happened yesterday. I urgently need to tell him something. But at this time Azer was found. He said Chef Serenity once said that creating a menu from appetizer to dessert is like creating a sculpture. This means that everything must be thought out and organized from start to finish. He then turned to the chef and said that he was a great cook, and the same went for his meal plan. Serena turned towards her husband and looked at him with suspicion. She didn't understand what was wrong with him. He usually uses this unique manner of speaking, and this tone when he is angry or dissatisfied with something. At first, Eva was surprised why the guest took her side. But then she suggested that he also wanted to let go of this situation, and she answered out loud that their cook graduated from the best culinary school in the empire. The president smiled and assumed that the cook wanted to finish breakfast with something refreshing. Still, plums are more sour than peaches. Phil bowed his head and said yes. The president continued to say that this is his way of showing respect to the painstakingly prepared dishes, by coming up with a dessert that goes well with the meal. The hostess took up her husband's idea and added that the plums were also from their garden, so they thought it would be nice to treat the guests to them too. And she was going to personally serve the peaches to the guests a little later. Azer was darker than a cloud. He interjected that there are always exceptions, emphasizing the last word. This is not a restaurant, and we can ask the chef about the special dessert prepared by the president. He turned to the guy and asked what he would say. Does he strongly recommend peaches? Eva began to get nervous. The guest did not take his side but was going to turn things around this way from the very beginning. Phil was panicked and began to tremble. The woman was worried because she understood that the cook was naive and would not be able to lie if she did not warn him in advance. Especially if you put pressure on your conscience. Harold didn't understand what was happening. He said that he did not ask for the drains to be removed. Just when they finished serving all the planned dishes, let them add peaches. He asked the boss if this was a difficult request, and he seriously added that usually the guy doesn't say a word against him. And in general, why is he shaking so much? And he became somewhat pale. Koyazin asked if the boss was in any pain. Eve stood up from her chair and said that Phil must have been a little nervous in front of the guests. She will bring everything herself. And the lady let the cook go. The guy glanced sideways at Serena, wondering what he had done. Then he fell on his face with words of apology. He said he committed a sin. The hostess stood up abruptly and shouted at the cook. The guest turned towards what was happening, and realized that it was still true that Eva had deliberately tried to feed her peaches. Harold was shocked. He asked the cook how to understand this, why the apology. They have guests. The guy replied that even knowing everything, he did the wrong thing. Knowing full well that Mrs. Serena is allergic to peaches, with his own hands, he has neither the right nor the qualifications to call himself a chef after this. He really didn't want to do this, but his mistress put pressure on him. She said nothing would happen. Eva got angry and shouted that he was crazy. The boss puts the blame on her. This is all some kind of nonsense. Then she asked permission for them to leave. The woman apologized for this. Turning to her husband, she said that nothing of the kind had happened and asked him not to pay attention. Azer expected the outcome of the scandal, but Harold coldly asked his wife if it was true, that she deliberately ordered this to be done, knowing about the allergy. He clarified whether it was true that she served with her own hands to the guests something that they could not eat. Eva began to smile and say that nothing serious had happened and promised to explain everything. But the man again asked very loudly whether it was true or not. If true, it turns out that his wife tricked him into picking peaches and serving them to Lady Serena with her own hands, thus putting her in a difficult position. And she was so cruel to the cook Phil. This is a terrible insult to everyone here. The president asks again if this is true. The woman was trembling all over. Azer folded his arms across his chest, silently, watching everything that was happening. Judging by the fact that the owner of the mansion trusts the cook more than his wife, there is no trust at all between them in everyday life. Before assuming that the president would unconditionally take her side just because she was his wife, she should first find out what kind of relationship he had with Harold. Eve doesn't know that they share terrible memories. The woman bowed and said she was very sorry. She misunderstood Lady Serena, so she committed a shameful act. She shouldn't have done this. She then added that if the guest wanted her to kneel, the hostess would do so. She will do anything to make the girl's soul feel better. And the woman apologized again. Serena stood opposite her with her hands folded. She wondered if someone might throw a peach in her face. Let him be glad that the president is nearby. In fact, Eve looked so insignificant that it didn't even make sense. The lady said that she did not see her desire to earn forgiveness, and Serena did not need her apology. She hopes that the lady will think about what a terrible thing she did. The girl didn't want to say anything at that moment. She just wanted to go home as soon as possible. The president said that his wife was rude to the guests. Bent over, Eva thought that if rumors spread, she would be finished. Iser stood up and asked permission to take his leave. Harold asked to wait. They were going to talk after dessert. He is sorry that this happened, and he understands that the guests are upset. The man is now ashamed to look into Jansa's eyes. He asked what would happen to his reputation if he let them go like that. And yesterday, Grayon said that he had an important conversation with the president. He will listen to everything. The owner offered to drink tea and talk calmly. The guest clarified what kind of reputation they were talking about. His wife came here with him, but her life was put in danger. And now Harold is using her as an excuse to talk business. Then Azer added that they would discuss business issues later, and called his wife to leave. Serena was surprised. It was clear that the situation had changed. The husband said that he waited a long time for the president to contact him. Perhaps it turned out even better. Thanks to this, he finally caught Eve red-handed and forced her to apologize to her. And most importantly, Grayon changed his relationship with Harold. He's just incredible. The owner bowed to Serena and apologized. It turns out that the poor man was put in an awkward position. Still, it wasn't his fault. The couple headed away from the dining room and mansion. On the other hand, the lady felt like they were both being used, so she didn't see the need for... At that moment, the husband took her hand and squeezed. So they walked out next to each other, holding hands like real spouses. When they left the house, Serena immediately pulled her hand out of his hand with the words, "Let go already." The couple stopped near the house. Iser said that the next time she finds herself in a similar situation, she needs to not show that she is hesitating. It's all written all over her face. The girl replied that she did everything for a reason. He himself knows that this is not the president's fault. She only wanted to quarrel with Eve. But Harold was so embarrassed that she herself felt embarrassed. Grayon said they were husband and wife. The guilt of one of the spouses becomes common. The president was not involved, but he must apologize for Eva's actions. This is what it means to be together. The man further noted that naturally Serena does not think of their union as a real marriage, so he doesn't know how much she is able to understand it. 4 years ago, when the question of an alliance with Grayon arose, the girl told Ianse that she was not ready to agree even to a fictitious marriage with this guy. She believed that her grandmother was out of her mind. Lady Serenity calmly replied to Serena to just do what she says, and so there are a lot of rumors going around due to the sudden news of the wedding. Not holding a ceremony in this case is the same as publicly announcing the fictitiousness of their marriage. It soon becomes clear that this is Serenity's last move. Even if it sounds harsh, it is necessary to protect them. Later, Iser himself will gain the trust of people, and worried partners will have no questions left. But the granddaughter stubbornly declared that she would not do this, and she added that she would die, but would not put on a wedding dress and stand like a fool next to this man. She clenched her fist. It's better for a girl to leave home but not be a puppet. She then asked Iansa to give her a chance. She can handle everything herself, learn everything she needs to know, and will do everything as she says. Serena asked why her grandmother didn't believe in her. If the problem is age, then she will soon be 19 years old. You just need to wait a little. Iansa replied that it was not because she did not believe in it. Now they simply don't have time. She asked not to be stubborn, to listen to her grandmother and not to do anything until she gives permission. The granddaughter replied, "Then let the grandmother find a sweet, submissive girl somewhere and bring her here." Since Iansa was going to bring home a man from the Grayon family, then she could find herself a new granddaughter. The one who will obey. Evil Serena turned around and walked away, her heels clicking. The elderly lady shouted after her to look at this stubborn woman and asked if she had said everything. At the door, the girl ran into her future husband. Having caught up with the man, she glared at him angrily. Iansa exhaled tiredly and asked herself who this girl is so stubborn about. When Iser approached the lady, she was already holding her aching head. The woman said she was sorry, but it looked like the wedding ceremony would not be so easy. She didn't know what to do. The man said it didn't matter. He didn't like the idea himself. Then he added that they would find another way to reassure their partners. Grayon admitted that even 4 years later, this young woman was as straightforward as ever. She just thinks of them as a marriage contract, so she doesn't realize they're married at all. Therefore, no matter how official and public the place, Serena does not call him husband. The girl asked him a counter-question whether he considered their marriage real. Iser replied that at least he is trying to fulfill social responsibilities, even if they are only on paper in marriage. Perhaps she is not interested in such things, but all this time he lived like her husband. Regardless of who he was with, what he did, where he went, and what kind of rumors there were about them. Until now, Grayon had allowed his wife to live as she wanted, but from the moment she decided to intervene in management, the girl must remember that she has her own responsibilities. Whether she wants it or not, for everyone they are a married couple. She is his wife, and should behave accordingly while this relationship lasts. Iser took a step forward, pushing Serena against the wall. He continued to say, no matter what she thinks, she must also be responsible for him, at least until the moment comes that she is looking forward to. The man rested his hand on the wall and leaned slightly towards the girl. He said emphatically that they were now married. The next day, Serena and her husband finally returned home. Raoul and his maid met them in the hall. The guy was glad that the gentleman had returned. When it started to rain, he already doubted that they would arrive today. The girl noticed that the secretary was in a good mood. He replied that while the two of them were away, the servants were essentially on a short vacation. Raoul took out a folder and said that they brought the report from the hotel while they were leaving. It needs to be checked. He hesitated a little, not knowing who to give it to. Iser quietly nodded towards his wife. The guy immediately handed the folder to Serena. The lady replied that she would look tomorrow and asked to put it on the table in her office. The maid accepted the report. The lady asked where Sui was. The maid replied that she had gone to the warehouse not long ago and had not returned yet. She warned that she might be delayed. Serena said that she understood, and asked that they tell her when she returns that there is no need to come to her. Let her rest. It looks like the auction the maid was sent to was a success. The maid probably went to check on the painting that had been delivered. Iser glanced sideways in surprise at the mention of the warehouse. The lady had not slept well for the last 3 days, most likely because she was alone with her husband. She wanted to quickly change into comfortable clothes and relax by taking a foot bath after a long time. She wondered if Frederick was in the room and what he did without her these 3 days. When Serena left, Bloom was left alone. It rarely happens when both of the gentlemen are absent from the mansion at once, and for several days at that. They are also delayed due to bad weather. Frederick overheard Sui's phone conversation with the owner, where they said that the trip would take several days due to bad weather. Coincidentally, the head maid was also absent for several hours a day. Therefore, even though it is dangerous, he still will not have another chance to get into the outhouse. The floorboards creaked under the feet of the men in the old building. Contrary to his expectations, there was absolutely nothing remarkable there. Old furniture, children's toys, not fashionable interior. Compared to the main building, this annex seemed unworthy of attention. Apparently, once upon a time, this was the family's personal space. And now time has stopped there. In the main building, which Frederick looked through for 2 years, he did not find anything suspicious. Maybe the thing he's looking for wasn't here in the first place. Perhaps the information was false. The man, going through little Serena's toys, realized that she had liked cute things since childhood. But still there was one unexpected find. These are pointy shoes. Bloom didn't think he would see them there. He took one ballet shoe in his hand, twisting it from different sides. He saw the inscription Lise on the sole. The guy didn't know why they were there, but in any case, he had better get out of there. It is unlikely that he will be able to find anything there. The floorboard creaked behind them and Frederick's name was called. The man looked back and saw the door open and Serena enter. The girl was surprised to see him. She asked what he was doing here. She did not understand what her lover was doing in the outbuilding, where he was forbidden to enter. He too was clearly surprised by her appearance, but the creaking floor announced another guest. Iser noticed that they both seemed surprised. Bloom was confused. The gentleman also came. Why, when he returned, did not follow into the main hall but followed her? Grayan smiled. He realized that Frederick had managed to search the annex after all. Since he is still here, despite the high risk of being caught, it seems he didn't find anything in the outbuilding either. In any case, thanks to his lover, Azer became more interesting. So at least it's not boring. The girl was a little confused. She didn't understand what was happening. The husband noticed that the princess obviously did not yet fully understand the situation, and he asked if he needed his help. Then the gentleman went to the bedside table, opened the cabinet, and took out a revolver. He placed the weapon in his wife's hands and said that he taught her how to use it last time. When Serena firmly took the gun in her hands, her husband took her by the shoulders and told her to take good aim and shoot. Supporting his wife by the elbow with one hand and the shoulder with the other, Azer noticed that this time they had a different target. 2 years ago, in a distant corner, a masked man met Frederick. He said that there was a top-secret kingdom document. It was difficult to find out about him, although not everything, but the essence is clear. According to this document, Serenity's family has been hiding something for decades. We need to find out what exactly. However, the form, quantity, and characteristics are currently unknown. As soon as Bloom learns any additional information, he must immediately pass it on secretly. The stranger emphasized that this was a very serious and important matter. Serenity's life depends on it. The masked man said that enormous power and might in the kingdom, hotels, businesses, and numerous premises belong to this family. This is literally an opportunity to steal both power and assets. And then he added that he should also bring inside business information to Serenity. Find out as much as possible about where they are investing, what land they are buying, and what kind of business they are going to open on it. For Frederick, it all started with hatred. Serena hates the name Grayan alone, and he feels the same. She may not realize it, but the man entered her house with hatred and orders. However, upon meeting her, Bloom realized that his hatred had turned against himself, and he decided to protect the girl from them, waiting for the moment when Azer finally takes away the business and leaves her. Living in constant fear on the edge, she will not be able to survive the moment when everything is truly taken away from the lady. Countless infinite number of times everything will collapse until it disappears completely. So he must find this thing first before they threaten her. He must uncover the identities of those behind the mask and find out what they are looking for. To protect the lady and her home, Azer and his wife continued to hold Frederick at gunpoint. The husband let Serena go and said that he was sorry, but it looked like he would have to leave to find out whether bullets or words would fly out. So he'll go better. Leaving the room, the man understood that his wife was keeping her lover close to her only because of her mistrust of him. And this mistrust is still too deep, so she is not ready to let Bloom go just yet. But the trust in him is enormous. It's too risky to send him away just because he was playing with a doll in an empty outbuilding. But the important thing is that Serena's faith in her lover begins to crack. Grayan realized that the guy would probably leave this house soon. Leaving the room, the man met Raoul waiting for him. He asked the assistant to find out about the warehouse Sui went to. That is, what instructions the wife gave her, where the place is, what's inside, what the purpose is, and everything else. The guy replied that he understood the task. In the outbuilding, Serena lowered her revolver. She said this is where she was born and raised. The scent of their family still lingers here, so she tries to keep the place intact. There is a cradle and a stroller from her childhood. Here are the paints with which she clumsily painted. Here is my mother's perfume, which is no longer sold. And here are the coffee stains on the carpet that her dad left while playing with her. There are marks of her height on the closet, which were made by her brother, despite the fact that her mother scolded them for ruining the furniture. The smell of his parents still lingered in their bedroom closet. The lady forbade others from entering here because she did not want these trivial but nostalgic smells and traces to disappear. Also, after Azer appeared, the lady needed a safe corner. Serena asked if he now understands why even he was forbidden to enter here. Frederick apologized. The girl asked if he remembered the conversation between them on the day of their first meeting. The man replied that of course he remembers. Then the lady asked the next question when they should separate. Bloom remembered that day. When he came to her room, he first said his full name. The girl, wrapped in blankets, told him to be by her side while he was here, to be the one who exists for her sake, until one day she asks him to leave. Then he should simply disappear from this house without asking anything. She asked me to promise her this. Remembering, Frederick replied that when she told him to leave. The lady confirmed. She thinks he understands that asking to be on her side also meant obeying her instructions and orders. The end was a foregone conclusion from the day they first met. And if he does not want this moment to come earlier, then there is no need to break the promise of that day again. The lover replied that he would keep it in mind. Serena said he was tired, and tapping her heels she headed towards the exit. She suggested going to the bedroom because she wanted a foot bath. The man froze for a moment and then followed her. In the room, Frederick helped the girl change clothes and began preparing a bath. Serena thought, come to think of it, she opened her heart to him, a stranger, because the guy turned out to be the complete opposite of her husband. Unlike the one who didn't hear her, he always listened to her. The one who gave her a cold but correct answer, and he who gave her a gentle but wrong answer. Such an ideal polished Iser and such an atypical Frederick. A husband is like a cold stone, and a lover is like warm earth. Grayon is like a silent winter lake, and Bloom is like a summer forest, whispering only to her. Unlike the one who lives by the rules, the guy is free like her. At least Serena thought he looked like her. She reached out her hand to his bowed head but froze. Then, pursing her lips, the girl pushed the basin of water, spilling all the liquid on the floor. She said the water was cold. With tears in her eyes, she wondered if her lover was the same as her husband, if he was deceiving her, if he also wanted something for her. Frederick apologized. The girl thought that this was the only way to protect him. Even if her presence hurts him, she wants to keep what he loves and wants and only then leave. The man, wiping her feet, said that he would ask her to adjust the temperature of the water and bring it again. He came out of the bedroom with the basin. Serena realized that Bloom is the only one of her people who does not need to follow the instructions of her grandmother and Iser throughout the mansion and hotel. That's why he still hasn't disobeyed her orders. The lady began to sway gently while sitting on the banquette. She wondered why he did this. Her head began to ache and the girl touched her forehead. She understood that if Frederick wanted something, he would have aimed at an office or study with important documents, and not at an outbuilding where there was nothing. She remembered that he was simply touching her doll. He had never been there before. He was probably just curious. When the man returned with a filled basin, he saw that Serena was already asleep, wrapped in a blanket on the bed. 2 days later, Serena was working in her office. Sui asked how she was feeling, since the lady had not touched her breakfast at all. The girl replied that everything was fine. The maid was worried because since the couple returned from the president, the lady was in a bad mood, eating almost nothing, only a little fruit. She wondered why things were the same. The maid noticed that the anniversary of the hotel's opening was in 2 days. The lady worked hard to organize everything in such a short time. She has been working at the hotel since she took over management. But this event is Serena's first official assignment, and her first public appearance as a hotel owner. She reported that the hotel administration had recently reported that the yellow flowers sent annually as gifts had been brought in much more this time. The lady just nodded. The maid continued that everything else was prepared without any problems, so she hopes the celebration goes smoothly. The hostess's evening dress has also just arrived. A designer will arrive tomorrow morning to do a fitting. The maid was worried that the lady might have lost some weight because she was not eating well. Serena raised her head and asked Sui if Frederick used to be a military man. The assistant confirmed and said that this is what she knows. The lady clarified whether this was all the information, maybe the origin or something else special. The maid replied that apart from her name, age, and military experience, she knew nothing more. She became curious why the girl suddenly became interested in her lover's past. Sui asked if she needed to look up this information. Serena replied that it was not necessary. Then the assistant clarified whether the lady still had plans with her husband outside the estate today. Should she prepare clothes? The girl just hummed in response. Iser sat in his dressing gown in his room and listened to Raoul's report on the head maid. The guy said that she buys paintings under the pseudonym Sarah. Purchased works are stored in that warehouse. He was checking him. The secretary handed over a folder with a list of all purchased works and information about the premises. It is not too far away. Grayon began looking through the papers. He knew that Serenity's family had been very interested in art for generations, but this was a large 2-story warehouse. Raoul said it looks like a mansion from the outside. In addition, there is a permanent security guard of 10 people on the territory. The gentleman noted that the purchase of such a quantity of works as well as the maintenance of a large warehouse and security, must cost a lot. He wondered why he didn't know about it. The secretary replied that Serena handles the expenses personally. She pays for everything from her own savings. The guy did a little research and discovered an interesting fact. The influence of this sulfur is quite great. She is already so famous in the industry that there is no one who does not know about her. And in just 3 years or so, she had accumulated a significant amount of capital. He asked the boss to turn the sheet over. Iser actually flinched at the amount indicated. He asked if Raoul was sure that this was 700,000 ferrets. This amount exceeds the budget of most middle-class families. Grayan asked what she had done for 3 years to raise such a sum. The secretary didn't believe it at first either. So he contacted the bank and they confirmed everything. She probably also has cash. And if you take into account the value of the art in the warehouse, the actual size of the assets is estimated to be much higher. The man thought about it. If this started about 3 years ago, that would mean it was when Serena lost a lot of money at the auction. Then a document confirming damages was delivered to the mansion. That's how Grayan found out about it. After that incident, it was quiet, and he thought that his wife had stopped doing such things. He even recently mentioned this in a conversation with his wife. He then said that when Serena signed an agreement on unfavorable terms, when she went to the auction and was deceived, he simply calmly dealt with all this and did not criticize her. Raoul continued to say that he realized something while searching for information. He thought he knew why the lady started collecting art. Most of the first purchases were family pieces of art. To be precise, these works once belonged to Serenity. That is, what was sold after Iser moved into this house. Now the man understood why his wife started doing all sorts of stupid things. Immediately after the wedding, his first priority was to deal with Serenity's large debts and financial difficulties. To pay off the debt, he had to sell the family's real estate, buildings, land, and mountains. The gentleman kept only the part that had potentially the greatest value in the future. Jewelry, paintings, sculptures, and even furniture were also sold. At that time, there was a painting, the sale of which Serena especially objected to. Oil painting by Whip Blemereau, The Color of Ecstasy. According to Sui, it took quite a long time for this work to become the property of Balatia Serenity. For the couple, it was the most valuable thing. However, Iser had to sell it because the painting was quite expensive. When she was taken away, his wife asked him for anything for the first and last time. She stood in front of the painting with tears in her eyes. She begged not to touch her and promised to find money to buy the painting. She only needed a few days. He then only asked how she would do it and ordered her to take the painting. After that, she sold all her earrings and dresses and wanted to return things that belonged to the family. Grayan understood how it all began, and it was surprising that it had reached such proportions. He looked through the pages again and again. It was incredible how she managed to make so much money starting with just a few pairs of earrings. Raoul said that at first it was just buying art, but after that he got the feeling that she started doing it out of pleasure. Gradually, her actions began to go beyond auctions. Serena began investing in works and artists through galleries and the like, and then the capital increased from profitable sales. In addition, a year ago she made a bold investment in pottery. And now that they have become popular, she has earned a lot of money here and abroad. It is said that many are interested in where Sarah will invest due to its high acumen and stability. In fact, she has become a leader in this field. Raoul wondered why the boss was smiling. Iser recalled that his wife had virtually no personal expenses. She especially didn't want to spend the family's money, and the reason was obvious. Because of her pride, she probably did not want to take the money he earned. However, he believed that the assistants could somehow figure it out, since she called a jeweler and went to banquets in luxurious dresses and jewelry. It turns out that she achieved all this herself. The man wondered, scratching his chin, what he should do with this wayward princess. At the time, he just thought she was immature and annoying. Serena was criticized, ridiculed, and shamed for not doing well in the beginning, but she managed to learn and grow steadily on her own without giving up. As a result, my wife achieved such amazing results. And this in just 3 years, and with the help of Sui alone. This is simply incredible and very unusual. Raoul realized that the boss had this smile when he was happy. Iser agreed that after all, his wife was Iansa's blood. In a house where there were no opportunities, she looked like a small mouse. But in her territory, she is a real predator. The management of the hotel was going well as expected. and he was excited about what she would do next. The man stood up. He felt like he had missed a beat. The gentleman asked if the girl had found the most desired painting, since it was not on the list. The secretary replied that the painting was still in Dolaran's possession. Most of Serenity's works of art were purchased by the Dolaran Gallery. After this, she suddenly encountered financial difficulties and sold many works. Therefore, the lady managed to return most of the property. But it is this work that really has a high collection value, so it hasn't been put up for sale yet. Iser smiled again and suggested that his wife must be very worried about this. But here Raoul hesitated a little. He said there was one more thing he would like to tell you. The guy added that yesterday a new director of the Dolaran Gallery was appointed. As the gentleman can guess, the new director is now... Grayan remembered the letters sent, which means she has returned. The assistant said, embarrassed, that he thought the boss must have found out. Then he added that he had prepared the car, because today he would go on a date with his mistress. But Iser said no, these were just matters outside the estate. Then Raoul asked when the gentleman would return. The man replied that he didn't know. It was probably too late. At this time, Sui was styling the lady's hair, helping her get ready. Serena, wearing elegant shoes, walked down the steps to the car. The elegant gray color perfectly set off her silver eyes, and the small pill-shaped hat added a touch of mischief to her look. Iser was already waiting for her, leaning against the car. Today he looked different, not as usual. He swapped his jacket for a jumper, which made his look less formal. The girl asked where they were going, to which the husband replied that first she needed to get into the car. The lady was surprised that there was no driver. Grayan opened the door and said that she would drive today. Serena was surprised that he could drive. She heard that not many people in the kingdom have a license to drive a car, although in principle there are actually not very many cars. The girl thought that then she should probably sit in the front, but it was not comfortable. It's not like that when they're sitting together in the back. Iser asked why she didn't sit down. Then he assumed that his wife was waiting for him to open the door for her. The lady was indignant that he wasn't at all and told him not to even think about touching the door handle. She'll figure it out herself. The lady thought of just pretending that she didn't understand and sitting in the back. But Grayan, as if he had read her thoughts, told her not to even think about sitting back. Serena thought they would go to a restaurant since he said they would eat out, but she never expected that they would come to the Radisson Art Academy. The director and staff met them in front of the building. The woman said hello and said that she and the teachers had been waiting for them since they received the call about their arrival. The guests were first shown to the dance classes. The director said that the body needs to be trained to dance from an early age, so they have a lot of classes for children. Their ballet department is popular. The girl thought that she had not been here for a long time. And these babies are so cute. She too was once the same. Serena touched the glass. Until now, she had only followed the academy through documents. But this place is alive and it is full of passions. She squeezed her hand. A place where you sweat, learn, and grow to achieve your dreams. The lady was like that once too. As a little girl, she learned that she could not be a ballerina because, like her relatives, she would have to manage a hotel. She then cried and suffered for a long time. The girl's memories were interrupted by a child's voice, which asked if she was Mrs. Serena. The lady turned and saw a slightly frightened girl holding a bag in front of her. The child said hello. The director named the little girl Jamie and asked what she was doing here on Sunday. The girl replied that yesterday she forgot her bag, and today when I came to pick her up, I saw the director leaving the office, so I followed her. The mistress said that if the girl was the same Jamie, then she had long wanted to meet her. The girl blushed with embarrassment, and stuttering asked how they knew her. Serena remembered her because she had often seen that name in reports. She's one of the people they sponsor. The girl really has talent. The lady replied that she heard how the baby was always praised at various competitions. She even won recently. Jamie got excited and confirmed that it was true. She nervously clutched her purse and promised to work even harder to become the best ballerina in the kingdom. And she will become as cool an adult as her sister. The director said that the guest should be called Mrs. Serena, not sister. The girl apologized, and the lady replied that everything was fine and she could call her sister. Jamie reached into her purse, searched for something for a long time, and then took out a blue handkerchief with strawberries. She handed it to Serena and said that this was a very important thing for her, and she wanted to give it to her sister. The girl was amazed at such a sweet display of the child. She thanked for the gift. The little girl said goodbye and ran away. The director said that Jamie knew that she was receiving a grant from the guest, so she really wanted to meet her earlier. She thinks that now the girl will brag to everyone that she met a lady. Then the couple walked through the park. Iser noticed that his wife still carries a scarf with her, so he asked what he liked so much. The girl replied that, of course, she liked it. It's almost a treasure. In fact, she was still in a bad mood, so she wanted to stay at home. But I went anyway because I promised. And I really began to feel better. Serena visited a park she hadn't been to since she was 17. It is still as beautiful and calm. Swans swim on the lake. I also visited the academy and received an unexpected gift. When she sees Jamie and the other kids working hard to learn, she wants to work even harder. There is some truth in Harold's words. He said that when you visit in person, you can see things that touch your heart that you can't see in a report. He also said that you can go there, hold hands, drink a cup of coffee, watch a play, take a walk in the park. Not a bad date. It dawned on the lady. She asked her husband that she was really walking in Radisson Park now because of the president's words. Iser replied that if Harold found out, he would be disappointed, since she promised to try. Serena said in surprise that it was just being said out of politeness. And then she asked if he was going to visit all the places that the president spoke about then. Then she reasoned out loud. They watched the show, drank coffee, walked in the park, so it turns out that they did everything. All that's left is to hold hands. She said this and shuddered. The girl immediately regretted what she said, but her husband had already asked if she wanted to hold hands. This was not his plan, but he might think about it. The lady immediately backed down. She replied that it was not necessary. She just said the wrong thing. Graham thought that he had already taken her hand. Serena looked at her husband. She hadn't been to a show or gone to a cafe for a long time, and she liked it. But it's strange that she did this with Iser. This is usually done with friends, family, or lovers. But she doesn't have the kind of relationship with him to walk hand in hand like that, side by side. The man suggested thinking about it as a job. In any case, they will meet Harold again soon. Then the time spent will serve as a help. Serena replied that she was actually silent, and she thought that he was reading her thoughts directly. The girl suggested going slower. It was difficult for her to keep up with him, perhaps because his legs are long and his stride is so long. Graham glanced sideways at his wife, but slowed down his pace, agreeing to walk more slowly. After taking a closer look at her shoes, Iser said that she still couldn't wear high heels. Her ankle shouldn't hurt today. They still have a lot of work left to do, so he suggested buying shoes with low heels. The lady turned to him. She remembered the shoes he had sent her on her first day of work at the hotel to tease her. The girl asked not to remind her of that day ever again. Because of his unclean intentions, her mood deteriorated. The husband smiled lightly. That's what he was trying to achieve by sending the shoes. But he noted out loud that she no longer needed to try so hard. Serena didn't understand. Iser explained that she herself said this at the president's house. One minor weakness can become life-threatening at any moment. So she lived by hiding her weaknesses and pretending to be strong. That's why that day the lady never wanted to show him that she was in pain. But today there is no need for this. Serena doesn't need to try and wear such high heels on purpose. He added that even without heels, his wife looks quite tall. And the conversation is not about growth. In society, many more people consider her a great person and respect her more than she realizes. Like that girl Jamie, for example. Therefore, Serena needs to become more confident in herself. From the perspective of the person who taught her, Graham wants to say that she is doing well now, mentally adding that Serena, that's Sarah. The girl was confused. In fact, high heels were her obsession. When it seemed that the family crisis was her fault, in those countless moments when the lady stood simply quietly behind her husband, and it seemed to her that there was no longer room for her in her own home. Every time the lady felt so pathetic and useless. She thought that if she dressed nicely and wore high-heeled shoes, she would look less small, less shabby, and less pathetic. Perhaps this was not an outside opinion of her, but rather Serena was afraid to see herself like this. This is how it turned out to be an obsession and even a habit. The girl replayed her husband's words in her head when he said that she looked tall enough, even without those shoes. So he wants to say that she is doing a good job. The lady was happy about this. Iser added that the shoes he sent that day were not only a mockery of her. He pushed her that way on purpose that day in the garden with Frederick. The girl stared at her husband in surprise. Had he really just veiledly apologized for that push? Serena indignantly asked. Is he serious? He infected himself, and he is treating it himself. Then she said that we had passed. She had long forgotten about it and he needed to forget. But the husband didn't even blink an eye. Indeed, the Grayon family members are not people at all. This is confusing. At that moment, the lady felt something drop onto her hat. She froze and shrank from the idea. Looking sideways, Azer also noticed and pointed out that she had something on her headdress. Serena started shaking and waving her arms. She wanted to take off her hat but was afraid of getting dirty. She nervously asked her husband where she got dirty. The man asked to stand still. The girl was nervous. Because of this bird, she is now so ashamed. The husband carefully removed the headdress and threw it in the trash. The lady wanted to leave and asked where the exit was. Azer said to follow him. But the lady asked to wait a little. She tied the gifted scarf around her head. Only then was she ready to go. Grayon, looking at her point blank, asked what she had done. The girl explained that there were so many birds here and she was not comfortable. Who knows? Maybe on the way to the exit back this will happen. The man smiled, covering his mouth with his hand. He wondered why she was so cute. Serena angrily asked him why he was laughing. The husband had no intention of answering. Later in the evening, the couple dined on the restaurant's terrace. The visitors whispered. Some said that they were the hotel manager. Others said that they knew this couple only by rumors and were seeing them for the first time. They discussed the girl's face and body, calling her a doll. And the man is a little scary because he is from the Grayon family, but he's really handsome. There were also rumors that the two were not on good terms. The day was already coming to an end. Dinner went smoothly. Serena put her fork down on her empty plate. She noticed how beautiful the sun was setting, and pleasant music makes it even more beautiful. The girl was enjoying the view when Azer started talking about that conversation with the president about the fund. The man said he was going to build a new Serenity Hotel by the sea. The lady was surprised. Grayon explained that the hotel now has significant business weight because it is located in the city center. As she herself knows, the number of clients from different parts of the kingdom has increased. This was facilitated by the railway station, which was built in the capital. The guests, as a rule, were noble guests visiting the palace or businessmen visiting the capital on business. In other words, their clients tend to come for the purpose of some kind of meeting. Only a small part comes solely for recreation or for overnight stay. Despite this, the reservation is always full. Therefore, the available space and the number of people are limited. Serenity needs a new breakthrough now. Serena listened carefully. The husband continued that now most hotels have a pronounced business orientation, but the new hotel will be recreation-oriented. The girl digested what she heard. She sorted through information about what the second Serenity Hotel in the resort area could provide. Compared to the large size of the kingdom, the area touching the sea is very small. Therefore, we can consider that Murachevia has no access to the sea. Because of this, in the past there were many wars with countries adjacent to the sea in order to take possession of the sea themselves. Her grandfather, who was an officer, also fell victim to such a war. Eventually, with victory in the war, the kingdom managed to subjugate other countries and become the greatest power on the continent. Murachevia trades and extracts resources through their seas. The kingdom began to own the sea, but in reality, to see the sea you have to travel a very long time, and the transport is poor. Therefore, there are many people who have never seen big water. Serena has been to many rivers and lakes, but the sea is too far away. So it became a special place that she could only go to during her mother's vacation. Since the people of the kingdom have different fantasies and expectations about the sea, newspapers began to exploit this. They began to frequently feature images of the sea on their home pages, or print them out and provide them as postcards, because there was such a demand from people who wanted to see the coast. As the kingdom's high-status society faded into oblivion, newly arrived young wealthy people began throwing parties on cruise ships. What aroused envy and interest? So people definitely want to go to the sea. If their hotel is built there and there is a road that ordinary people can easily find, then this is truly an ideal plan. In addition, the memory of their grandfather who gave them the sea at the cost of his life means a lot to Serenity. The girl clenched her fist. She liked this idea. Serena asked her husband what it meant. That important conversation with the president was about this. Build a station at the resort where the hotel will be built. Azer confirmed and said that she was catching on quickly. He twirled the glass by the stem, and then added that it looked like his wife had already calculated everything on her own, so we could skip the explanations. Grayon said it would go beyond the concept of simply building a second hotel. This will become a new major business by developing the existing small town. The Serenity Hotel will appear in the center of a new large city. Serena nodded. She knew this would be a good opportunity for Serenity to make a second breakthrough. Both the time and the opportunities are ideal. Iser looked carefully at his wife, taking a sip of water. He thought she didn't seem to mind. The man didn't consult her earlier because he thought she would lose her temper and throw a plate at him. You can also say that she is starting to trust him a little. That's why he was on a long business trip. I had to do an inspection. Because they planned urban development, they often had to obtain permission from the kingdom. And the businesses they were going to meet with about the business part were very busy. Serena thought about it. Now she understands why her husband began teaching her after he arrived from a business trip. Iser went on to say that this is a big business in many ways, so it won't be smooth sailing. There will be a lot of work. There are a lot of things that need to be addressed right now. For example, the construction of a railway station and related issues. The man must take care of the new hotel, so the hotel here will remain hers. From now on, she will also receive reports about the resort, so she needs to take note of this. The girl hummed in response. Grayon took a sip of water and thought that he couldn't get used to her calm, He was ready for battle, but his wife seemed to like the plan. When he saw her at such moments, he felt her great affection for her family. Even though she is sitting right in front of him, she does not hide her trepidation. He does not understand such a feeling as love for family. Iser's thoughts were interrupted by the waiter. He asked if the guests liked the lamb rib steak served for dinner. He also said that for dessert they prepared tea and chocolate cake with pistachios. In addition, the waiter suggested trying the opera cake. The guy started advertising this cake and saying that it was a wonderful dessert. But Serena said that they should serve anything but opera. Then the worker asked what the gentleman wanted. But Iser said he didn't need anything. The guy was upset and promised to bring a chocolate cake with pistachios and branded berry jam. The lady happily started dessert. Grayon watched his wife resting his head. He noticed that she eats sweets well, although she pecked at the main meal like a bird. The man noticed some jam on the girl's lip. I immediately told my wife about this. She became embarrassed and started wiping with a napkin. Her husband asked if she liked the food because she barely touched it. Serena, wiping her lips, replied that it was delicious. Iser then asked why she ate so little then. The girl asked what difference it made to him. Grayon crossed his arms and said that she must eat well and be healthy in order to work for a long time. After all, she must live up to the expectations of a little ballerina who is going to become a great, wonderful adult like her. The lady didn't understand him. She remembered all his words, how he said he would use her for as long as he could, and then kill her as soon as she got in his way. Or Iser will use it for his own pleasure. And when it becomes useless, then he will think about what to do. When he said that the time would come and she would betray him too. Will kill him. Then he offered to risk their lives. And her husband also said that if she later turned against him, he would take everything from her. Then she will die. Serena stood up abruptly and told Grayon to get up because she wanted to go home. When they left the restaurant, it started to rain. Iser said that there would be a heavy downpour soon and asked them to go a little faster. Or she could wait here while he drove the car. He noticed back in the restaurant that her expression suddenly dimmed. Perhaps she was tired. The wife replied that it was not necessary since there was only a bridge left to cross. Suddenly there was a loud creak. The couple turned around at the sound. Then there was some noise. Serena, out of inertia, grabbed her husband's arm and squeezed. Iser noticed this gesture in surprise. The girl turned her head around, not understanding what it was. A car with a trailer loaded with barrels rumbled along the stone road. It began to rain. The carrier was dozing at the wheel, nodding sleepily. Because of this, I unknowingly pressed the gas pedal. The car began to gain momentum, and without control it was carried towards stacked boxes at the side of the road. At that moment the driver woke up and tried to brake. But the car skidded along the wet road and it still crashed into the container. The couple heard this roar. The frightened man got out of the car. He thought he would fall down. It was dangerous. The driver began to examine the overturned boxes. Under one of them he noticed a furry body. It was a cat. The driver touched it with his foot. The animal did not move. The frightened Serena saw this scene. She still held her husband's hand. The rain began to intensify, splashing my feet. Attending the Royal Flower Show, held every spring, was one of the Serenity family's annual traditions, and Serena, when she was little, loved to go there. It was like a festival. The trip was complete happiness for her. A week before the exhibition, the little girl counted the remaining days, chose clothes and favorite dolls, and baked cookies to give to her friends and grandmother, naturally packing things in picnic baskets, visiting new towns and villages, new landscapes on the way to the city where the fair was held, chatting excitedly throughout the trip, and also the opportunity to sit next to her mother, who could finally allow her a moment after a long time. Little Serena loved this time. However, a year after graduating from the royal school in the spring before her 17th birthday, she was unable to travel the day before the exhibition due to high fever and abdominal pain. The girl was lying in bed with a cold compress on her head. This infuriated her. She wondered why at this moment. After all, she had been waiting for this day so much. Felicia was with her daughter. She didn't know how to help her upset daughter who had a fever. Mom advised me to keep my stomach warm and drink more warm tea. The woman patted her daughter through the blanket. She said Dr. Estance will always be there. If it gets worse, you should definitely take medicine. Grandma will arrive soon to take care of her granddaughter and the house while she is away. Serena turned her head and asked why Grandma wasn't going to the exhibition. Bella replied that Iansa did not want to go since her granddaughter was sick, and therefore would stay with her. Serena was against it. She didn't want to feel guilty, so she insisted that Grandma go. But Mom said that Grandma had already decided everything. After all, she is so stubborn. The woman was worried about her daughter and wanted to stay, but Iansa insisted on her own. Felicia added that she didn't want to go this year at all. Father and Harper weren't too keen either. The girl interrupted capriciously, saying that they were planning to go after all. They have probably already reached an agreement with other aristocrats. And in fact, she will soon be 17, but everyone still treats her like a child. She just has a fever and a little stomach ache. Serena shouldn't have let them go. I had to throw a tantrum and beg them not to go. But she said that if her mother did not go to the exhibition this year because of her, she would be even more stressed and depressed. That's why I asked to go. She didn't know then that that was the last time she saw her mother's face. The woman smiled goodbye and promised to buy her daughter her favorite flower soap. The next morning, Serena's parents and her brother left for the fair, leaving her and her grandmother at the mansion. On the third day, her condition improved, and she and her grandmother leisurely cooked in the kitchen. They were making cakes. Tasting it, the girl said that she thought that Grandma's cookies and cakes were the most delicious in the world. The same cake, but made by Grandma, tastes better. The teenager asked why this was and from whom she learned. Iansa's grandmother, when she was at the same young age, scolded her greatly then. It doesn't do for a noble lady to come and go from the kitchen with dough in her hands. Then, aristocrats did not have such hobbies. She found it difficult to learn from the chef without her strict grandmother's knowledge. But it was fun and she learned a lot. The girl noticed that apparently that cook had good skills. Even if Iansa had opened not a hotel but a dessert shop, she would still have succeeded. The woman conspiratorially said that this cake was even tastier because she had a secret recipe. Serena started asking questions and promised not to tell anyone, not even her mother. Grandma smiled and replied that the recipe is just a recipe. She'll think about it when her granddaughter becomes a hotel manager. Serena was indignant. How long can we wait? Suddenly, one of the servants called Iansa sharply and loudly. There was an urgent call and needed to be answered quickly. The sad news arrived at an unexpected moment. The woman answered the phone, leaving her granddaughter in the kitchen. She was informed that the carriage had fallen off a cliff. She asked what that meant. News that made Grandma faint on the spot. Serena's perfect happiness suddenly passed, breaking into fragments. The girl stood at the side of the road and tried to look out for the animals thrown out there. She thought that they too had died suddenly. The rain was getting heavier. Iser tried to cover his eyes with his hand from the flooding water. He asked his wife to move on and said that the cats were dead. The lady sadly turned around and had already taken a step when she heard a quiet meow. She stopped and listened. The meowing repeated. She asked to wait because the animal was alive. The already wet Grayon replied that in any case it would soon die. Serena said loudly that he could survive. Then the husband asked what she was going to do. If there is no way to help, what will she do? The girl replied that she didn't know, but she couldn't just leave. Even if he dies soon, now he is alive and crying there. Perhaps with their help he can survive. Iser said that this was a useless act. She has an important event at the hotel the day after tomorrow. There is no time to worry about anything else now. If she fails because she was distracted by something, then the only one who will suffer will be herself. Serena wondered if this was really the mindset of the Grayon family. If it interferes with work, then never mind. Let the kitten die. She suggested that her husband teach him Serenity's thinking. If she can give this little creature a chance at life by spending a maximum of 5 minutes on the way to the car, then she will do it without hesitation. Even if the baby eventually dies, she will not think that she wasted her time. He said that the spouses stand behind each other. So, if Iser is responsible for Serenity's name, then he should also respect her and learn from her. The man looked at his wife in surprise. He realized that he had trained a real predator. Serena thought that if her husband treats the lives of people just as frivolously, what could he know about the lives of animals? No matter how much she talks, he won't understand. There is no point in hoping. She sat down by the curb, throwing her legs over to the other side. She thought that because of the rain it could be very slippery here, so she needed to be careful. Grayon watched her actions. Since I was going to do it, I would have done it normally. He wondered how the princess would cope. He understood that it was slippery there and she could get hurt. And the rain is getting worse. The man took a step forward. We will have to help. Serena sat on the curb and gathered her courage to begin the descent. She asked the kitten to be patient just a little, and she would save him. Suddenly, they covered her with a jacket. Sheltered from the rain, she turned around and looked at her husband. He was standing nearby. Looking down, the man told her to stay put. The car was racing in the rain. Serena was sitting in the front seat. On her lap, she held a meowing lump wrapped in a jacket. Iser calmly drove the car. Looking at the little kitten, the girl would never have thought that her husband would help her. She glanced sideways at the man. Perhaps he is trying to understand her. His permanently straight hair, getting wet in the rain, began to curl. And always clean and tidy clothes, now all covered in grass. Grayon said that this was a useless act. But when he carefully handed this kitten to her in his big hand, Iser was a completely different person. Upon returning home, Serena showed the animal to Sui. The maid was amazed at how small he was. The lady said that she saved him, but now she doesn't know what to do with him. Perhaps he is so cold because he got wet in the rain. She asked to call doctors Astance and Lennon as soon as possible so that they could look after the baby. The kitten stirred and meowed. The girl decided that he definitely needed to be saved. Sui told the lady not to worry. His condition did not seem so critical. She took the baby. The maid instructed the maid to dry the animal and then heat water in the kitchen to warm it up. She went on to say that she would contact Astance and then heat up the water for a bath since Serena also got wet from the rain. The girl called out to Sui for what she asked for. The maid said that Frederick was in the bedroom all day today. He didn't move around the mansion or do anything special. The lady went into her room. There was twilight and silence there. She called Bloom. And I noticed him sitting on the sofa. His posture was relaxed, his head thrown back. The girl decided that he had fallen asleep. This happened for the first time. Usually he was always the first to greet her as soon as the door opened. But now he was fast asleep. If you think about it this way, Frederick always went to bed later than her and woke up earlier. That's why Serena never saw him sleep. Sometimes it seemed to her that he didn't do this at all. Then she noticed open pills on the bedside table. The lady took the pill. She recognized them. They were her sleeping pills. The girl hasn't drunk it since she started taking care of the hotel's business. She wondered why he needed it. It was unclear how many pills the lover took. Even one has a very strong effect. Serena had absolutely no idea what was happening. The Iser she knew planned to infiltrate her home, save the hotel, and then deal with her and capture Serenity. However, after observing him closely, she realized that her husband really taught her. And he even honestly talked about his plans to build a new hotel on the coast. He actually went on a business trip for a long time. Despite talking to the president, she didn't think it was a lie. If he had planned to get rid of his wife, he would not have bothered himself with such detailed training and informing her of his plans. It would be enough to transfer documents through Raoul as before. In fact, unlike before, Iser no longer gives the impression that he is ready to kick her out or kill her right now. Serena clenched her fist. On the other hand, Frederick, she thought he was the only one who could show her the world. But after that day, frankly speaking, She feels somehow strange. It seems like nothing happened. No matter how much the girl thinks about it, this episode continues to pop up in her head. The lady bent down to straighten the man's hair. She wondered why he was doing things he hadn't done before. And why is he so depressed, since today he drank so many sleeping pills? She remembered how Sui suggested looking up information about him. But Serena then refused. She wants to get to know him better, but at the same time she is afraid of it. The distance is so confusing. It was unclear why this happened to them. She wanted to talk to Bloom today, but he is sleeping. It's difficult to decide on this, but the girl wants to be careful while there is a distance between them. That's why he's in this room for the last time today. She is not going to let him go right away, since her suspicions about Iser have not completely disappeared. But the lady must be careful until she knows more. In any case, we won't be able to talk now. So Serena will do it tomorrow. Somehow, having lifted the man and leaned him on her, the girl began to slowly move towards the bed. He was so heavy. They walked staggering. It turned out that carrying a person like this is quite difficult. She couldn't even think about it. The lady repeated to herself like a mantra that she only needed to get to the bed. Approaching the bed, Serena plopped down on it right along with her lover. She thought that maybe she was even strong. The girl looked at the man sleeping peacefully on a nearby pillow. She asked herself whether his appearance in her life was poison or medicine. The lady reached out and touched Frederick's face. She mentally asked him not to make her worry. She wants to believe him. Suddenly his hand, which was lying on the girl's waist, began to tremble, and the man began to mutter her name. And then he said, "Sorry." Serena opened her eyes in surprise. It was like a lightning strike. She stood up abruptly, still shocked by what she had heard. Her heart pounded. The lady took her face in her hands. Tears welled up in my eyes. This sorry sounded like thunder in my ears. She was completely confused. A completely lost Serena walked outside. She wandered through the rain through the streets of the city, not noticing that one of her feet was bare. The exhausted girl leaned against the pillar. Her head ached as if it would split open and her chest felt tight. There was a heaviness in her stomach. She felt sick, as if she was dying. Serena recalled her moments with Frederick. She felt nauseous. There are a lot of unanswered questions in my head. Since when? How could he? Why? For what reason? My heart began to beat furiously. At some point, the lady forgot how to breathe. Her body was trembling. The lady tried to pull herself together, but her head was spinning and her breathing was short. She began to slide down, not knowing what to do. Someone caught her hand. Serena turned and saw her husband. He asked if she was sane and what she was doing. The girl looked at Iser in confusion. Still not letting go of her hand, Grayan asked what she was doing. Her hobby is getting wet in the rain. It was so unexpected the lady herself did not understand what she was doing. She replied that she thought she would come to her senses if she stood in the rain. Two servants ran up to them with umbrellas. They asked what happened. The man looked at them, then at his wife. The wife was completely wet. Her dress was see-through and clung to her body. Iser hugged her and told the servants not to approach. He himself would take the lady inside, and he told them to call Sui and the doctor. Serena sat wrapped in a blanket on the sofa in the living room. There was a doctor nearby. Astan said it was good that she was at the estate. The lady had symptoms of severe shock and stress. The doctor gave the lady some medicine. She will soon be completely fine. The doctor also noticed that the lady's standing had become much better recently. The woman recommended that I have a good rest today, and tomorrow try not to worry. Sui, standing nearby, was worried whether everything would be okay, since the day after tomorrow there was a celebration at the hotel. She indicated that the owner's condition was unstable. Therefore, it will be better if Astent stays in the mansion for a while, and the day after tomorrow he will accompany her to the event. The doctor agreed and decided to check the kitten again. The maid turned to the drooping and lost mistress. She offered to help her go to her room, dry herself with a towel and put her to bed, since a bath would only tire the lady now. The girl quietly said, "Outhouse." The maid asked again. Serena raised her head and said a little louder that she would sleep alone in the outbuilding. She needs to think it over carefully and decide what to do with Frederick. This must be done calmly and unhurriedly. No one should suspect anything. But that can wait. Celebrating the anniversary is more important now. The next morning, Sui knocked on Serena's office. She brought the documents she asked for and took some snacks. The cook prepared several simple dishes for the lady. The maid asked me to eat at least this. but the girl said to leave only what she asked and leave. The maid decided that the mistress was really not feeling well. Handing over the folder with documents, Sui said that tomorrow was the anniversary celebration and asked not to overwork. Astant said she needed a lot of rest, especially today. The maid was wondering why the lady suddenly needed information about the management of the hotel from 2 years ago, which Iser had, and also why information about the coastal cities of the empire is needed. Serena took the folder with papers. No matter how much she thought, it still seemed strange. The place where Grayan is going to build the hotel was a coastal town called Flo Marina. He said this while they were having dinner. The lady suddenly remembered that several years ago her husband bought land in an unfamiliar city. This was written about in the work journal that was handed to her. First, she checked the documents to verify the veracity of her husband's words, and whether Flo Marina was listed there. Records could not be found, but he certainly did not buy land there. From other data, it follows that he purchased plots in Santoria Blue. He told her about Flo Marina, but in fact he bought land in Santoria Blue. Something didn't add up. She's already beside herself about Frederick, and now this is also annoying. We need to check what kind of Santoria Blue this is. First, you need to know about these cities. The girl took the notes out of the folder. Serena carefully read the papers, and it gave her an idea. She went to the phone and dialed Jack, Serenity's family lawyer. The man greeted and asked what issue the lady had asked about. The lady asked if he and Iser had studied and signed contracts for new hotels. The lawyer confirmed. Serena then said to answer her questions. If he shirks or lies, she will fire him immediately. She was interested in the city in which her husband had signed a contract for the construction of a new hotel. Entering his office, Grayan saw his wife there. It was strange for him to see her there, and even at such a time. Taking a quick look, he saw scattered books and documents on the floor. If she made such a mess, it meant she was looking for something. The girl said that he definitely said that he was going to build a new Serenity Hotel in Flo Marina. However, contracts have been concluded for another location, Santoria Blue. Although it is also located on the coast in Atiazen, Santoria Blue is also a port. Therefore, he is more developed, and also more than the usual coastal town of Flo Marina. Fun fact though, Santoria Blue is a city that has long belonged to the Grayan family. The finances of large trading companies are managed by Selter Bank, acquired by the Grayan family several decades ago. In addition, there is a huge bond market that manages loan money. Private loans are one of Grayan's main business types. She asked if he was going to build a hotel in the city, which his family owned. While she was excited about the construction of a new hotel, Serena lost sight of an important fact. My husband's family is in the construction business. We are talking about the construction and arrangement of a new hotel, and also a new shopping street in Santoria Blue, which is essentially their city. There's definitely a connection here. If a contract was signed with Grayan Architects for the construction of a new hotel, then Iser is in charge of both the Grayan family and the Serenity family. This is a great danger, because of which she could lose everything. The girl clenched her fist and demanded to know why he said he was going to build in Flo Marina, and then signed an agreement for a plot in Santoria Blue. The man thought about it. This complicated everything. Serena started to get angry. She asked why he was silent. If she is right, let him admit it or try to justify himself. My wife asked me to say at least something, Iser finally answered. He admitted that he had signed a contract for land in Santoria Blue. The lady then asked why he lied to her. It appears he had plans to capture and hand over Serenity. The second question begged to be asked. Was he even going to build a hotel, or did he need a reason? She knew nothing and was happy like a fool. She really liked the idea. How easy it was to deceive her, and how fun it must have been to watch. These people got close to the lady from the very beginning for a specific purpose. Serena felt like she was going to be sick. Without knowing it, she trusted them with her body and mind. I studied hard and worked hard. The girl angrily hit the table with books and asked if it was funny for him to watch her. After all, seeing her husband differently, she momentarily began to feel comfortable next to him. She must have gone crazy. The lady felt sorry and disgusted with herself for thinking well of him, even if only for a moment. Serena began angrily tearing the books. She said that he gave her some books and took away all the troublesome work at the hotel, and he watched cheerfully as she tried her best. Books flew down one after another. The girl cut herself on the paper, and now blood was dripping onto the floor along with the paper. She threw a blood-stained book at her husband, then another. Iser asked her to stop. The lady said his goal was money, although this is understandable. For him, they are the most important thing. Blood dripped onto the floor. She asked just to tell him what he needed. There is no need to make other people look like fools by deceiving them and putting on a show that no one needs. Serena stood enraged, surrounded by shreds of paper and wearing a dress dripping with blood. She asked what her husband wanted. A hotel, a fortune, or maybe he wanted to take over her entire family. She was already screaming and demanding to know why he came to her house. The girl remembered her grandmother's despair several years ago. Iansa felt the same way too. The feeling of complete loneliness and not knowing who to trust in a crowd of people trying to take everything from them. She grabbed another book and began tearing out pages. Iser looked at his wife's hysteria and did not know what to do with her hands. So he just walked up to her and threw her over his shoulder. Serena was at first taken aback by this stunt, and then began stabbing him in the back and screaming for him to let her go. The man swayed a little from her squirming, but he held her tightly. One shoe fell off her foot as she struggled vigorously. Graham sat her down on the dresser and pinned both of her arms above her head to the wall. He calmly said that he wanted her to calm down. Frederick woke up with a terrible headache. His thoughts were confused. He was clearly not in his right mind. Looking out the window, he noticed that it was dark outside. The man was interested in the question of how long he had slept. Looking around, the brunette saw a note on the bed next to him. It said that if he tried to take sleeping pills again, she would not forgive him. He needed to eat and wait for the mistress. After a small knock, the door opened and Sui looked in. She noticed that Bloom was not sleeping and asked how long ago he had been awake. The man stood by the window and peered into the distance. He replied that he had woken up about an hour ago. Then he asked where Mrs. Serena was. The maid replied that as far as she knew, the lady was in her office. Frederick asked when she would be back. The girl replied that the lady was going to spend the night at the hotel today, so she wouldn't show up until the next evening. She placed the tray on the countertop. There was a pitcher of water and a covered dish of food on it. Then she added that there was an important event tomorrow. Usually at such moments, the lady always sleeps there. The brunette thoughtfully answered that he understood. Sui thought that there had clearly been some awkwardness between the lady and Frederick in recent days. The two had gotten too close from the start. And now, just as strangely and suddenly, they have become distant. It even seems that the hostility towards Mr. Iser has disappeared. Bloom was still standing by the window. He felt a little sick. He knew it was because of the large amount of sleeping pills. The man headed for the door. The maid asked him where he was going. Frederick replied that he was unwell and wanted to take a short walk in the garden. The girl said that was impossible. The brunette stared at Sui, uncomprehending. She replied that he was ordered to remain confined to the bedroom and bathroom on the third floor until Serena returned. Holding his wife's wrists, Iser thought feverishly. The land he had bought in Santoria Blue was a decoy for the people behind Frederick. It was obvious that he had gotten close to Serena for a reason. The question was who was behind it. So far, Grayon has tried to find out in various ways, but so far without success. It was later revealed that Bloom had secretly stolen some work documents through his wife. Iser tried to use this to find out who was behind the guy. If you spread false information, those people will definitely fall for it. Judging by the time, the 8 families have nothing to do with it. However, there is a high probability that Frederick is backed by his Grayon family. But there are some suspicious moments that make it impossible to say for sure. Obviously, there is a third party targeting Serenity. The problem is that the man hasn't identified her yet, so the lover has to stay here. He's the only clue to find them. To make matters worse, Serena learned of the trap. At that time, she either stayed in her room or went to banquets, remaining indifferent. That's why the gentleman didn't expect her to check the work documents so carefully. Find and remember this information in that huge pile of papers. Then he would decide to check and confirm that it was Santoria Blue. He didn't know what to do. If you tell your wife that the land purchase was a bait, she'll have to tell the truth about Frederick too. And he still needs him. Iser didn't know how Serena would react to his truth, so he couldn't explain anything. Now he could only hope that his wife would come to this conclusion herself and use her lover. So looking the girl in the eye, Grayon replied that it was true. He had indeed signed a contract and bought land in Suntory Blue, but he hadn't lied to her. The new hotel will actually be built in Flo Marina. He wasn't trying to trick her. Serena asked angrily how she could believe him. Attorney Jack said that the contract was signed specifically for the land for the hotel. The husband replied that as she had said, this was his family's town and he knew it better than anyone. This lot was indeed in a good location. Previously it was state-owned, so no one could buy it. But as soon as the law was repealed, he was the first to take advantage of this opportunity. It's not a lie. That land may not be the place for a new hotel, but it could be used in many other ways. It might come in handy later. If the wife has doubts, she can call and sell it right now. She can dispose of this land as she wants. Serena replied that her husband no longer needed to report to her about the construction of the new hotel, because she was going to take direct part in it. The girl will watch and lead equally with him. Graham said he wanted to ask something. They've had a lot of problems during this time, so he understands why she hates him. But even before they got married, she said she couldn't stand his family, so he wonders if there is any reason for this. Most people in the kingdom think this way about his family. That's why he didn't even think about the origins of his wife's hatred. He thought that she was the same. But now, looking into her eyes, it seemed strange to him. He wondered if the hatred and anger could be just because his family didn't match her values. Serena replied that she had a reason to hate the Grayon family. It was her personal secret, which neither her grandmother nor her mother knew about. She remembered why she had been forced to quit ballet. But she told her husband that if he wanted to know, then he should also tell her what his deal with her grandmother was. Eunsa was probably asking for the family to be restored to its former glory. But Serena was wondering what he wanted. She thought it would be easier for them if they told each other a secret. Grayon let go of her hands. The man grinned and noted that she was behaving like a real entrepreneur, putting forward conditions. The wife replied that she had learned from him. After all, he was the same. She thought that if her grandmother had asked her to keep it a secret, then a calculating person like him would obviously not say anything unless it was to his advantage. It makes no sense for him, who mercilessly measures everything by profit and loss, to know the secret of the past. The girl bit her lip in annoyance. Azer looked at her lips. He wondered why they were always so red. She bit her lip again, causing a drop of blood to drip. The husband pressed his thumb over her lips and ordered her to stop biting them, bringing his face closer to hers. But those bright red lips just kept drawing his gaze. He pressed his finger harder, feeling her hot breath. Her mouth was small and warm and filled with hot, soft, wet, dangerous things. Dangerous but beautiful. Grayon wondered if those poisonous lips would be medicine or poison if he touched them. Serena clenched her fist in despair. They were interrupted by a knock on the door. It was Sui who was knocking and asking if the lady was there, since she was not in the office. She was warning them that it was time to go to the hotel. The lady jerked her head and freed her lips from his grasping fingers. The maid knocked again and asked permission to enter. The girls shuddered and shouted for the maid not to come in. She would come out herself now. Serena didn't understand why her voice broke like she was doing something wrong. After all, the lady hadn't done anything wrong. Her heart was pounding wildly. She decided it was because of excitement. The lady pressed her hand to her chest, trying to calm her beating heart. Azer turned around with the intention of leaving. But before he had taken even a few steps, he froze. And without turning around, he said that he knew that even if he told her, she wouldn't believe him. But he still wanted to say something. Already lying in his bed, the man understood that he did not have to explain everything to her or convince her of anything. He was simply fulfilling the promise he had given to Eunsa. He dines with his real mistress Serenity twice a week to maintain their status as spouses. Grayon gives her a minimum of work documents. That's enough. Teaching her how to run a business was his decision, but he did it for himself, not for her. Anything beyond that is a tiresome favor. Whether Serena cries or laughs, whether she is sad or happy, what she does and with whom, what she thinks about him is none of his business. It's not funny that Azer started talking about himself for his wife's sake. He didn't understand why he had to do that, but he still wanted to say something. Her husband didn't know why Serena had a bad relationship with his family, but her hatred for the Grayon family doesn't separate them, but unites them. Of course, such a statement surprised the girl very much, and she stared at him, her eyes wide open. A little later, in bed in the main room of the Serenity Hotel, the lady wondered what this unites even meant. She thought there were only two reasons why her husband would make a deal with her grandmother. Either he really is on bad terms with the family and is planning to take revenge using her family, or it's all a lie and he's planning to take over Serenity. After that call, Serena thought it was more likely the latter, but now she's completely confused. Squeezing the hotel teddy bear, she thought angrily that she should have asked him what that conversation was about. Instead of asking questions he definitely wouldn't answer. Her heart still hadn't calmed down and the girl didn't understand why. But she knew one thing, that she wouldn't fall asleep like that. She kept thinking about his touch to her lips and the taste of blood. As Azer ran his hand over her bleeding lips, slowly penetrated inside and touched her tongue. Serena covered her face with the toy. She didn't know what it was, but it felt like she had done something bad and shameful. There were a lot of things she needed to think about, but for some reason the lady kept coming back to this. Looking to the side, the girl saw a music box with a ballerina on the bedside table. She thought that maybe she would fall asleep to its melody. Taking the thing in her hands, the lady wound it with a key. The ballerina began to spin and produce a pleasant melody. It reminded the girl of how, as a child, she once went to the ballet with her mom and dad. The ballerinas dancing on stage with beautiful ribbons hanging from their legs. Waists and hair were so beautiful that they captured her young heart. After seeing the performance, Serena fell in love with ballet and ribbons. She began to decorate her shoes, clothes, and hairbands with them. When she turned 11, her mother allowed her to go to the Radisson Ballet Academy. A few days later, 2 older girls approached her and said they had heard that a big shot had come to see them. The girls introduced themselves. Their names were Lisa and Esther. Lisa said that the girl can contact them if there are any difficulties. They will help. Esther objected that what problems could a child have? She explained that the director had asked them to take care of her, so they came. Although such a small one, she hardly understands. Now they have to get along. These girls, who were 5 or 6 years older than Serena, seemed to have been studying here since childhood. The little girl said sharply that there was no need. If something was unclear, you could always ask the teacher. And she left. Esther noted with indignation that, in fact, she was not thrilled about having to babysit this princess either. Lisa pulled her away and said that she started it, to which her friend replied that she didn't like people like that girl. Born into a wealthy family, she doesn't have to worry about money or sponsorship for the rest of her life. She came here for a hobby or general development. Lisa objected and suggested that maybe this girl really loved ballet and came here to study. Esther replied that this princess was, in any case, from a completely different world, not like them surviving here. She was sick of this damn ballet culture, where poverty and luxury exist simultaneously. She wanted to join the National Ballet Troupe as soon as possible and start earning a lot of money. The girls then noticed that Serena was given a locker between them. Despite being the new girl, Esther was outraged by this, and she hoped that the princess would quickly get bored and leave. But Lisa wanted this girl to stay here as long as possible, so she asked her friend to try to make sure Serena didn't leave. After that, each in their own way, they took care of the girl. Lisa told her how to put on pointe shoes correctly so that they would sit more comfortably, right on the foot. Esther's teasing encouraged little Serena to work even harder. Even though she was irritated by their constant stalking, she couldn't say she hated it that much. She only had an older brother, and then she had one sister who was kind to her, and another who was always nagging but was also a friend. One day, Esther treated her to a dessert made from soy and corn flour. She said that they had to eat it secretly from the principal and teachers. Serena asked why secretly. The girl answered that it was very fatty food. If she ever quits ballet, she'll pack a whole basket and eat it all. The snack that the little girl secretly ate in the corner of the locker room with her sisters that day tasted very piquant and sweet. Serena asked Lisa why she only ate one piece. She replied that she didn't want any more. Esther explained that her friend is afraid of gaining weight, so she doesn't eat much. She's afraid that her breasts will grow. If her breasts are big, she'll have to give up ballet. When Serena was 14, one day Esther left her pointe shoes somewhere and Lisa asked her to bring them. So the girl went to the principal's office. She complained about her clumsy sister, who had forgotten the same thing last time. As we approached the office, many people could be seen through the partially glass doors, including Esther. There was the director, teachers, senior dancers, and people who looked like sponsors, and also a man sitting in the center with a scar near his lips. He was smoking. One of the dancers said that they all wanted to say something. This sponsorship is unfair. At first they didn't say anything like that. It turns out that students who receive sponsorship support do not have the right to join the National Ballet. They must perform only in certain performances. The boys all study ballet for many years to become members of the National Ballet, and also to obtain the qualification of official ballerinas and ballet dancers of the kingdom. As for the sponsorship agreement, it said that they just needed to occasionally participate in the performances in which they wanted to see them. The number of these performances was also listed as small. This is all unfair. The director was indignant. She did not expect that they would talk about this today. The lady asked to apologize quickly. The man, taking a drag on his cigarette, asked what they meant by that. The ballerina replied that the tight schedule of performances, the deprivation of the right to become a national ballet artist, the collection of a large debt when leaving the ballet or refusing to perform. This is not sponsorship, but fraud. Moreover, some low performances discredit the honor of ballet. The director sweated nervously from such statements. She started apologizing and saying that the students were having a hard time preparing for the performance. The man roared the word fraud and stuck his hand into the lapels of his jacket. The director apologized and said that the guy was just not in his right mind. But the gentleman stood up, walked up to the students and shot the speaking ballerina. Drops of blood even fell on the glass of the door behind which Serena was standing. As he finished his cigarette, the killer growled that the students seemed to have forgotten their place, rubbing shoulders with the children of aristocrats. It was always like that. You only had to show them a little attention and they would immediately forget where their place was and climb up. Then he loudly asked how they dared to contradict him, stepping on the dead guy with his foot. He asked what other honor could there be for such bastard slaves as they. This man, who shot at another without hesitation as if he were killing an annoying bug, was tall with cold blue eyes. Covered in drops of scarlet blood, he exhaled cigarette smoke, turned around and met Serena's gaze. The girl immediately crouched in horror behind the opaque part of the door. People called this terrible man Mr. Grayan. A little later, Esther, still covered in blood, sat in the corner of the locker room, shaking. She was reeling from Henry's death. The man had simply shot him. She was supposed to speak as the representative of the boys. But the girl was scared and Henry spoke for her. Her voice trembled. He died because of her. Lisa tried to bring her to her senses. But the girl kept repeating that she should have died if she had spoken as planned. Her friend squeezed her shoulder and advised her to run. Esther looked at her with tear-stained eyes and asked what was the point of running. This scary man will haunt her all her life. She spent so much effort and time on hard training. Breaking her body, Esther somehow held on, even took part in these dirty productions. And now the question arises, what was she living for at all? She can't do that. At this time, Serena stood behind the half-open door and listened to the girls' conversation. Lisa reminded that her friend would not be able to pay off the entire debt. These people do not accept them as equals, so they will not let go of the leash so easily. They may have been counting on this from the start, covering everything up with sponsorship. Running away now is the only way to stay alive. Esther exclaimed that she was saying this so easily because it was not her problem. Lisa was an aristocrat. She did not need any support. She could easily end it all and be done with it. The girl asked how her sister could say that. After all, they were not strangers to each other. And she was just worried. Lisa knows very well how long her friend worked hard. But her life is more important to her. She doesn't try to draw a line between them because Esther needs support and she doesn't. And the friend knows very well how her parents paid for her education. The money was somehow collected by selling beer and there are still a lot of debts left. Esther replied that her friend didn't need support anyway thanks to her parents, even if she had to give up ballet. Lisa had a family and a home to return to. That made it easy for her to speak. Tears fell on the floor. Esther added that for people like her, who are not particularly talented or strikingly beautiful, the only way out is to catch the eye of some rich man. Get him to sponsor her and then get married. This is fucking reality. And she's trying to escape this reality. The girl tried her best to get into the National Ballet Troupe. She was just trying to get support, like everyone else, completely forgetting that she was a beggar. Esther ran out of the locker room, slamming the door open, not noticing Serena. Lisa followed her out. She said she knew this would happen someday. They couldn't sponsor just for the sake of pure art. The girl clenched her fist in anger. Then she added that for them art is just pleasure. They don't respect it, they just use it. She said firmly that this absolutely must be corrected, because they are changing the nature of sponsorship and devaluing art. It turns out that children sponsored in this way are no different from animals raised and trained to perform in the circus. Looking back at Serena, she noticed that it was a dirty and unpleasant feeling. The great wall that Grayon had erected separated them completely. After that day, Serena never met or spoke to the sisters again. Esther was always on the road due to productions, and Lisa was always in the practice room, preparing for the selection for the National Ballet Troupe. But as it later turned out, the entrance selection was postponed indefinitely. The girl asked the director why this had happened and how long it would last. The lady replied that she did not know. It could take a few years. Perhaps due to funding issues, they are not planning to recruit newcomers yet. Liza exclaimed, "How is this possible?" She came here especially and had been preparing for this selection since childhood. And now it turns out that it won't be there anytime soon. She asked if it was a coincidence that it wasn't because of the construction of that opera house. The director noticed that the student had been reading a lot since childhood, so she quickly figured out what was going on. She confirmed that the Grayon family and Galatea Dolarin were building the opera house, and the kingdom was funding it. It was probably a burden on the kingdom because the theater is huge, so they have to stick to the strong. To raise the budget, they are cutting the existing artists of the kingdom. Accordingly, they cannot take new people in such a situation. The woman asked if the student now understood what the problem was. It was not something they could handle. Lisa was outraged and said that this was too much. To use the money of people like them for their extravagant projects. Her family is deeply in debt from paying for her education. She has to pass this audition, become a ballerina, become a teacher, and earn money. She slapped her hands on the table. It meant that neither Esther nor she could become official ballerinas. She asked what they should do now. The principal said wearily that she could do nothing. She was having a hard time too. If the selection process continued to be cancelled, the number of new students would decrease. Then the lady asked if Lisa planned to stay at the academy. She was no longer a student, and now the selection process had been cancelled. The director clarified how the girl would pay next month. She needed to resolve the issues with the debt for the hostel as soon as possible. The lady interlaced her fingers and ingratiatingly remarked that if she needed money, it was not to say that there were no ways to find it. There is one gentleman who wants to sponsor her personally. In fact, he has been declaring his intentions for quite some time. This man has a big textile business. If she is good enough in this man's eyes, she can dance in a small theater group. Liza began to tremble with indignation. The director suggested that she think carefully. It would take at least several years to build the opera house. Until then, there will definitely be no selections. In a few years, the girl will be old and will not be able to become a ballerina in the national troupe. To get married as soon as possible, that's the best way out for her. Lisa, with tears in her eyes, exclaimed that she didn't want to. She will never sell her dreams to the authorities. The girl will not go for miserable compromises that will stain her honor. Lisa was crying on the street behind one of the corners of the academy. It was raining lightly. On a parallel crossing, she noticed Esther. So she came back after a long production. The girl just wanted to talk to her friend, but she was going somewhere in her workout clothes. That day, Serena's ballet lesson seemed boring for the first time. The weather and mood were terribly gloomy. Maybe it was because it was raining. At the moment when she and her friends entered the locker room, a piercing scream was heard. Lisa was screaming. She looked like a stone statue at that moment. When Serena turned her head to follow her gaze, she saw how the ribbon of the point shoe was so beautifully wrapped around the legs of the hanging Esther. Just a few days later, the academy returned to daily life, as if nothing had happened. The only change was that Esther and Lisa's lockers were empty. The girl heard that Lisa had quit ballet and gone to her hometown to her parents to help them with the family business. She didn't even say goodbye to Serena, but she wasn't upset, because the point shoes the ballerina put in her locker were enough for a farewell. When she saw her sister's worn-out shoes, the excitement and passion for ballet that the girl had experienced as a child disappeared. She felt as if she had rolled around in a dirty garbage can. Hugging the shoes that had just lost their owner tightly, Serena left the academy. Under the pretext that at 15 Serena wanted to enroll in Dallin Kerr, she quit ballet at 14. Now it seemed to her that Lisa had sent her to the principal's office on purpose. Perhaps she wanted her to find out about everything and try to change something. Serena had lost contact with her, but she hoped that her friend would hear somewhere that Serenity was now supported by Rathhasan. The girl hoped that her sister would understand that they were not trying to devalue or disgrace art under the pretext of creativity. Children can safely practice ballet without worrying about anything. Therefore, in the place they support, there will be no more deaths. At this time, another location reported that everything was ready. They asked to check one last time, after which everything would be immediately packed. The woman with long blonde hair said that this vase was very valuable and asked to be careful. The delivery had to be made to the hotel on time. This is a very important gift for Mrs. Serenity. And also reminded not to forget the yellow flowers and ribbon. Everything should look beautiful. The assistant answered the director that he understood everything. The woman lit a cigarette and thought that she hadn't seen Azer for a long time, so she was a little worried. On the day of the hotel's founding anniversary, Logan was giving his final instructions. He asked the staff to remain assembled until the last customer left. When it's all over, workers will be given special days off and bonuses, so you'll have to be patient for a bit. He asked where Mrs. Serena was. He was told that she had just left because she needed to go somewhere for a while. The hotel owner went to Radisson Academy at this time. She approached the door of the director's office. The lady was elegantly dressed in light colors and wore a wide-brimmed hat on her head. The girl froze in front of the door glass. Even though the windows had been washed long ago, it seemed to her that the bloodstains were still clearly visible. That man with the big scar by his mouth was probably Azer's older brother. She never wanted to run into that family in her life. Serena clenched her fist against the window frame. The director approached and greeted the lady. She said that the lady could always come straight into the office when she came. The woman went into the kitchen for a moment. She asked excitedly if there was any problem with the monthly report the lady had sent. The lady replied that she suddenly remembered something and decided to come in. The director did not need to accompany her. She could calmly do her own thing. Serena added that she had an important event in the afternoon, so she wouldn't be staying long anyway. The girl headed towards the locker room. Approaching the door, she knocked lightly. Looking inside, she saw several students. One of them was Jamie, whom she already knew. The girl recognized her and greeted her. Serena was glad to meet her. All the girls bowed to the mistress at the same time, during which something fell on one of the students. The girl became embarrassed, hiding the basket of cookies behind her back. She apologized and said that they were only going to eat 5 each. The lady smiled. Even the cookies they secretly ate in the locker room remained the same. She noted that the girls would not be caught if they locked the door. But since they were caught, the students offered the ladies a trick. Serena took 1 cookie. She then headed to the cabinets and approached the ones that once belonged to her sisters. Seeing the inscription, the lady asked if this one really belonged to Jamie now. The girl confirmed it. Lisa used to use this locker. Serena said that when she studied here, this locker belonged to the most talented sister in their class. This girl, like Jamie, wanted to become the best ballerina in the kingdom, but circumstances happened that prevented her from doing so. But if she had continued, she would now be the most famous ballerina. The girl asked where the mistress's locker was in that case. Serena replied that hers was right next. Jamie was delighted and asked if she could tell the girl who had the locker now. The lady nodded. Back at the hotel, the hostess met Sui and Raoul in the lobby. The maid suggested that they go and change clothes as it was getting late. After looking around the room, Serena asked the CEO who had sent the flowers there. They were too poisonous in color and too conspicuous. Logan replied that President Harold and his wife had sent them. You could say that the flowers in the lobby were all from the president. There was also a greeting card which he took to the ladies' room. Serena did not send a separate invitation, because after what happened, both she and Harold felt uncomfortable. On her way to her room, the lady discussed her formal attire with Sui. The maid suggested wearing gloves to hide the cuts. She prepared the dresses and shoes that the lady had chosen herself. The lady said that the shoes needed to be changed. Since the event is long, high heels will be uncomfortable. Something with a smaller heel is needed. The maid thought that recently her mistress's tastes had changed to the exact opposite. Serena asked about Frederick. Sui replied that he was a little surprised when he received the mistress's order. After that, he sits quietly in the room and asks when the lady will return. Nothing special was observed. While preparing for the celebration, Serena reflected on the fact that today was a very important day. Celebrating the anniversary of the Serenity Hotel's founding is the same as officially becoming the full owner of the hotel. This is an important moment to take the first step and show everyone. She wanted to look like her mother and grandmother, whom she had been looking at since childhood. The guests had already gathered downstairs. Azer, in a black suit with yellow boutonnieres, held a glass and talked to one of the guests. A man peered over his shoulder and announced that the evening's heroine had arrived. Grayan looked back and saw his wife descending. Serena wore a muted yellow dress with ruffled embroidery and a beautiful yellow gemstone necklace around her neck. The gems in her hairpins and earrings glittered in the light. She walked gracefully down the stairs. All eyes were on her. Azer was no exception. Someone nearby noticed that the lady was especially beautiful today. The women were also delighted with her beauty. The guests applauded her appearance. Serena found this embarrassing and unusual. She realized that it would take time to become like her mother and grandmother while maintaining her appearance. The girl began to turn her head in search of her husband. Robus came up to her and said that she was especially beautiful today. The man noted that after she had completely prepared the anniversary celebration this year, the lady had now truly become the hostess. Azer came up. For a few seconds they just looked at each other. Raoul began to feel as if their glances at each other had become softer. The event went smoothly as planned. For the first time, Serena walked the podium alone, rather than standing behind her husband, and it was she who opened the evening with a greeting. Afterwards, the hostess met and talked to different people, listened and talked about business and introduced people as intended. I had to raise different topics in conversations, aimed at specific people and keep them in the right direction. The pre-planned conversations turned out to be a bit tedious to conduct, but the results were not bad, so in some ways it was interesting. Serena was proud of herself. Only after today's event was successfully completed, she would be able to confidently stand as the hostess in front of everyone. Soon the news of the day would be relayed to her grandmother through Sui. The girl really hoped that everything would continue to go so well. Serena went into the double dressing room to catch her breath. She was very tired. Now the lady understood why her mother always went on vacation after this. The lady was glad that the celebration was coming to an end. Only the evening banquet remained. She needs to take a little rest and change into an evening dress. After the banquet, she will be free. But someone entered the room. Serena was surprised because this room was only for her. The woman who entered said hello and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl heard all this through the bars from the next room. The woman with long blonde hair turned out to be Daya Doloran, the family's only daughter and director of the Doloran Gallery. She leaned against the vanity table and looked at Azer with a smile. Serena had subconsciously realized who it was, watching them covertly. The day she first saw her husband drunk and disheveled, he had said his name. And Robus said that he had an emotional weakness. So that weakness was this girl. Judging by her greeting, they were probably in a relationship. He is 27 years old. So naturally he had dated someone before. The lady swallowed nervously. That's possible, but why is there such a strange feeling in her soul then? And it doesn't seem like the separation of these two was normal. They just stood there for a few minutes looking at each other in complete silence. Serena started to get angry because she had to hide in her personal space. It is impossible to leave these twin rooms unnoticed. The moment when it would have been possible to show oneself without problems was missed. Daya spoke first. She didn't expect Grayon to greet her warmly, but she hoped that he would at least return her greeting. The man said he would answer when she did it right. The girl said she was sincere. She missed Lanes. That was his middle name. He cursed and asked if she realized where she was. Daya lowered her head and exhaled loudly. She noticed that Grayon had not read her last letter. She wrote that she had become the director of the gallery, and that they would meet soon. Maybe because her father's time was running out, he decided to forgive her, and so he wanted to hand over the director's position to his daughter, who had betrayed the house. Thanks to this, her studies abroad ended, and accordingly, her exile. Doloran felt that there were points where Lanes had misunderstood her, and she wanted to explain herself. The man winced at her words and asked again what he had misunderstood. He had seen everything with his own eyes, how she kissed his brother, and then after a while she was already pregnant. He asked what misunderstanding there could be in this. If she's going to make excuses again, she might as well not even start. She's not on the guest list and he doesn't know how she got here. So if Daya doesn't want to be kicked out, she has to leave now. The girl smirked and replied that she had received an invitation from Serena. Therefore, let him refrain from addressing her as an uninvited guest. Azer clenched his fist angrily. His wife was responsible for putting together the guest list and sending out the invitations this year. He did a final check, but he didn't remember her name being on it. Doloran said she heard that Lanes had recently gotten married. Seeing it in person gave her a strange feeling. Serena listened from the other side of the wall. The guest added that she would not take it seriously, as she knew that this marriage was fictitious. His wife was quite beautiful. As a woman, she is willing to admit that Serena is attractive enough to fall in love with. She has an innate charisma despite her youth. Maybe that's why she started to feel jealous, even though she knows this marriage is fake. After all, they are so perfect for each other. Azer slapped his palm on the wall next to Daya. He said whether she became a director or not, whatever excuse she came up with, it didn't concern him and didn't interest him. For him, Doloran was just a living reminder of a dirty past. Nothing more. Grayon added that he had nothing more to talk about with her. Serena could clearly see the expression on her husband's face. Come to think of it, She had seen Azer's angry eyes before, but now the feeling of danger was incomparable with that cold gaze that had once been directed at her. The girl had never seen such an expression on her husband's face before. After saying this, Gran turned around and left the room. The guest only followed him with her gaze to the exit. The celebration went on as usual. The magnificently decorated hall in yellow flowers, pleasant music. A huge number of candles created a cozy atmosphere. The tables were laden with all sorts of appetizers and desserts. Serena, dressed in an evening gown with a glass in her hand, watched the guests. After completing all the important procedures in the hotel lobby, this part of the evening was definitely more comfortable for her. People were now socializing and having fun themselves. The lady noticed that in the first and second parts her husband was always somewhere near her. But now he doesn't even come close. She took a sip from her glass, thinking about how Azer was very good at keeping his cool after what had happened. Someone spoke to her and Serena looked back at the voice. She saw Daya Dolores. The girl said hello and apologized for being a little late in greeting. Since there were always other people around the hotel owner, she waited for an opportunity. The girl introduced herself and said that she was pleased to meet her. Serena recognized her. She was then curious about who exactly she was, and it turns out she was a girl from the Dolarin family. Her family owns a gallery and an opera house, which are located near the hotel and have much in common with Serenity. But the lady was completely unaware of this. She put the glass on the table. Now it became clearer who her husband's previous lover was. Due to the somewhat shocking dialogue heard earlier, it was difficult to control my facial expression. Having regained her composure, Serena nodded to her guest and also replied that she was pleased to meet her. Face to face, the hotel owner noticed how tall she was. Daya, looking around, said that she was enchanted by how beautiful this banquet was. Cool weather on a late summer evening. Fantastic sky colors, delicious food and desserts, beautiful music. Absolutely everything is perfect. The guest then added that she now understands why the banquets at the Serenity Hotel are so famous. She is very happy to be invited here. Serena knew it had to be this way. After all, she had put in a lot of hard work to perfect this event. The girl, fearing that her husband might catch her for even the slightest mistake, read all the records of the past, studied all the companies associated with each family, mastered business management in her spare time, developed a plan, made guest lists, and wrote her own speech. But only the outer shell is visible. The lady smiled at her guest and replied that she was glad that she was having a good time. In fact, she was wondering how it happened that she ended up at the celebration, since she definitely didn't invite this woman. Serena wondered why she hadn't seen Daya earlier at dinner. She was worried she might not have noticed her at all. The girl replied that it was natural. She was there as an assistant to the wife of the president of Harrier's Bank. Now everything fell into place. She used a trick. The escorts are not allowed to enter the lobby for the first part of the event, and during dinner they eat elsewhere. Therefore, such guests can only be present for a relatively free third of the event. Dolarin lowered her head. She said that since she was not an invited guest from the official list, perhaps the lady was uncomfortable with her. Serena smiled and protested. She had been a frequent visitor to the gallery since she was a child, and her home was filled with works from the Dolarin Gallery. The hotel owner was honored to meet Daya. She congratulated her on her new appointment, as she had heard that the girl had recently become the director of the gallery. The guest noted that she too was very pleased to meet the lady as the owner of such a cozy and beautiful hotel. Serena smiled sweetly, but wondered why this girl, being an aristocrat, had come here as an escort. Since Azer often works at the hotel, it would be better for her to meet him secretly on any of the working days. Daya said she was born in the kingdom but had spent the last few years abroad, so she needed new friends. They have a lot in common, so she would like to get closer to Serena. Then she suggested they talk a little. The hotel owner thought that perhaps the guest had wanted to meet her from the very beginning, not her husband. The ladies settled down in the garden gazebo. Daya presented a gift in honor of the hotel's anniversary. She hoped that the lady would accept it. It was a ceramic vase. Serena was a little surprised by this particular gift, but then she realized that Dolarin didn't know that she was Serena. Therefore, the hotel owner commented that this is a very rare and valuable item from the Angel Flower series. The guest was glad that she knew about it. She said that it was a very dear thing to her. That is why it is not exhibited but kept by her personally. Then Daya suggested visiting her personal storage sometime. There are many exhibits in it that might surprise the lady. Serena was really curious about what was there. Dolaran replied that there were many works. For example, the original copies that were on display. her personal collection. There are also unpublished works by famous artists, for example, such as The Color of Ecstasy. This was exactly the painting that Serena really wanted to get back, but it had never been put up for auction, and no one on the market had heard anything about it. So it couldn't be found because it was in the director's personal vault. Maybe that's for the best. Since nothing was known about the painting, she began to think that it might have been sold abroad. Dalaran continued that it was actually only after she became director that she learned about the history of some of the works. She meant that this painting previously belonged to the Serenity family. Daya apologized, suggesting that it must be an unpleasant memory for her. But Serena casually replied that it was natural. At the time, the hotel was on the edge, so there was no point in paintings with family history. But at that moment, due to her age, she was a little stubborn, not understanding all the circumstances. In fact, when she had to give the painting back, she didn't blame Azer for selling it. She just finally woke up and realized the reality. And at that moment, the girl seemed to feel with every cell that she did not have the strength to protect even one painting. That was the day that sulfur appeared from the emptiness on the wall. Serena added that she had gotten much more from that picture, so the guest shouldn't worry. She smiled to herself at the appearance of sulfur. However, if Dalaran decides to sell The Color of Ecstasy someday, they should contact Serenity first. She will be very happy about it. Daya smiled and invited him to come to her inauguration ceremony. The girl wanted to make this event modest, so there will be no grand banquet. But she will be sincerely grateful to the people who come, especially if Miss Serenity and Mr. Iser come together. Serena noticed that she named each of them separately. There are two types of people who deal with her and her husband. People who know they are in a sham marriage but don't show it, and people who think they are a real couple. The guest belongs to the first type, but it felt like she was trying to get into your soul, and it was annoying. Serena raised her cocktail glass and replied with a smile that of course they would come and congratulate her. And with that, they said goodbye. Daya was leaving the hotel when someone asked her if she had enjoyed the banquet. Hearing the voice, the girl shuddered and froze. She looked in his direction. Azer's brother, holding a cigarette in his mouth, remarked that he was sad that she had been trying so hard to avoid him since her return. The man asked who she wanted to meet there, why she was dressed like that. He offered to go together, but Dalaran turned around and left. Victor, watching her go, noticed that she hadn't changed since her return, and that was boring. After the reception was over, Logan informed the lady in the hotel corridor that she would have to go home alone. Earlier, Mr. Azer said that he had a headache, but it seems that the gentleman still hasn't gotten better. He said he was having a hard time going home and would just spend the night at a hotel. Grain said he didn't need anything, but he looked very sick and pale. The director said he would be there all night, so Serena didn't have to worry. The girl now understood the reason why her husband had not been seen since the end of the banquet. She wondered if it was a headache because of his ex. The lady was worried that the director had worked so hard throughout this entire period, and now he would have to look after the patient all night. Logan replied that he could handle it. They needed to send all the workers on vacation as soon as possible. They were happy just thinking about it. But the hotel owner suggested that the director take a rest. Out of breath, Dalaran approached them. She asked the director to leave them alone. The man cast a questioning glance at the hostess. She nodded in confirmation. She asked the guest what had happened. Her face looked unhealthy and she seemed to be in a hurry. Daya asked if Azer was inside and asked to see him. Serena was surprised. Dalaran replied with a clenched fist that she had something to tell Lanes. It wouldn't take long. The hotel owner began to get annoyed by the guest's address of her husband by his middle name. It seemed she always called him that. The girl replied that she didn't know what business she had, but that she should return home today and arrange a meeting later. Daya replied worriedly that if she didn't do it now, it would be impossible later. Or let her take care of Azer today. She would stay by his side. Serena's eyes widened at the audacity. She wondered if her guest understood what she was talking about. Dalaran replied that she had planned to tell him later, but she could not afford to delay now, so she would say it straight out. She knew that theirs was a marriage of convenience. They have dated him in the past. She knows that the couple has no feelings and that there is no affection or interest between them. This matter has nothing to do with the lady. Therefore, she asks permission to meet with Azer once. If Serena is afraid of rumors, then let her stay in the hotel lobby where she will wait for Grayon to come out. The girl understands that her request is hasty and rude, but if she leaves now, Daya thought that she could not even imagine that Victor would look for her here. Serena wasn't surprised by the fact that some people knew about their fake marriage. However, beyond the absurdity of Dolarin acting so openly, what bothered her was how confidently she spoke of them getting divorced one day. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to talk to her like that. In any case, maybe it really has nothing to do with her. Whether her husband will meet with her or not is none of her business. Besides, she already warned that she wants to talk to Frederick today. Most likely, he was already waiting for her. So it would be better to return home as soon as possible. But clenching her fist, Serena did not understand why her soul felt so bad. Just like when Azer interfered with the 8 families case, or when the jeweler looked at Frederick with greedy eyes. The same disgusting feeling. Serena crossed her arms and said that Daya was quite funny. Even though their marriage was a sham, it was a consensual marriage. No matter how the guest imagined Serena's feelings for him, no matter what kind of relationship she had with him before, only one thing is important here. He is her husband. Opening the door, the hotel owner said that she would assume that Dolarin had overindulged in alcohol, and having forgotten herself for a moment, had made a mistake. She will talk to the manager and he will make sure that the guest is taken home. And she should not worry about her husband. His wife will be with him all night. Daya stayed at the hotel. She was thinking over a cup of fruit tea. The girl realized that she was wrong. She wanted to solve this problem carefully over time. But suddenly, when she encountered Victor, she lost control. After all these years, she thought that nothing terrible would happen if they met. But it seems that neither he nor she has changed. Lanes is still very angry with her. Despite the fact that Dolarin regularly sent him letters, he never responded. So she was prepared for something like this. But Azer, Victor, and Serena, these 3 problems are not so simple. So even though it was hard, Daya decided she would take things one at a time. She needed to get herself together and prepare. She wouldn't make any more mistakes. Serena pounded the soft upholstery of the coat rack in her closet angrily. She thought she was going crazy or even nuts. The girl didn't see any other reason why she said that Azer was her husband. She didn't understand how she could say such horrible words. It was complete nonsense. It is also unclear what kind of mutual consent she was talking about. After all, this was the part for which the lady was most angry with her grandmother. That she married her off against her will. Serena slammed her fist on the upholstery again. She had gotten so angry with Dolarin that she had even raised her voice. As a result, the lady was unable to go home and would have to spend another uncomfortable night with her husband. Besides, she had never taken care of a sick person before. Victor, who was waiting near the car at the exit, was informed that Miss Daya seemed to have left through the back door. The man thought, puzzled, let it be so this time. In any case, since she came back, she still won't be able to escape. Grayon opened the door and got into the car. His assistant handed him the documents, indicating that they were a report on the purchase of Santorini Blue. Victor was furious. He started shouting that he had ordered to buy this land. He found out the date of lifting the restrictions, put it in his mouth. All that was left was to chew it, and the assistant let it go. The guy stuttered and apologized and explained that they were ready, but a competitor showed up without warning. Grayon reminded them that last time they had already missed the works of art he had ordered to be retrieved. The man couldn't figure out who could have bought this lot first, because few people knew the information about it. Looking at the documents, he saw that it was Serenity again. Victor squeezed the paper angrily. This was all the work of his bastard brother. 4 years ago, he suddenly left home and immediately got married. The older brother didn't pay any attention to him, just thinking that he had gone crazy. But it was obvious that he was up to something. If his younger brother continued to irritate him, Victor would have no choice but to turn his attention back to Azer. He asked the name of the girl his brother had married. The assistant said Serena. Grayon repeated her name with relish. Since my brother now has a different favorite bird, he will have to take care of it again. Victor guessed that this time it would hardly end with just broken wings. He would only be satisfied when he killed her by slitting her throat. The man ordered to find out everything about Serena and about the unknown Sarah who stole the works of art from their tray. Serena changed into a robe and headed to her husband's room. She brought water and a small towel in a bowl with her. Usually, when she was a child, her mother used this to take care of her. The girl was surprised that Azer slept on a small sofa, despite the fact that there were many beds around. The lady stared at him coldly. She was mentally grumbling about how his head was hurting from his ex-girlfriend and she had to babysit him. But she remembered that he ate a peach for her, so she should save his life at least once. Serena carefully placed the bowl on the table next to her and decided to check its temperature first. She reached out her hand to his forehead, but her husband immediately opened his eyes. The girl shuddered in surprise. The man grabbed her hand and pulled her towards him. Azer asked what she was doing. The wife was confused and just blinked her eyes. The husband squeezed her hand tighter and asked her again what she was doing. His wife began to mumble something in response. Grayan noticed the bowl of water and the towel. He was surprised that it looked like Serena was going to take care of him. When she came to, the girl shouted that she was just checking to see if he was dead or not. It was hard for her to admit that she had come to look after a sick person. His wife began to rise from his lap, noting that since he was alive, it was good. But Azer pulled her by the hand and sat her back down on top of him. He asked why she hadn't gone home. Serena hesitated, so her husband suggested asking in a different way. He asked why his wife had sent the girl away. Grayan noted that his wife had never called him her husband in front of others. And she never even called me by my first name. Usually either by my last name or just you. Serena instantly blushed, realizing that her husband had heard their conversation. She felt ashamed. Swallowing nervously, she answered defiantly. What was wrong with that? She stated the obvious. This girl wanted to be alone with him for the night. She couldn't allow it. Azer chuckled, touched her waist, and asked why they couldn't be together at night. He began to slowly tug at the edge of his belt, asking what happened when a man and a woman were alone at night. Her husband asked her to tell him what was going on. Serena stared at him without blinking. She knew he was at it again. Sometimes the husband behaved very cunningly, and now he said shameless things in a languid voice. The girl asked him not to talk nonsense. She decided that she couldn't give in to him, so she said that this was her personal space in her hotel. And then she asked why she should allow a stranger to stay the night in her room. Moreover, he was sleeping sick inside. Siren could not allow herself to meet him whenever she wanted, so this girl was rude to her. Regardless of the circumstances, entry into her space by outsiders is strictly prohibited. There are many reasons why this was impossible. He heard everything, so he should know. Azer smiled and mimicked her. Still playing with the belt of her robe, he asked what about her then. Serena asked again. Grayan stood up and leaned over her. He asked if she could stay alone with him all night in the most private place of this hotel. Looking him in the eye, his wife replied that she didn't mean it that way. Azer couldn't take his eyes off her. It was like that time when he was visiting. Serena smelled of scented soap. There was not a drop of makeup on her face. She looked so pure and innocent, and she looked at him with wide eyes like a scared rabbit. I just wanted to touch her. The girl asked what about him. Could he be alone with her? The husband replied that there was nothing wrong with sharing a room with the most beautiful girl in the kingdom. He thought that was what a group of drunk men had joked about earlier at a banquet. And then he wondered why he remembered it at all. Serena frowned a little and asked him not to play with words but to answer seriously. She tried again to find out what it meant that he was okay with it. Grayan asked if it mattered. She said it did. Then he asked why. She said it was because she no longer felt like he hated her. Feeling his closeness, Serena said it was strange. Azer asked why she thought he hated her. The girl replied that wasn't it natural, because it was their unspoken rule. He despised her and she despised him, so they decided to take aim at each other and take risks, waiting for the perfect chance to betray. But the husband replied that he never hated her. Serena froze in surprise. He was hated because he was suspicious. She couldn't trust him because he had so many secrets. In her world, trust and suspicion could not coexist, just like fear and dialogue. His steps always made his wife afraid, and his look made her nervous. The more she clashed with her husband, the sharper the sword became, and the more she wanted to protect herself and what was hers. And hurt him. That's why Serena kept saying bad things to him, and it got on his nerves. That's why the girl couldn't understand how he could not hate her after that. It was unlikely that this could be true, but she wondered out loud how that was possible. Azer replied that who knew. He thought there were times when she was annoying and bothersome. There are reasons for hatred, but... The man asked if she wanted a long, detailed explanation. He just doesn't hate. Serena was confused. It felt like she had been hit hard on the head. She couldn't get her head around the fact that he never hated her. Azer noticed the change in her emotions. He asked if she was okay as her face turned red. The man gently touched her cheek with the back of his hand. The wife shuddered involuntarily and replied that it was just hot. Then she asked what about him. After all, he said he was sick, but he looked absolutely fine. The husband thought that he lied about the illness because he wanted to rest quickly, but he said out loud that he heard the word that woke him up. Serena blushed again with shame and said that it just came out. Apparently he is not sick at all, so he needs to go to bed quickly. Azer wondered if he really got sick, she would take care of him with this wet towel. The girl told him to do whatever he wanted. And trying to free herself, the lady asked him to move away from her. She was dead tired, so she would go to bed. Getting up from the couch, Serena headed to her room. As she walked up the stairs, she grumbled about why she even stayed here. Grayan remained sitting on the couch, smiling. Then he lay down, putting his feet on the armrest. He put his hands behind his head and thought that without even realizing it, he almost touched her. Her skin was so white and soft, like silk. The man reached for a wet towel and placed it on his forehead. It was all because of the rain that had been falling that day. That night they were left alone in President Harold's house, trapped in pouring rain and thunder. He, like a predatory animal who has tasted blood for the first time, cannot forget this taste. Like a drug addict on a high, Azer wanted to feel this way over and over again. Because of the touches that were constantly on his mind when he was with her. Because that night she hugged him. That night his wife moaned and whined in her sleep, waking him up. She called for her mother, then her father, and muttered that she was scared. Grayan couldn't tell if she was afraid of thunder or if she was having a nightmare. Involuntary tears were streaming down her eyes. The girl always held them back in front of him. She hated even the thought of her husband seeing her cry. So he never thought he would see her like that. Serena won't be happy if she finds out, so he'll pretend he didn't see anything just once. But that night, sitting next to her on the bed, he didn't know what to do. She was crying so hard that Azer couldn't help but brush her tears away with his hand. The wife shuddered and unconsciously turned around and hugged him. The man was surprised and wanted to gently unclasp her hands, but he noticed that she suddenly calmed down. So he lay down next to her and she pressed herself even closer to him, resting her head on his chest. Serena was so small and skinny. Her husband knew it, but he felt it when she grabbed him. Grayan had no idea it was that bad. She tried so hard to be strong all this time, and now she just shakes from the sound of thunder, and secretly cries because she misses her family. She must have lived through an unbearable time, clenching that little fist, and she fought it with all her might, straightening her thin shoulders. Azer then realized that his wife was stronger than him. He would not be able to endure and so stubbornly defend what belonged to him. The girl finally calmed down completely. Therefore, the husband had the opportunity to look at her, propping up his head. She would have made a fuss if she had known that she was sleeping with her husband in her arms. He noticed that her nose was red from crying. He wanted to touch it so much. Now he realized that he should have stopped there. But everything turned out differently. When he touched her nose, Serena hugged him even tighter, throwing her leg over his hip. He couldn't sleep that night. At that moment, Azer clearly felt her body because she was only wearing his shirt. In her sleep, she fidgeted, burying herself even more in his arms. The wife was like a squirrel. The man grabbed his head, not understanding why he even bothered to approach her. Perhaps he had long ago unconsciously understood her character, because he sometimes heard about the girl from harps. On the outside, she seemed very proud and strong, but in reality, she was kind and cried often. So finally, Grayan could understand her actions. He could see himself in Serena because Azer understood what it was like to be broken, to have lost everything. He knew how he looked to her now. Therefore, he began to understand his wife better. The man decided that he would not hate anyone anymore, because the list of those he already hated was too long. This feeling is very corrosive. From time to time, unexpected gaps in the spouse's defense appear. And this is actually very interesting and funny. When Serena finally crawled into bed, her whole being was jubilant that the event was finally over. She was simply exhausted. At times, the girl felt as if she would pass out from fatigue. But still in an emotional upswing, the lady could not fall asleep. She remembered her husband's words when he said that he never hated her. Her heart was beating fast, perhaps because she was shocked by what he said. The place where Azer held her was burning. Serena involuntarily touched her hand. Now that she thought about it, it seemed like it had always been like that. The places he touched continued to burn for quite a while, as if they had been scorched. It was strange. The girl rolled over on her side. She was tormented by questions about what had happened between her husband and Daya, when they had started dating and how they had broken up. Serena was confused. She wasn't always so curious about other people's pasts. But the girl couldn't even imagine that Azer would smile innocently and have a friendly conversation with someone. She unconsciously hugged the pillow to herself. Frederick, while waiting for his mistress, played with the kitten she had rescued and brought home. This little one was so beautiful. He was nice when he was in a good mood, but if he was offended even a little, he would immediately show his claws. The kitten was the spitting image of her. A red ribbon was fluttering on a tree under the bedroom window. She signaled that they were waiting for a report or wanted to give an assignment, and they needed to meet somewhere. But now the men couldn't leave. Serena said she would be back this evening, but she hasn't arrived yet. It looks like she'll be back in the morning. The lady had some important words to say. Bloom hoped she wasn't going to throw him out. He still had things to do here. The bedroom door opened and Serena walked in. The man came out to meet her. He knew that look well. Angry, suspicious, unpleasant. The look she used to give Azer. Frederick said he had been told she wanted to talk. The girl looked angry, suspicious, and clearly uncomfortable with him. She said that 2 years ago she wanted to protect herself from an unexpected danger, so she kept it close to her, as well as a small pistol in the outbuilding. Over time, the lady began to think differently. After a few seconds of silence, Serena said that she didn't need a man anymore. That meant he didn't have to be there all the time and go with her everywhere. She is no longer in danger. Her husband is no longer a threat to her. Azer is still suspicious and keeps many secrets, but she already understands that he is not the one who will hurt her. The lady thought that now she was more likely to expect betrayal from Bloom. The slight suspicion that had arisen when she saw him at the outbuilding finally turned into a hard certainty when she heard his mumbled apologies. But she wasn't going to let him go. It would be hasty and pointless. He was just a man who followed orders anyway. And in the end, the one she has to deal with is the unknown force behind him. If you cut off the stem, the weeds are unlikely to disappear. You need to expose the roots and pull them out to get rid of them for sure. Serena went on to say that from that moment on he could no longer enter her bedroom. Frederick began to panic, realizing that the lady would eventually order him to leave the mansion today. He clenched his fist nervously. The girl took a few steps towards him. She decided to use this man too. Just like he was used by someone who was targeting Serenity, she will deceive him as he deceived her. The lady said that from today the contract changes. From now on, she wants him to be not Serena's companion but Serena's shadow. She thought she would put aside her hatred for Bloom for now, and hold back the tears that could burst out at any moment. So she clenched her jaws tightly. Serena began collecting art under the pseudonym Sarah to reclaim what belonged to her family but was sold due to debts. However, as time went on and the scale grew, it became too much for her and Sui to handle. She thought about it at the window, so they would have to trust someone else to do it anyway. The maid is one of the few she trusts, but she is worried that the assistant often reports everything to the grandmother. Sui has a reason to follow her instructions, but the lady does not like it. Besides, she already has too much work. In addition to Sarah's affairs taking care of the lady and the mansion, she has also recently become a secretary. In many ways, Frederick is the best fit at this point. He already knows that Sarah is his mistress. If Serena entrusts him with this job, she will be able to give him orders and control him at the same time. She will have all the conditions to find the one behind him, because it is safer to set a trap using Sarah, since the information and her identity are almost unknown. Bloom isn't targeting Serena personally, so there must be someone behind this. She doesn't know who, but once she finds it, she won't skimp on revenge. The lady will destroy him. She will make sure that he can never return to this kingdom again. She will make him pay dearly for daring to deceive her. Sui brought the bodyguard to his new room, telling him that he would be using it from now on. The girl added that the lady warned her about Frederick's new responsibilities. Probably many things will be new for him, so she will help. She asked him not to be shy and ask, and the maid would help in any way she could. The man thanked Sui. The assistant suggested going to the warehouse where the lady collects and stores all the purchased works. It is secret, but the girl will tell you where to find it. At this time, Serena met her husband in the office. Iser pointed to a chair behind the main table and invited her to sit there. The girl, crossing her arms over her chest, asked if it was really necessary to praise her in this way for the event being a success. The husband asked what the problem was. She wanted it, and he decided to give the table to her if everything went well. Serena asked where he would sit if she took the place. The man replied that he did not know. Perhaps he could set up a table in the spare room. The wife exhaled loudly and said that she liked her current office. She felt comfortable there, so let him continue working here. As long as he does his job well, this is his place. Until the beach hotel is built. And yes, the reason she lets him stay in that office is because she's building a second hotel. Serena noticed some cards on the table. She wondered what they were. It looked like a membership card for their hotel gym. Azer confirmed. Then he asked if she had told the officers about the equestrian club during the event. The girl said yes. The husband asked why she recommended horse riding, although the most popular sports now are tennis and golf. Serena took the card in her hand and, twirling it between her fingers, began to explain. Officers are not very talkative, and it is not easy for them to communicate with businessmen. There is also a perception that businessmen lie and play unfairly, and they also do not get along well with officers, considering them too closed and conservative. However, they all have a strong desire to win and a competitive spirit. It was also revealed that the officers' hobby is sports. Moreover, many people love and breed horses. Many are forced to go to small riding arenas on the outskirts, since there is no normal equestrian club. So there is a need for more space, and their sports club has horse riding. She wanted to take advantage of that. She suggested that by playing polo, officers and businessmen would become closer, show politeness to each other, and build trust. Serena was always disappointed that their equestrian club was not very popular, although it has a convenient location and internal facilities. So she wanted to use this opportunity to attract more visitors and expand the equestrian and polo clubs. The wife decided that this could be mutually beneficial. She frowned a little and asked if she had done anything wrong. Azer smiled and said that his wife had done very well. Serena was surprised by his praise. The man replied that she had said everything correctly. Officers are not easy to deal with because they are too proud and hide their true feelings. They usually only hang out with their own people. And the way she lured them to the sports club was pretty clever. So Serenity is the winner. Having a clear understanding of the situation worked in Serena's favor. Some time ago he was contacted and told that officers would like to visit their arena. He prepared these cards for them. Then he asked them to wear something simple because they were leaving. The girl was outraged by the urgency and asked to offer the military to sign up and come next time. Azer replied that if they delayed, the officers would change their minds, and they would suffer losses. So they had to use this chance while they were excited. The man added that Raoul from the arena contacted him and said that he had prepared everything. Therefore, he needed to hurry. Sometime later, Serena and her husband were giving guests a tour of the equestrian club grounds. They showed off an indoor riding field, a shared outdoor riding arena, and a field where they can enjoy a morning walk. This type of field can only be visited by special members of the club. The lady smiled and expressed hope that they liked it. The guests were delighted. One man remarked that he actually thought the Serenity Equestrian Club, unlike the hotel, was quite small in size. Another lady noted with delight that in addition to the horse riding field, there is also a beautiful lake. It really does look like heaven on earth. She noted that their horses Emin and Bona would be happy to run in such a place. Her husband confirmed this. Azer said their equestrian club has many beautiful horses that are carefully cared for by professional breeders and offers rides. The guests loved the idea. One man said he would be honored, and in fact he brought his riding clothes with him just in case. Grayan noted with satisfaction that they would then prepare the horses. The woman asked Serena if she knew how to ride. The girl replied that she had studied a little as a child, but now it was difficult for her to ride a horse on her own. The guest noted with regret that it was a pity. She would have loved to go for a walk with the lady. Then it struck her and she suggested that Serena go for a ride with her husband. Horse riding has become very popular lately. A furtive touch is so nice. The lady was confused and waved her hands and said that she would just rest a little to the side. The woman pretended not to hear. She suggested that her husband go for a ride together. He liked the idea and remarked that they would have a good time riding horses together. The other guests were also couples and didn't mind. Only Serena didn't like the idea. But her husband also agreed and asked the guests to wait a little as they needed to get ready. The wife stared at him in amazement. Serena was pacing around the room. It was all very spontaneous. She didn't even have a riding outfit. There was a knock at the door and the girl jumped in surprise. The maid said that she had brought a suitable suit intended for clients. She asked if she needed help changing clothes. The lady had to settle for that. A few minutes later, Azer knocked on the door asking if she was ready. Everyone was waiting only for her. The girl asked for a minute. She felt a little awkward in the trousers, which she usually doesn't wear, and it was also a little tight in the bust. But there were no other options anyway. She opened the door. High knee-high boots, light-colored breeches, a black short jacket, a riding cap, white gloves and an emerald brooch and a neckerchief. All the clothes were completely clinging to Serena's body, which made her a little uncomfortable, but she said that they could go. Azer froze in amazement at the sight of her. Then he simply slammed the door in her face. The angry girl opened the door again and asked what he was doing. The husband simply told her to change her clothes. Serena asked confusedly. Graham told her to change into something else. He started to say that the clothes were too tight, but then corrected himself and said that they didn't suit her. The lady was shocked. She had an association. If it doesn't suit her, it means she's not pretty. It was unclear. Even though it was a student uniform, it was the first time in her 22 years of life that she had heard that there was some clothing that didn't suit her. It hurt her pride. The girl stepped forward and asked what she should change into. She had not prepared for this. And that's all there is for now. Serena walked around her husband and said that she would change only if he undressed and gave her his clothes. She didn't understand what had happened to her husband. Azer grabbed his head. He thought about how he had screwed up. The man was so confused that he blurted out something inappropriate. When the couple returned to their guests, one of the officers remarked that they looked very good in their riding clothes. Azer warned that there would be a fork in the road along the lake. One of the roads would continue along the reservoir, and the other two would lead through the hills and forest. At the fork, each of them can take the route they like. At the end of the road, they merge into one again. So he suggested meeting there. The guests liked the idea, as they would be able to have a great time separately. The riders mounted their horses. Serena began to shift in the saddle to get comfortable. Her husband was closer behind her than she thought. All this fussing with her hips was driving Grayon crazy, forcing him to clench his jaws tightly. In connection with this, he asked her to sit still. He pulled her by the waist as close to him as possible with his hand, and told her to press her back against him and hold on tighter. The girl blushed. Her husband whispered to her that the officers would obviously not choose a quiet walk. The guests had already started teasing each other, pointing out that they weren't giving any leeway, so they had to try to keep up. So Azer kept whispering that if they didn't want to fall behind, they couldn't slow down either. If it was hard for her, let her say so. His whisper stirred Serena and made her think. She pressed her lips together nervously. The horses started moving. Grayon chose a forest path. The horse clip-clopped steadily among the trees and bushes. Flowers were fragrant all around, and the wind carried their scent far and wide. The man wondered why his wife had become so quiet. He asked if she was having a hard time. They were riding as calmly as possible now. Serena said no. She bit her lip. That wasn't the problem. She just felt very awkward being alone and so close to each other. Besides, the officer's wife had said something before leaving. She had remarked that pair riding was just a pastime. But she has one important goal: interaction with her partner. The lady asked again what she meant. The woman explained that when a couple sits together on a horse and presses themselves against each other, they can feel their partner's breath and temperature. And when they run to the same destination, they begin to trust and rely on each other. Because of this, the relationship becomes stronger. Then, giggling, the guest added that, of course, no one canceled secret touches here and there. Thanks to such riding, many couples were born. So Serena felt strange. Maybe because of those words, maybe because she felt her husband's body so close. In this situation, she gave control of everything to Grayon. It was strange to be in his arms and listen to his quiet breathing. The girl couldn't understand how everything turned out this way, because she came here to make friends with officers and businessmen. But it turned out as if she dug her own grave. Suddenly, it started to rain. Azer looked at the sky and noticed that since it was clear, the bad weather would soon stop. But still, they will have to look for a place to take shelter from the rain for a while. The wife suggested continuing the movement if the rain is not heavy, but the husband refused sharply. He hated getting wet in the rain. The lady thought about his words. She remembered the day he had come out to rescue her kitten. It had been a really heavy rain. The girl assumed that he did it especially for her. Azer dismounted and offered her his hand to help her down. But the wife was in no hurry to accept his help. The husband explained that Prince was larger than the other horses. He is tall and she might fall if she tries to get down on her own. Serena looked at his hand. Holding hands is a very simple, trivial gesture, but it is also a sign of trust. She hesitated. Even this trivial, subtle trust required courage. She hesitantly reached out and placed her hand in his. Then she carefully threw her other leg over and tried to jump off the horse. Grayon managed to catch her in his arms. For a few seconds, he held his wife close to him and looked into her eyes. Then he carefully lowered her to the ground, still holding his hands. Serena was the first to come to her senses. She looked around and suggested that they quickly find a place to take shelter from the rain. The girl noticed that lately she always feels strange around her husband. Azer found a tree with a thick crown and said that this would do. He wrapped his horse's reins around a branch and sat down on the boulders below. The man invited his wife to sit down next to him, but she didn't move an inch and only stared with her big eyes. Grayan didn't immediately understand what was wrong again. Then he remembered that his wife was a princess. So he took out a handkerchief and spread it on the stone nearby. Serena cautiously sat down on the offered seat. She asked him to stop making fun of her, since she was already doing him a favor by sitting in who knows where. The husband did not understand what kind of mockery she was talking about. The girl replied that when she does something that he does not like, he always starts calling her a princess. Her grandmother and brother used to call her that. But now because of him, every time she hears that word, her mood gets worse. Azer explained that she is different to him. That is why she seems unique, unusual, not like him. She is just doing what she has always done. At first he didn't know what she was like, so it's not like he meant well when he called her that. But now he doesn't mean anything bad by it. Serena glanced at him, not quite sure what he meant by not meaning anything bad anymore. The rain continued to drizzle. The couple sat side by side on the boulders. The girl thought that it was so strange to sit like this now. Not that it was really bad. She has a lot to think about. She was always busy with work and people. But now that the lady is sitting in the middle of the forest, she has some free time. For the first time in a long time, Serena enjoyed the moment. She felt the breeze, barely perceptible, lightly touching her skin. I heard the pleasant sounds of raindrops mixing with the sunlight. It seemed as if drops of light were falling, not rain. It was breathtaking to behold such beauty. Even my mood improved. The girl pulled her knees up, folded her hands on them, and closed her eyes. She muttered that since the weather had gotten worse anyway, let there be a thunderstorm today. Grayan asked in surprise if she liked rainy days with thunder and lightning. He thought that she hated them because she couldn't even sleep normally then. The wife replied that she couldn't stand them. On such days she always had nightmares. Azer asked what kind. The girl replied that her mother came to her in her dreams. Her husband asked her why she called them nightmares. After all, if you dream about a person you miss, then these are good dreams. Serena sadly replied that it was all fake. She wanted to hug her, but the dream ended. She wants to have a normal conversation with her mother. So even after waking up, the wife feels empty and begins to miss her even more. For the girl, it's a nightmare because it leaves her feeling hurt and sad. But the worst thing is that she now lives in anticipation of such nights. Because the harder the rain, the louder the thunder, the more vivid the nightmare seems. Such nights are like self-destruction for her. And even though it's scary and painful, Serena is so happy to see her mother's face at least once more. The rain began to decrease and the sun began to shine even brighter. The girl even felt a little sorry. She had just begun to relax. The damp air in the sun created a beautiful rainbow, which the lady noticed with delight. She tried to show it to her husband, but he reacted without emotion. The girl asked him in surprise what was wrong with his reaction. Azer replied that he was not a child to be happy about such things. A rainbow is just a rainbow. Serena was outraged. By his logic, she was a child. Normally, all normal people are happy to see a rainbow. He was like an unfeeling boulder. But the man did not understand why he should be happy about this phenomenon. The girl thought for a second, and then replied that she wanted to see her more often. But it was not easy. So in such a dry and harsh world, the rainbow is like a hidden treasure. It's a shame it disappears so quickly. And it's also very beautiful. Then Serena smiled and said that he might not realize it. But she was just incredibly beautiful. Grayan saw his wife glowing in the sun's rays and shimmering with all the colors, like that rainbow. He noticed for the first time the dimples on her cheeks from her smile. Continuing to watch her in fascination, he muttered that she was truly beautiful.